Welcome in, everybody, to CBLOL English, where we are hosting today the week 9, which means the last week of regular season.
Yes.
Not just of 2024, not just of 2024.2, ever of CBLOL next year. No CBLOL, America's merger. But we talk about that later because some tears, some people have some tears on their eyes, maybe us as well. But today we still have CBLOL and there's still playoffs to be played. I am Surfjan and RMC is going to be with me to cast the first three games starting today. We actually have the Liberty VKS matchup.
Yeah, we're starting it kind of slow with an exhibition match. It is worth noting, K-Stars is locked for top 2, and right now top of the table, Liberty is locked out, bottom 2 right now. But so, aside from top 2 and bottom 2 right now, everything else is on the table. The other 6 teams still can make the playoff mark. Thank you, Rose, our wonderful producer today, has the standings there for you. And so, somebody over at the CBLOL broadcast crunched the numbers. There is a possibility that we get a 6-way tie, which would require potentially up to 10 tiebreaker games. So for that to happen, as you can see right now, between Loud and Fluxu, 3rd to 6th, it's possible to tie. Loud has to lose both their games. Kaboom has to win today and lose tomorrow to Red. Red has to lose today and beat Kaboom tomorrow. Furia, INTZ, and Fluxu have to win all their games. Can it happen? Yes. What are the odds? 0.39%.
It's pretty low, isn't it? But we know this is CBLOL and everything that might be on a close to 0% could happen and possibly will happen. So, oh my god, I tell this every time we are on Gringos Liberados, our podcast for CBLOL English, that it just feels like every week of regular season has been scripted, and the fact that we have a possibility of these teams facing a 4-way tie is so completely nuts. But as you said, first match is just an exhibition one. Team confirmed, team out. I don't know, just a warm-up like when we are playing Among the Cast or Summer Ram. Just how it goes.
Yeah, we'll get to see some true BRAM coming through, BRAM coming through. So we do have the rosters for the team, which we can take a look at as well between these two teams. We can start with the Liberty roster. Okay, that's not Levison and... Why do we always change Levison and the entrance face?
Funny, bro. Welcome in, Kaboom.
You know, that's Rose's hope, is that we put in Scary, and that maybe Scary can save Liberty right now.
Yes.
You know, he saved Kaboom. He can do miracles.
Sure.
But Liberty, we should talk about the last time these two teams met as well. The last time they played, VKS ran a Twitch Annie bot lane for Smalley and Pro Delta. And it worked. So it actually looked pretty good. So given that there are no stakes for this game, I want to see more spice. I want to see both teams cooking a little bit in the draft.
Oh yeah, and actually one thing that we mentioned during the podcast as well is something that Pain Gaming has been doing. Didn't look really solid, but you mentioned that they might be limit testing. Maybe it's something that
definitely limit testing
this weekend. So it could be something that they're doing this weekend. The fact that the Twitch Any bot lane works actually spells out some good strategies for VKS. And I want to add as well, on top of celebrating stuff for VKS being currently on the top 1, yesterday on Goddess Tour, the qualifier for Ignis Cup, the Brazilian inclusive League of Legends tournament hosted by Riot Games Brazil, VKS won 2-0. But not just a regular 2-0. They won the first game was 16 minutes long. The second game was 18 minutes long. So if VKS is in an all-time high, I would never doubt them to actually pull through something completely insane in the match against Liberty today as well.
Yeah, and so if K-Stars win today, okay, I shouldn't say there were no stakes, it's complete exhibition. If K-Stars win today, they guarantee that at worst they will force a tiebreaker game with Pain Gaming. So technically, if we want the 10-way tie, 10 tiebreak games, pardon me, we do need K-Stars to win one of their games, and no, we need K-Stars to actually lose both their games and Pain to win one of the games.
Yeah.
Something like that has to happen.
Kinda interesting. Because today it's Liberty, tomorrow it's INTZ, a little bit close, more middle of the pack INTZ there, but today we are praying for Liberty and how they've been doing this split, unfortunately already locked out. But as we said, the roster for Liberty, although it was with the different faces, Liberty is composed at the moment by Makes, Levison, Pilot, Leandrin, and Cavallo. So we had that switch between Drake Hero and Macau, the jungler and the ADC, have not been on CBLOL for a couple of weeks in regular season. Although they did a change Didn't matter that much, did it, RMC?
I mean, they got wins at least with the subs coming in, with the promotions coming from Academy, and I think it's been good experience for Levizine and for Leandrin playing at this level. I think Leandrin particularly has somewhat impressed me with their ability to play, but K-Stars on the other hand, Gigo, Desamis, Aleko, Smalley, Pro Delta. Desamis has been standing out massively. I know that on Twitter there's a sort of roster floating around for like, if there were to be Olympic Games and, you know, players representing their region, Desamis was actually listed as potentially the pick, at least, of those people who made that list of the Brazilian jungler. And I think he deserves it. He's been absolutely massive in the jungle. So I want to see them cooking. Maokai is not cooking.
Oh well, yeah, Liberty. That is a very standard pick. You know, the usual enabler in the jungle. All about the team fights. Okay, VKS. I was gonna say Vigo. VKS plus Gigo. So Gigo on the Renekton. Excuse me. First pick, blind, steady, solid. Nothing much to talk about, really.
No. Like, I wanted, like, 5-star cuisine. I want something fancy. We just got a salad so far. Renekton first pick as well. We've been seeing that kind of rise up more and more in priority as sort of a blind, so that you can try and counter matchup. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think Renekton does have some counters which can punish him. The Ezreal, though, that I like a lot more. The fact you can flex it between AD carry and mid. I don't know if Laleko is the mid laner who really plays these sort of champions. He feels more like a control mage / Corki player to me. But Smalley Ezreal, that would be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. A hover comes through here for Liberty on the Azir. For a second, there was a Katarina. That would never happen, but that's kind of interesting. I actually feel a little interested about the Seraphine, because we've had such a tank support heavy meta that seeing Enchanters just makes me glow up in happiness every single time. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but it would be interesting regardless. Quite a lot of engaged potential with Nature's Grasp plus Encore. Not the case if they go for the Olaf, as you mentioned, a couple of these picks that can counter the Renekton.
And it does feel, for the side of Liberty, they are going with comfort picks. Darius did get banned away from Makes, but the other champion who was kind of dominating on last split was the Olaf, and he was blinding at that time. Picking it into a Renekton isn't the easiest lane matchup for the Olaf. That is a challenge of saying, I can outplay you. Now, whoever wins that matchup is going to be able to snowball very, very scarily. The Azir as well, pick for Pilot, is his bread and butter champion. He's played it a couple times this split, but last split, it was his most played champion by far. 8 games, and the next closest was Orianna at 4. So for Liberty, for their last week, it feels like they just want to go out individually showing their skill.
I like him. To be fair, you want to go out, not necessarily with the bank, but yeah, this is what I like doing. This is the type of League of Legends. I mean, they can go out with the bank. That would be amazing. But
yeah, I mean,
just the comfort. Absolutely, I would dig that. But just the comfort of, okay, we played what we like to play. This is the roots League of Legends that we enjoy doing in solo queue, right? That's totally fine. On the side of VKS as well, you mentioned the Darius ban. Shout out to the Draven ban. So although this is potentially just an exhibition match, VKS is also very much aware of the threat that Leandrin has on the Draven. So they take it out of respect. Big focus actually here on Leandrin as we are talking about it.
Yeah, really pinching that pool, because it is just the bot lane that Liberty has yet to pick up. And speaking of roots, Soph earlier, Zyra did get picked up for Desamis as well. We are on patch 14.14, so there were some nerfs coming through. Bran got hit again, Lilia got hit, Zyra got hit. For Bran and Zyra, it feels like it's more affecting their clear speeds a little bit. The ganks and the team fighting will be as potent as ever. It's more just that the first gank might be a bit slower coming through.
I agree with you. And the amount of CC and like Wombo combo that Liberty is drafting so far would match up really well with the Ashe, would match up really well with the Misfortune, so that's what they take out. On the side of Liberty, they say, well, you took out the ADCs, I will just take out the supports as well, because they pair out really well with the style that Prodata has been doing, which is the meta at the moment on the Alistar, the Nautilus, the Leona. Rel is still available, that's going to be picked out by VKS. Now, I'm interested to see what Leandrin is going to pick for this game in particular. I feel like, I don't know, do you have any strong feelings? Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Okay. That is Leandrin's first Zeri this year, actually, not even just this split. So, the original question, so I was going to say something like a Lucian or a Kalista. To me, Leandrin... Yeah, sure. Like, for me, Leandrin's sort of a lane dominant player, right? So something like a Varus would fit right in there as well. Zeri's completely different style. And I'm looking right now at this Liberty comp. There's a lot of skill in coming through for them, right? Like, with the Azir, with the Zeri, and with the Olaf. Olaf is not so much a scaling champion, but he is a snowball champion. And so, for Levizine, he's got to be everywhere all at once right now. Like, your top lane wants you for the snowball, but you got to be able to cover that mid and bot, especially against something like a Zyra that can, if any sort of CC lands, just burst you from 100 to 0.
Yeah. This Nila hover actually gets me very excited.
No shot.
Yeah.
Don't get baited by the hovers.
There's not gonna, but to be fair, sometimes they do give us a little bit of hope. It's
no, it's not IU, it's not Nila.
Yeah, it's not the Nila Pike, it's not those combos. But we mentioned the possible versatility there for the Ezreal mid or ADC. In this case, it's going to be ADC with the Tristana most suitable for the mid lane at the moment, and this plays really well onto the Azir as well.
It does, and I like the K-Stars comp. It's more meta. It's just generally pretty strong, and we talk about the fact that Liberty needs time to scale up. The Azir takes time, the Zarya takes time. K-Stars are going ham right from the get-go.
Yeah.
Ezreal's a very interesting champion as well, because he scales really well, right? Like, especially once he gets the Mirror Mana spike coming through. But his laning phase can be strong if you can land those Mystic shots, and especially against something like a Nautilus who is vulnerable to poke with a relative front line for you. I can see all of K-Star's lanes winning in this game, and that puts a lot of pressure on Liberty right now. Yes, you've got a great skill and composition. Here's a little fun fact for you. So these two teams are the fastest teams in the league. Right now, K-Stars is the second fastest team at 29.35. The fastest is Liberty at 29.34. So you're picking a skill and comp. Okay. When you're a fast-playing team, I don't know if that's the recipe for success here.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting and intriguing, as you say, because we start out with a draft that spelled more comfort picks, and then you go into something that's completely different of a strategy for your team, and for Leandrin in particular, for this very hyper-scaling ADC. We'll see what's going to be the case. Maybe he has been practicing quite a lot of that, and that's going to be interesting. But, as you say, just the meta complete-oriented VKS squad, the roster is so used to playing it exactly as the meta designs this 14.14 at the moment that it gets us a little worried, considering, as you say, all of the lanes kind of have a priority. This is really cute. Is this Valentine's all over?
Yeah, I thought Valentine's was a while ago, but apparently Kiss Cam is a thing we're doing for CBLOL right now.
Oh my god, it's like football.
Exactly.
Oh, that's really cute. Okay. Straight into Summoner's Rift we go. Liberty on the blue side, VKS on the red. Liberty already locked out of playoffs, but VKS trying to guarantee that top one locked-in slot where they have already been confirmed for playoffs already. Liberty has a rather aggressive stance going out to this first few minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sold that this is the best idea for them. Olaf is really strong level 1 if he can get those axes chained together, which is why they're allowed to do this whatsoever. But for the actual steal away of a buff, I'm not sold that that would actually go well for Liberty. So we'll have to see if they really want to try and force this. No wards actually are in the red pit itself. So if the invade was to come through, K-Stars are just saying, okay, we'll handshake this. We're praying that the Warden Raptors catches out Levazine, and it will. So we just kind of split the map vertically at this point, and I expect to see the Samus just rush down to the bot side as fast as he can.
Yeah, lovely little bit of vertical jungling, as you pointed out, RMC. But I have one question for you. VKS has currently 3 players holding the Conqueror rune. How do you feel about that Zyra with Conqueror? Was that the standard build? Am I missing something?
No, they used to go Sorcery Tree, and I think it was Comet was the build they, or the rune, the keystone they often ran. But I don't hate Conqueror. With the plants, you actually do a lot of damage, and with the Conqueror running as well, now Liberty does have to get rid of the plants. They can't just ignore the plants, which we often see happen in a lot of these team fights. I don't hate it. Now, I don't know if it's better or worse for her early clear on 14-14, and I suspect it's more that because the clear got slowed down, we don't really care that much for the additional damage of Sorcery anymore, and we're picking more for the team fight and for kind of scaling damage later on.
Yeah, super valid, and it kind of gives a little more of that sustainability. In regards to, healing that much, the Conqueror is going to help somewhat, but as you mentioned, the amount of continuous damage you can put out with the Conqueror on a team fight. Rocket jump in, here in the mid lane, Lileko is punishing Pilot, but takes quite a lot of creep damage.
Yeah, and I'm actually more interested in this top lane right now, because it looks like they're setting up for a dive on a level 3 early dive to come through, and Gigo doesn't have a loss of scene. He doesn't have TP either.
Yeah, Twisted Advance connects here. Plenty of damage going out to
can he buy time?
Flash out. But Gigo's
he gets it!
She's okay! He gets the first blood, and Leverzin capitalizes it on a 1-for-1, but still VKS gets the extra gold.
Yeah, and it's actually massive because we talked about Gigo not running TP. Neither did Makes. So the idea from Liberty was great if you could execute it, get the kill, shove in the wave, and Gigo is going to be so incredibly far behind. But as it stands, sure, Makes is a little bit ahead from that push, but Gigo got first blood. It's answered, and now Dasam is pulling a karaoke gank down bot.
Oh, jeez,
Oh,
Prodelta's gonna get a tower shot immediately to the face. Although VKS had a good macro play trying to get that dive on the bot side, the tower aggro wasn't really in that favor. Mid lane, Leleko goes in, but again, Pilot is just doing quite a lot of damage as well, but running out of mana is not gonna be a good recipe here for our mage against an ADC.
Yeah, thankfully the huge minion wave was targeting onto Leleko, able to kind of answer back the trades even without the Sand Soldiers. So how to talk about the bot side dive a little bit from Gate Stars, because I called it a karaoke-esque gank. It's not the same. Usually Titan Curry set it up by chunking their opposition down to half health. Liandrin and Cavallo were pretty healthy on that dive, and Dasam is actually fully committed to it. With the Zyra, you can just kind of go for poke and get that pressure down. You don't have to get the kill. Get them low enough, they base. That's an advantage you already have and probably should have just looked for. So you can see, they were almost full health to start this. And look at the Samus not putting down the plants. There is one plant that came down on that. And so you can see the damage is just not even close. The call for Prodelta to initiate, I assume didn't come from Prodelta because the way it kind of panned out was just really, really rough for him.
Yeah, definitely tough. Now going out to the top side, Dasam is trying to redeem themselves, and they do. Mid lane, Cavallo has a nice counter gank as well to help out, while Prodelta had already rotated. Rocket jump away for Leleko. Prodelta also in a good position to block out skills. At the end of the day, actually, Liberty comes out on top of this trade, while on the top side, Makes ends up getting shut down again.
And I'm really liking this look from Liberty. So as a team, you know, last week they looked a little bit lackluster. It seemed like they kind of gave up, but here against the top team in the league, their comp, we said, has to get some early pressure, and Levizine and Cavallo are finding it now. Is it going to backfire as Prodelta goes in?
Oh my god, double flash already coming in. Plenty of damage onto Smiley as well, trying to not take as much of that minion aggro. And although they wasted and used almost all of their summoner spells, nothing really comes out of it. Super aggressive, maybe over eager play by VKS.
Yeah. I mean, they did burn the flash and the cleanse from Liandrin, so still a win from Kate Stars, but it does feel like Smalley and Prodelta, they are very aware right now that they're one of the best bot lanes, and they really are trying to cement that status. Makes landing 2 axes, running Gigo down here, all 3 will land.
3. Yeah, send them back to base, and because, as you mentioned, no TP for either of the top laners, they are going to be in a very good position. Makes to shove in the lane and help out quite a bit. This is Netherlands. The Summers is in a good position to take Leandrin down. No summon the spells on the Liberty ADC. And the support also goes down with a double kill on the hands of Smiley.
Wow, I love that. It's so efficient. We were just talking about summoner spells. The fact that Smalley burnt all the summoners. And the big notable difference was the fact that Smalley still had barrier. I thought it was going to be defensive, but they used it offensively instead to get the double kill. Gigo could get ganked here. Not yet level 6. Should hit it on this wave, but Pilot's roaming up as well.
Yeah, and Ragnarok already on the hands of Makes as they're going forward. Plenty of damage,
so early?
and the Conqueror as well, helping quite a bit. But as you say, Levison is going to go down with the tower aggro. It might be a 2-for-0 on the hands of Gigo. Double kill for VKS.
Brother Levison and Brother Makes. Pilot was on the way. We went in without a pilot there, and they just crashed and burned. That dive is a head scratcher. Levizine also wasn't level 6 on that dive, so we didn't have maximal damage to come through. And we just fed both those kills over to an incredibly fed Crocodile. Now Gigo hitting that 6 at the perfect time, able to clean both up. This top lane might just be a wash at this point.
Yeah, and the wave is pushing as well affirmatively there by VKS in the top lane. Now Levizin trying to get some of that pressure up to the top side again with controlling the Void Growths, but the size is just around. We see how much of VKS they just completely execute macro every single time. Okay, you take the Scuttle Crab and you just thumbs up as a teamo. Already one of the Void Grubs confirmed RMC, and all 3 look to be confirmed by VKS as well.
Yeah, and so unfortunate. With the amount of pressure, the amount of attention and ganks that Levizine gave into the top lane early, this should have been their Void Grubs. Levizine, is that your jungle? No, it's not.
Oh, good God. For Delta, the Samus going in. That's the Ignite. Ooh, and the ult comes out by the Samus as well, but not quite enough to burn them down. all fully mixes there. 1x land. One
Samus
more
flash.
could be the best place for them. Pilot goes in. Oh, there's an instant stun, but the Emperor's Divide is going to be there. There's quite enough damage to take them down. The Samus is not going to be there to help out. Leleco in a bad position as well, just for Delta there to back them up. There is Gigo in the back line, but still taking a while to get there. Good counter here by Liberty.
Yeah, and Kate starts overextending a little bit too much going in. Makes able to make the difference. And want to highlight too, Makes didn't even use the Ragnarok in all that action. Just kind of tanked up the damage, got away. And because Makes didn't die, Leleco didn't get the resets, and Liberty walks in. Also, by the way, Nautilus hook. Did you see that? It was so weird. The hook landed onto Leleco, but it went through a wall to do it. And so Leleco didn't actually get pulled that far. It was so weird.
It's definitely the weirdest hitbox in the game, isn't it? It's the dredge line, and it happens every single time. Sometimes you're just sure it's going to land, and it doesn't as well. It's kind of a two-way sword. Ooh, speaking of, just out of range. Hexack over the wall here by Predelta, but just to keep up with stacking the support item and getting that extra bit of CS on the hands of Smiling.
Okay, a little bit of time to calm things down. So the early game has been hectic, to say the least. A kill a minute, the objectives being fought over, contested by both sides. Kate Stars did get all the objectives, though, and that's massive for them. Despite the chaos, they're still finding time to get the macro. They're still winning out in the team fights, and most importantly, their gold allocation. They've got a lot of gold in the top lane. What was a winning lane for Liberty with Levizin's attention has swung against them. It's also set Levizin behind in the jungle, significantly behind, almost a level down. And bot side, Smalley's starting to take off. And remember, Smalley this split has been in monster AD carry.
They have Dominus popped already here by Gigo on the top side. Ragnarok as well, just escaping the snare, but it's not going to save their lives. As the last hit by the tower is not actually going to connect here on Gigo. They survive, and again, the Sum is just putting map-wide pressure.
It just feels so stark, the contrast between these top lane dives coming through from the team. Liberty was forcing it so hard, they weren't ready. And now Gigo can happily tank that turret for more than long enough. Even with the extra turret shot, it wouldn't have killed Gigo. He could tank one more, and he had flash. So it's just so easy. And now for Makes, like, hey, that top lane turret isn't very safe. It's not going to last very long either. The Nyx gank that comes through between Zyra plants and Gigo's Renekton, I believe he might be running Demolish. At least he's taking the plates really, really fast. There's only 2 plates left on that top side. If Gigo is running Demolish, that's gone on the Nyx gank.
Yeah, it's very possible to get that Determination secondary rune there, so it could just as well be the case. They also just got that Dark Cleaver. Fresh out of base as well for Gigo. Look at the amount of gold on everybody's hands. You got Gigo, Smiley, the Samus heading the shots. It's insane. But to be fair, Leon, they're still doing quite a good job standing behind them. Although they are a hyperscaling champion, they haven't died as much compared to the rest of the side of the map.
Yeah, but if you're standing behind them, if you have a nice tanky front line, even if you're a little bit behind as an AD carry, that's good. But when your front line is paper mache, not so good. And they're just going to get ripped right through right now. Yeah, I'm more concerned for Levizin and Cavallo right now, right? Because they've been roaming so heavily. It has set them a little bit behind. Cavallo to a lesser extent because Prodelta has been matching, but Prodelta's finding the assists.
Yeah, coming out here to the bot side. Leandri is alone for the moment, considering they have eyes on Cavallo going out to the top, as you mentioned. You go straight in for all the chunk damage they can deal in these 1v1s. But good rotation here by Liberty to deny at least the 4 Void Grub spike for VKS. And if they can try to, you know, push and stall the win condition from the side of VKS, it just benefits Leandri. It benefits Makes even on going out for split pushes. Although they don't have the teleport, could be a problem.
Yeah, again, it's being matched, right? So there's only 1 TP per team. As long as you're kind of winning, it's okay. You're still able to put the pressure down. Kate Stars didn't contest the Void Grubs. They could have, but they wanted to prioritize the Dragon instead, and they're stacking that. When Smalley kind of able to push out, and they are thinking about diving the bot lane. The last time they did, it went really, really badly for them. But this time, they actually got the chunk down. Leandrin is actually low. And if Leandrin successfully completes the base, you can easily gank Cavallo.
Ooh. Nice! They got a very good ultimate here by Leleco to get them away, but it's still not going to deny that Emperor's Divide and Pilot could take them down. Twisted Advance just almost out of cooldown. The soldiers are already going to be enough dragline onto the wall, but you don't have a flash to escape this one. It had already been burned, and Leandrin gets shut down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and in the bottom left as well, you could see topside dive was coming through from K-Stars, answering immediately. The moment Levizine showed, it was trouble for everyone else. Makes you...
That was clutch.
I thought Makes was going to die for a second. Makes still has flash, though. It's just that was literally a game of chicken. Like, do we think Gigo can get there in time? Now, Makes does live, but his turret doesn't, and K-Stars accelerates. We didn't need a gank to make that happen. Gigo is doing that solo, because Gigo is 2.8k ahead right now from Makes, and soon it's not going to be Makes' problem anymore. Gigo is going to be everybody else's problem, and your other lanes already weren't the most stable.
And RMC, it's an accumulated 10 platings that VKS has collected. All of them on the top side, all of them in the bot lane. Both tier 1 turrets are down. Leleco getting this transition here for the top side to guarantee again that to be fair, very easy CS considering how behind Makes is on 0, 4, and 2. Haven't even reached the entirety of that first item, trying to fight their way up. Look at that, the platings. 500 gold versus 1200.
Yeah, it's like the way it went too, right? Bot side 0 plates. Leandrin and Cavallo couldn't find any. Makes got like a percentage of a plate, and not even that much, unfortunately. And that's why we're seeing such a big gold discrepancy in these side lanes. And now that they're kind of unlocked, K-Stars, the Dragon and Herald have been desynced. They're going to be able to pick up the Herald with no contest whatsoever. There's one outer turret standing for Liberty. I can't imagine it's going to be standing for long.
Yeah, all the map pressure belongs to VKS. All the map belongs to VKS at this point. As you say, they take that Herald in the top lane. Could even open up that space for the tier 1 in the mid. Because overall, plays are still working.
Sheesh.
Let's talk about that damage in a little bit. But plays are still working for Pilots Azir, right? You mentioned most played champion by this player last split. And this split, first time they're actually picking it up. But still doing quite a good job, but they are so behind in gold overall that it's not making that much of a difference.
Yeah, and while the wave clear on Azir is good, Nash's Tooth already picked up, my biggest concern is that we saw Gigo diving Makes, and Makes is a lot tankier than Pilot. If Gigo can do that solo, he can enable dives into the mid lane. There's just no safety. There's no lane where Pilot can go to safely just wave clear and farm. You need multiple members from Liberty there. And then you look across to the K-Stars composition. They've got Herald. They've got 3 Void Grubs. They've got a Tristana. They are more than happy to 4-1 and split push you.
Yeah, they are. That's going to be the Herald charge into the mid tier 1. But as you mentioned, both Pilot and Leleco had a good presence here in the mid lane to allow for actually Pilot well executing, taking the opponent mid lane's platings, at least 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So this tier 1 doesn't die with the Herald charge.
Yep. But you can see Liberty just had to back off, right? The wave clear from Pilot's good. The wave clear from everybody else, not so much. The threat of Gigo kind of not shown earlier as well made them a little bit scared. Gigo ended up showing the bot lane, but it was too late by then, right? Liberty had to back off to safety, and Pilot won't even be able to get that bot side turret either because Gigo is there to answer. And we talked about Gigo diving you under turret. If you don't even have a turret, not even a Sun Disc setup, Gigo will just kill you straight out in an open lane.
Very powerful with the Shojin, and the Dark Cleaver also picked up there by Gigo. Oh, is it gonna snipe? That would be very interesting if it did. That's a complete blind snipe. But it wasn't the case. A good dodge there by Makes not to get hit by the True Shot Barrage from downtown. And 19 seconds, Drake to spawn. VKS is stacking these buffs already, and it's going to be a Ocean Soul this time around. Can they actually contest it? Liberty, I don't think it's even a good idea to contest this.
No, and for Liberty, I have very mixed feelings about what they were trying to do in the bot lane. It looked like they're trying to set up a gank onto Gigo. I appreciate that. When you're behind, you just need a numbers advantage to try and force something. If they got the pick on Gigo, maybe they can look to contest the Dragon. But on the other hand, Dragon was also about to spawn. So if you didn't get the gank off, then you're kind of wasting time because you know the rest of K-Stars will be rotating there shortly. And because of that, I feel like Liberty, they're not able to find anything. They're giving up this Dragon for pretty much for free. Leleco's hesitating a little bit. I think Leleco's strong enough that Makes can't dive you.
Ooh, okay. Maybe they were fearing exactly that. The Soul TP on the side of Liberty is Pilot, and they could guarantee the subjective bounty, but as soon as it's needed, Delta gets there fast enough. You have a good clear from Leleco as well. Are they going to commit to this one? Plenty of backup now for Liberty, and they could go for a dive to sum this around. Do they land it? That's going to be Nature's Grasp locking them down, and Predelta's in a bad place, but they are a support. If they die, it's for the greater good. Depth charge straight into Leleco, and Ragnarok also popped, but there's a bomb on the head of Makes, just scaring them away, and they're going to just be content with that one kill on the support. You don't land your double, you do need to land some more. But it's not going to be enough. Their hands were not enough for Leandrin, and Smiley secures that 1v1.
Hey, respect to Leandrin. They dodged out a lot of the skill shots that came out from Smiley, but it didn't matter. Smiley doesn't need those skill shots with the barrier too. Pilot has to be so careful chasing this Ezreal, the TP coming through.
Yes, we mentioned the only TP on each team. Rocket jump in. Cavallo is there, but Gigo is also there. That Crocodile is scary. Leveson is on the top side of your screen, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to get collapsed by 5 members of VKS, and they don't have Nature's Grasp. They don't have Summoner spells. This is a dead Maokai as I've ever seen one, but they have been able to run a little bit. Twisted advance onto the minion, but they're going to get collapsed over the wall here by Predelta. I'm just waiting for it, right? There we go.
I feel like this is partially realistic, you know, watching nature kill each other. That's how trees die.
It's true.
Those creepers kind of grow on those trees, choke them out. It takes a little bit of time, you know, because those trees are big and strong, but they'll eventually kind of choke them out and do the damage. Gigo getting caught, but is he caught or did he catch them?
Oh, did he? That's an objective bounty on this tower as well, so it could be huge for the side of Liberty if they can make this one. Reaper's Divine, but he's gonna be sniped down by Smiley. They take the kill onto Giga, but at what cost? Look at that, even Predelta shuts them down. The True Shot Barrage, as you said, was a little bit on delay, but still quite enough. 3-0. Oh, actually, 3-for-1 in this bot lane for VKS.
It's the VKS version of the 21 gun salute. We'll fire an ultimate off on your corpse to recognize your valor in death? I don't know, man. Cavallo tried. Cavallo did whatever he could on that dive, you know? But like I said, like, Gigo at this point is just so scary, right? Even on that dive, even if Smiley didn't show up, Gigo answers at least 1-for-1, and I'm not sure Makes would have gone out the other side. He had flash, so maybe he could have flashed out, but he also had to secure that last hit onto Gigo. It's really, really tough. And so, again, I'm respecting what Liberty's doing. They are not giving up. They're trying to make action happen. They're still trying to force picks left and right, but it's starting to snowball completely out of control, and VKS is just fueling this so incredibly well. Every time Liberty make a move, it fails, and Kate Stars get something off the back of it. You went for the bot side gank? Well, we'll get Herald. You went for the bot side gank this time? Well, we'll get Baron.
Yeah, but they are in a tricky position, caught between the rock and a hard place. That's a two-shot rush landing on 3, and look at that! Amazing setup comes out by Desamis' ult, and there's the only person actually left standing is Leveson, just waiting to stall enough for this.
What?
They steal it! Leandrin actually steals it and glides over the wall. With the help of Pilot, they're gonna take Smiley down on that note and make that Liberty's comeback!
In what flippin' world? Does Leandrin get that? Yes, there was no smite available. Both junglers were dead. But that is absolutely insane. Kate Stars didn't time their bursts right. And Liberty... They get objective bounties too. So if there's one on Baron, there's one on that turret. What?
Bruh. I saw that Q coming through and I'm like, nah, that's gonna be okay. And then I saw the pop-up and... What? Excuse me? Damn. Okay, Fog of War for the side of VKS. Gigo is very much interested in clearing out and getting as much of that vision in enemy territory. Bot side, Leleco coming in straight to defend this bot tier 1. As you mentioned, objective bounties are the way for Liberty to come back around. Mid lane, Fog of War in favor of VKS now. Leandrin is not going to get snapped by that True Shot Barrage over the wall. In a good position to still escape. Very nicely done by Leandrin.
So the scary part is that those steals actually close the gold gap significantly. Like, if Kate Stars had gotten that, I think we'd be staring at 9,000 gold lead at this point. Instead, we're looking at a 3k gold lead. They got another objective bounty. They're not as far behind as you might think, and they are a skill in composition. Kate Stars needs to find the pick now.
Yeah, they do. Nature's Graph straight on 5 members of VKS, trying to do as much as possible
Gigo.
with the Empress Tower also in place to help them out. Gigo is neutralized, but you also don't have Levizin on the side of Liberty. With the Drake up, it could be a moment for the Summers to confirm the soul here for the side of VKS, but Liberty is not very much interested in allowing that to happen. Still trying to get some pressure here on the Tri-Bush. Not super effective, as unfortunately with that much behind, you are going to see Nautilus not being the best tanky front line, but still, Cavallo goes in and trying to disengage VKS, jumps forward, and Ragnarok to get away. Liberty is not going to contest this one, and they give away the soul.
Yeah, Leandrin doesn't have the Zarya ultimate ready. Sidefield's not ready to go. Oh, the turret collapses.
Oh my god, almost getting sniped there by Smiley. But Smiley collects it at the end. That's gonna be the Emperor's Divide we all know and love by Pilot. They take one? No, they don't. They get taken themselves. It's a quadra kill. Was it a penta? No, we are already... Oh my god, Levizin was already down, so it's a quadra kill for Smiley.
You can still get the penta here. Smiley, he's going for Levizin. Levizin, come on, Levizin.
Oh, flash forward. Game blast code. Oh, they don't get
Wait,
snatched over the roll with the arcane shift.
Come on.
Enough damage. The Sure Shot Barrage does not connect. This goes with a thumbs down emote. That is absolutely nuts.
Oh, the time is probably too long. Even if Smiley can get it now, it's probably too late. Levizin, come on, man.
I mean, even the
he's still spamming it the entire time.
Well, it's, to be fair, spamming an emote is what they can do right now because they closed the gap so incredibly much with that steal on the Baron by Leandrin, and they are back 6,000 behind.
What a roller coaster. I would love to see the gold graph right now with the way it kind of went back and forth. Now, this is really unfortunate for Liberty because they actually traded 1-for-1. They burnt so much to make it happen. And then they were thinking, okay, maybe we can make a play for this dragon. They actually sent Pilot back and Pilot TP'd back in. And because they double baited themselves a little bit, the turret goes down and you can see exactly, the more the turret goes down, without your ults available, you're just a sitting duck. Kate Stars recognized that, they went in. And Smiley just able to kind of clean up the work that, Leleco, Pro Delta set up beautifully for him. And now, Smiley, 10, 1, and 4. Bloodthirster completed. Muramana completed at roughly the same time. His power spike is insane right now. I don't think anybody on Liberty can 1v1 him. Normally, you're worried about Olaf finding your carries. Yeah. Smiley will welcome Makes at him. He'd probably kill Makes before Makes can actually reach him, even with Ghost running.
Agreed. With Ghost, with Ragnarok, anything. I mean, you don't have any CC on the kit of Ezreal anyway. You just have the raw power. And as you said, that Bloodthirster was actually already guaranteed by Smiley on that fight in the bot lane. Because I was wondering, where did that shield come from? It was the Bloodthirster immediately there. So it's the first component there on the Lord Dominic's regards that is coming through after the fight as a reward there for Smiley on VK. Yes, Jesus, this is a roller coaster of a game, but Liberty is just playing much better. Just although they are collapsing in a couple of situations, they have a little fierce in their eyes.
Not gonna lie, for a second, so they're like, you're playing much better. I was like, 8K gold lead? You know what? Better than they have been in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, which is something.
Fair. They're playing with reckless abandon, and reckless being the keyword here a little bit. It's working sometimes, and when it works, it looks good. Like the Baron Steel, absolutely broken. But Kate Stars, they're just not giving you a chance. They've found their way back in. They've got soul, and they're gonna get Leandrin.
Oh, that blast code of the wall straight into the crocodile's embrace. Oh, that must be scary. Damn. Well,
props to Leandrin. Didn't use flash.
It's true. Just hop over the wall. Pretty good. And Leandrin has been the most consistent point in this game in regards to, like, small outplays. But at the same time, Pilot is sitting on 4 and 2. The Nashor Suf, the Leandris, and the Rabadons as well could mean, I don't know, maybe another steal on the Baron. Who knows?
I mean, Pilot's doing damage, but not enough to actually kill anybody. And unfortunately, right now, you need to confirm the kills. Not just for the gold, but also just to stop Kate Stars from absolutely controlling the map. Pilot gone back to base. Already pushed out the bot wave, has TP available, but Kate Stars can melt this Baron right now.
They can. Double marksman. And the encounter of all times that we mentioned. It's the ADC versus the Olaf. But it's all good. They actually have to flash away on this one. For Delta taking a good position here to get mixed out.
Smiley.
Over the wall goes Smiley on the arcane shift. And they are in a great position to keep on fighting. Blastcone just, I don't know, out of style perhaps. Now going out back into the river. No vision here on this bush actually. Now they have it. Cavallo goes in, but they're getting chunked. The depth charge slows down Smiley. But we know that the Astro can gap closure really, really fast. Aleko goes in. Not enough damage. There's the bullet. At the end, they managed to take this one. The snipe as well. Coming out by Smiley on that true shot barrage. This has scared them out even more. And VKS takes this one 3-0.
And so if you need a big bait to catch big fish, Kate Stars was using Baron as bait, and they will find Pilot once again as well. The fact that they're doing Baron right now, even as we speak, with just the Samus and Smalley, right? Everybody else is just focused on getting kills. I love this from Kate Stars, and they can do it because they're so incredibly far ahead. That's why they're allowed to do Baron while looking for fights, while fishing, get that over 10k gold lead right now, and here, you just reset and close the game out.
Yeah, and speaking of reset, that's exactly what we saw Leveson trying to do. Using all the summoner spells available in the land. Twisted advance as well onto the Krogs, but not enough when you have Laleko going over the wall just to stick that last little bomb to seal the deal. Top side. 3-man rotation here, and actually 3-2 formation for VKS as they're trying to get even more control with this Baron buff. Cavallo in a very bad spot. They have to disengage. Smiley's taking some damage, even a tower shot at this one. But mid lane, Gigo and Laleko is ruining Liberty's base. Inhibitor down, and this one in the top lane shall be next.
Yeah, and Smalley doesn't care. Smalley's got Ocean Soul plus Bloodthirster, right? He will just heal back up poking you anyways. So that's why he's going to just stand up, tank the turret if you have to. Same thing with Pro Delta. Hook lands, Cavallo.
Okay, we are outnumbered on the side of VKS.
Oh, Smiley might die.
In a very dangerous position. Still trying to kite away, but they get hooked in by the dredge line. It's not going to be enough. Pilot goes in, but they don't have enough damage. As you mentioned, RMC, Gigo straight onto the tree, and they're going to chop it down, slice and dice to make it an ace and finish out the game.
Okay, yep, right there. Bloodthirster? For Smalley, you can see the work it's doing, the Ocean Soul as well. He went down. He went so low, and so he didn't even bat. And I look at the smile on his and Pro Delta's face. They know that bot lane ran the show this game. Once again, this bot lane from VKS, man, they are terrifying. And this, I feel like, is why Kate Stars, at this juncture, at the end of this split right now, Kate Stars is the most consistent team. And it's their bot lane that makes them that most consistent team.
Looking so good. You're talking about Smiles, and Smiley is definitely the best name for the player right now because they are just that much closer to sticking the nail on that top one. Oh, goodness. We got all of the couples cams today. I love it. It must be somebody's parents, some of the VKS players. Good job, Liberty, on this day. Looking a little bit better and just a little more fierce. But VKS, as you say, the most consistent team in the league. They make it happen again.
Okay, so and this, kind of mixed feelings about it at this point. I do believe with the Kate Stars win, if we get the Pain tie, it does unfortunately mean that we don't get the absolute chaos on the bottom side in the middle of the pack. So I've got very mixed feelings about whether I want Pain to win and kind of go for the tie break with Kate Stars, or whether I want them to lose and see INTC and Furia get their tie break match. So that's why today is so interesting, right? Today, when we should say this in advance as well, all 5 of the matches on paper are higher seeded teams versus lower seeded teams. It's not head-to-head tiebreakers, but it sets up for absolute chaos tomorrow, and the matches aren't completely guaranteed either. If Liberty can pull this sort of performance off, they didn't win, but like I said, they look better. For some of these teams, Fury versus Loud, Loud's higher on paper, but if Fury can punch up just a little bit more, they can pull an upset. INTC versus Pain, similar situation. Pain coming off 0-2 week. Fluxu versus Red, again, there's a lot of these potential situations that can come through, and this first match might have had the least stakes, but it's starting us off well. It's setting us up for potentially a good day coming through.
Yeah, warming up us for sure, and everybody in the CBLOL arena and watching us on CBLOL English at home. We are going to go into a quick break while we get that next matchup ready that RMC just spoiled. It's the Loud versus Furia matchup. High stakes. Loud standing on 10 and 6 versus Furia standing on 8 and 8. We're going to see you soon for more CBLOL action.
into what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last time.
Welcome back to CBLOL English, as we're going to be covering now the second match of this Saturday, the last week of regular season of CBLOL ever. I'm still Soshan, with me is still RMC, and this next match is Loud versus Furia. Plenty of feisty scenarios that could come through, right, RMC?
So this is where the chaos really starts to kick in, because 2 weeks ago we were misinformed and all of us thought Loud was locked. Turns out there is a 3% chance that they don't make it into playoffs. And what a world that would be. So our 4-time defending champion doesn't even make playoffs? No shot, right? Right?
No shot.
But last week
Right?
had a really weird week for Loud. On one hand, they had an amazing game, where Robo dominates his lane. Tino gets only the second pentakill of the split here in CBLOL. And they followed it up by the shortest game this split against K-Stars. And sure, K-Stars is number one. K-Stars is amazing. But the shortest game of the split? That's a shocker. And I don't know which Loud shows up today, so.
It's definitely a worrying position for Loud to be in, as you said. All the conjuncture of where they are sitting with the, the planets and the stars aligning, 3% chance of them not actually making playoffs would be so nuts. And just so you understand, the 3% chance means that a couple of things need to fall into place, like a couple of teams getting wins, a couple of them not getting wins, and Loud also losing. Especially this one first against Furia. As I mentioned before the break, we have Loud. Let's bring in their roster, shall we? We have Loud sitting on 10-6 at the moment. Their roster still looks like Robo, Croc, Tino's Root, and Redbird. And you said, RMC, that their game against VKS was kind of a scuffle.
It was brutal. It was an execution. Croc, Robo, Root, even, they all struggled in all their lanes, and that is so uncharacteristic from this Loud team, especially this close to playoffs. Normally, this is where they start peaking. They don't lose games in the last 2 weeks, but here we are, and so for this Loud team, fate is in their hands. If they win a game, if they win this game, they are locked. They just need one more win to make it happen, and then they don't have to rely on all the other wonkiness and the craziness. But on the other side, it's not quite true for Furious. We want to pull up that roster. They're currently tied 6th with Fluxu and INTZ 8-8. And that's the danger zone, because they need to win all their games, basically, to try and stay secure. If they were to lose their games, it gets really, really dicey. Thank you there for standing. So you can see like that cluster for 6 is tight. And if we want maximal chaos, Furia needs to win both their games. So today, this game, for the sake of the viewers of CBLOL, Furia, please win this.
You just want the funniest, spiciest storyline for CBLOL as possible. It would be very characteristic, wouldn't it? I guess I don't blame you for that one. But the 4-team tie on a 10-game tiebreaker is a scenario that I've never would have envisioned getting into 2024, especially not with the possibility of Loud not making it into playoffs. So for this matchup, as you said, so much at stake. We want to see, of course, both teams coming out in their best. Furia has been in a very good growing curve. Loud struggled last week. We don't want to see Loud as well don't just come in and pull up a fight. We want them to also be back and recover from the difficult game that they had against VKS, for example.
Yeah, fair enough.
They are top 1 for a reason.
Well, are they? So right now, they're not talking about the regular season.
VKS.
Oh, K-Stars. True. Okay, yes, they are. And if we talk about that match for Loud, it's worth talking about Furia as well, because last week showcased one of the most stunning games from Furia. We talk about the fact that Loud K-Stars made the fastest game. The second fastest was the game right after, Furia versus Liberty. They went 23:55. If not for K-Stars playing first, Furia would have broken the shortest game record first, and then had it broken again. Now, what's terrifying so was the scoreline between Furia and Liberty. Not only was it fast, it was 19-1. Liberty got 1 kill in that 24-minute game. Furia crushed it. Wiz going 8-0-8. And we have to talk about this bot lane because it's what's been popping off. Furia's bot lane. IU coming back to form has been kind of spearheading the 2-0 week they had last split. 7-0-7 on that Zeri. And going to today, Root is normally the most stable bot lane along with Redbird for Loud. But if he can mess up like he did last week, and if IU's peaking at the right time, if Root falls apart, I don't know if Loud have the foundations, have the safety to get Tino to that scaling status where he can carry the game at that 15, at the 20-minute mark.
One thing that I appreciate as well, you had that highlight for IU on this area. I want to talk about like them together, IU and Jojo on this bot lane. I appreciate the fact that they ran away from your usual Leona. Of course, Leona was picked, but Leona, Nautilus, Alistar, the straight out tanks, and they went for the Rakan. Yes. Heavy engage, but also a lot of peel and sustainability, which I feel like the league is missing overall.
Yeah, and for Jojo too, his Rakan has always been such a power pick for him. And having that in your back pocket when everybody else is just kind of playing 4 champions, Nautilus, Leona, Rel, and Alistar, just Rel gives you that like, additional advantage that you can kind of pick here. And so you can't just pinch out the bot side pool. Redbird always has to be careful. And if anything, I kind of want to see Redbird play a bit more defensive. Keep the Alistar and Rel maybe as higher prios if you can't get that Leona. Nautilus to me doesn't feel quite as impactful right now. Oh, Corky ban. Thank you, Furia.
Oh, nice. Good stuff. Yeah, if you won here last weekend, Tino's got that pentakill on the Corky, the second one of the split, as you mentioned, RMC. So I appreciate that coming out for Furia as well. And I totally concur on the kind of drafting side of supports you mentioned. Loud actually gets a priority here for Croc. To be fair,
okay.
I think of incredibly, if there was a little bit of a problem for Loud last weekend, if they want to go for something steady, reliable in the jungle, that would be, to me, Sejuani and Maokai. Maokai out, Sejuani
100%. Yeah, fully agree. I mean, Croc has been trying the Nidalee, and it's been hit or miss, right? He's had some good games, he's had some bad games, but in general, I just don't think it fits Loud's style. And I don't think they're playing off the pressure that, even if Croc is playing well, gets with the Nidalee, Loud as a whole aren't popping off on it. The Sejuani is much more bread and butter, and generally when Loud are feeling like their backs are up against the wall, they're playing for safety, they go or these sort of tank engagers. The Azir lock-in being picked for Tinones this early as well tells me Loud is done playing around. They are playing safe, they are playing scaling, and they are playing very, very stable team fights.
At the same time, Furia goes for the first pick here of the Ashe and Braum bot lane, like the most control-heavy bot lane in the universe of Runeterra. And a potential Lucian here that could come for Tuts in the mid lane. But my point is, the fact that Loud did play against VKS, the Ashe bot lane, also makes it feel like Furia was trying to take that out of the table because it hasn't been picked yet as a ADC for Loud. I think they have quite a lot of protection. Thalia for Tuts also incredibly reliable, one of the best champions in this player's hands. So we're going to see what comes out of this because, as you say, Loud on the draft at least didn't come into play. I mean, they did, but to play well, I guess.
Yeah, they're looking to try and close it down. Now, I'm actually wondering if that is a Thalia for Tuts. Wiz has also played the Thalia, and Tuts has been leaning more towards AD champions in the mid lane. That's why we're seeing the Jace ban. He was the guy who pulled out the Jhin mid as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are still keeping that flex open, depending on what we see the rest of the comp be for this Loud roster. And for Loud, they're still looking for a support in the top lane. And because they've got an Ezreal, Redbird has played enough metas that he did live through the Enchanter meta in the past. He's one of the Brazilian supports who can actually do that. I'm curious if we see like a Lulu pickup right now. I don't feel like you need more tank with that Sejuani, and Robo is likely to pick something tanky as well. Yeah, oh, the Trundle ban? Yeah, he's definitely going something tanky.
Yeah, for sure. You have potential of an on, like on the actual tank top laners, like the on. If we want to see Robo as well on the Bruiser, Renekton, Jax, that also always goes really well on the hands of Robo, could be an option. But Udia, straight out lock in for the Lee Sin, so the Thalia is actually going to be indeed on the hands of Tuts this time around.
Okay, that does surprise me quite a bit. I was not expecting the Lee Sin from Wiz. He did have a good Lee Sin game, don't get me wrong whatsoever. Just I thought the Thalia jungle with double marksman could do a lot more here, and that to me kind of suggests that for Furia, the Thalia matchup is perfectly fine into Azir. It's quite comfortable, but they want to get things rolling. They want earlier, stronger ganks to come through from Wiz.
And that possibility of, you know, the usual picks for Robo on the Jax and the Vernekton. Vernekton is the one being selected at this point. Got a little bit of that frontline potential. And you actually lock it down with a Leona as well. And we all know, I think Leona kind of feels like in the same situation as the Nautilus. If you are a little bit behind, you're just not tanky enough. You go in and you actually don't go out. Ooh, ZZK has, to me in particular, has been like the little bit of spice on Furia's team when he goes, oh god, when this time around going Cannon. This is really nice.
Yeah, and it's actually, not gonna lie, kind of scared myself that we just see a Cassante being slammed here by ZZK. He's done it into the Renekton a couple of times. I am not a fan of that.
No.
ZZK's a carry. Give him carries. Kennen was great. Rumble would have been another great option if he wanted it. Now, this will probably be the Andres Kennen. We've seen that build a lot in Academy. We've seen it a couple times in CBLOL as well. I'm not normally a fan of that, but we did say Loud was going tanky. That's why they banned the Trundle. And I think the Andres Kennen is going to have so much utility here. You don't really need the damage necessarily. You've got the Lee Sin to go diving in. You've got Talia and Ashe set up as well. I'm very happy with the Furia composition, but Loud's composition is just stock standard. Super solid front to back. They've got the meat shield. And more importantly, Soph, this is not just a bread and butter composition in general. It is Loud specifically bread and butter. This is how they've won the league time and time and time again. We just pick a team fight composition, go to team fight, and just don't throw the early game and we win.
Oh yeah, I would even go as far as to say this is not just bread and butter. This is peanut butter and jelly sandwich for Loud. It's just... exactly, as you said, like stock ready. You find it on the shelves at the supermarket. Loud composition, like Valorant has, like Loud actually invented many of the Valorant compositions, like as meta. So something that goes in the organization. I am very happy to see that both teams seem to be bringing, you know, steady, very interesting compositions. Sometimes in a more standard way, or in this case for Furia, in a little bit of a twist that we can straight out of the gates understand this does make sense.
Yeah, and both teams have a lot of engage as well. Now, I will say, Loud's composition, there's a reason why it's so standard, because it's really safe. It's got a very high fault tolerance. If you mess up your engage, you've got multiple sources of it, you've got great disengage. Furia's comp, on the other hand, is a little bit more conditional. They've got a lot of burst. When you've picked that Kennen, when you pick that Lee Sin, it's not about sustained damage in those fights. Yes, you've got an Ashe for that too. But if you don't immediately chunk somebody at the start of the fight, if you don't kill somebody at the start of the fight, then I worry for Furia that as the fight goes on, the sustained damage from Loud will outdo them. So my eyes personally are a bit more on Furia to find the right angles and find the right fights, whereas Loud will just be Loud.
And as we get into Summoner's Rift, Loud now in 3rd place in the standings with Furia, 3-way tie in 6th place in the red side, coming into the battlegrounds to actually show us, do Loud have a possibility of not being in playoffs, RMC?
Sure, yeah, that's why these games matter so. Like, this is the start of it. If Loud wins here, that storyline just acts right from the get-go. And then the 3-way tie for 6th also gets a bit more complicated, because then Furious fate is out of their own control at that point. But if they were to lose, that would be the spiciest timeline. And for that to happen, so the first thing I think we have to look at is laning. I've said this about Furia quite a few times. I think they're the best macro team in the league right now, better than the K-Stars. So to beat them, you outhands them. If you can beat Furia in terms of the hands check, you will probably win. If you can't, then they will probably win, because they know how to snowball a lead. And for Loud, on paper, you look at these players, you look at the name value they have, they should win pretty much every lane. But regular season Loud doesn't. So I don't know how this is necessarily going to play out. Me
neither. There's a Frostbite almost getting chunked. There we go. Plenty of damage already on level 1 here on the bot side. As you said, hands against macro is the name of the game for Loud versus Furia in this one. And already we actually see quite a bit of prowess in laning spacing coming out from IU.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? When IU is hot, when he's on fire, he makes EU West solo queue #1, right? Like, he just owns that. And that level of mechanics when he's feeling himself is absolutely terrifying. With the Ashe too, it's particularly dangerous, because she's not the most mechanical of AD carries. She's not the Ezreal who's going to be dodging around, who has like a ton of mobility. She's not the Tristana who can hop around, who can bust a shot people away. But if she gets a lead, she can run you down with her passive. She either just right clicks you to death, and with a Braum it's even worse. It's just perma slows all around.
Okay, going in with the Zenith Blade, Redbird takes some of that initiative to even go as far as igniting Jojo. So burns them down, forcing out plenty of those potions that, to be fair, have already been drunk by Redbird himself, while Jojo is still sitting on 1 pot and 1 biscuit.
And they are not equal. Jojo brought snacks. He's got cookies, so he'll be fine.
Exactly.
To be able to heal up. They're winning this sustain war, and you're seeing the poke from Ashe as well come through with the repeated volleys. And for Redbird, this is a hard counter matchup for Leona, because you want to, like, as a Leona, you want to go in. Up against a Braum, you do not want to go in. So Redbird kind of can't do anything. It's just sitting there waiting for jungle pressure. And unfortunately, Croc started bot side, clear top. So we're not going to get any sort of jungle pressure coming through anytime soon. If anything, they have to be worried about Wiz showing up in this bot side. They didn't track where this Lee Sin was at all from the get-go.
Super true. And so far they are on opposite sides of the map. Rock confirms their top side Scuttle Crab, while Wiz is doing the same on bottom river. And as you say, it's interesting, to be fair, that Loud chose the Leona, although the Braum had already been selected. Is it just because it's straightforward, their type of composition? Oh, just hold that. Wiz straight going out to the bot side with the Force Bite, getting them, but it could be a 1-for-1 immediately. And it is. First Blood, though, gets confirmed by Loud on Redbird, wasn't it? I think it was. Wait, was it?
No, First Blood went over to Wiz. So for Furia,
Wait, okay.
That's perfect. That's fine. I know they lost a body, so it's not technically picture perfect, but it's pretty darn close. Now, ZZK does have to be careful, though. He knows that he's likely the gank target here.
Yeah, and Croc is just right there. ZZK trying to run as fast as possible.
Oh, those flashes!
Oh, that is amazing! One, the frost attack, immediately locking them in place, and it doesn't even matter. Flash for flash, and they still take a kill.
Okay, great look. And one of our big questions coming in today was a little bit of, okay, Croc struggled last week on Sunday. He looked kind of like a broken man. Coming back in, I am so glad to see it looks like Croc has refreshed his mental. That flash to match CZK was amazing. The patience on that. But we are going to get a replay of the bot lane. And they knew that somebody was going to die on this. They are too healthy and there's not enough burst. But you can see, Wiz gets first blood just barely. What's critical too is not only do they get first blood, they kill the AD carry, and the kill for Loud goes over to Redbird, not onto Root, which is perfect. And then the redive coming through onto Redbird, that was just icing on the cake. Now Wiz is very accelerated. None of that went on over to IU. I need to see Wiz spread that gold. And we think back to his performances recently. He's been really good at ganking, and he's now set the bot lane up for success. If anything, Loud should be aware, Robo especially should be aware. I need to start warding because I'm probably next on that chopping block.
Oh, yeah. And it could be super, super dangerous considering, as you say, not just the fact that you, on the side of Furia, they want to see that gold conversion actually being on the hands of IU on forward, but it's also a Lee Sin on 2 and 0. This is a jungler that the power spikes are early to mid game anyway, and then it decays. So if Furia can take advantage of this straight away, that would be huge for them. Now, Loud, so already starting on those Void Grubs top side, and this interesting matchup that we mentioned in the draft happening here on the top side is fine for Robo, funnily enough.
Well, that's what the early gank from Croc was supposed to do, right? Help make sure that Robo is going to be okay in that matchup. He doesn't get completely abused. Kind of goes even, and that's fine. If anything, I'm just a little bit more surprised that we see the Void Grubs kind of going over to Croc completely uncontested. I thought Wiz would be looking for that top side. Instead, he's just kind of power farming, taking away jungles in the bot side, and actually looking for a potential regank.
Indeed, Wiz coming out very, very far away into them, so no vision whatsoever the Loud would have here in this bot lane. Ooh, the Q actually doesn't land. There's Torts coming in with a Weaver's Wall, and it's a 4-man gank TP to counter it back, but they still have enough damage to punish. Not enough to confirm the kills, though. As you say, Tinos is here. The Emperor's Divide is going to pull them in. They flash forward, but Toots is going to go down. It could just be a 1-for-0 here on a very, very dangerous call from Furia.
Yeah, if anything, Croc probably has to come down here to cover as well. I mean, the threat of IU, Jojo, and Wiz is still really strong. You can see Jojo trying his best to hold as many people here as possible, because keep in mind, Loud committed everybody down there. Robo had to TP, so this is a free lane for ZZK. The longer you can hold them there, the more worthwhile you make this play, considering the dive got screwed.
Absolutely. And because you have already died if you are ZZK on the top side, as much as you can bring back of conversion, of currency in the game, just going to help quite a bit. We know that it can be a menace Robo has very high highs and sometimes very low lows, but in this game, it feels like Loud has a cohesive mental going in, and I love the TPs immediately with the rotation as well. I also really like the Weaver's Wall coming out by Furia. They wanted to at least take advantage as much as possible of the outnumbering they had, but great response by Loud.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see from a Talia, right? Level 6, level 7. It's like Twisted Fate, all these globals. You want to see them being used early. You want to see them being used often. And for Furia, even with the numbers advantage they didn't quite manage to get the kill. It does set Tuts a little bit behind in lane, or I guess lets Tinons catch up a little bit. The kill is impactful. Robo just dashing away. A slice, a dice,
Oh,
he's
good.
home free. And Wiz, okay, he's trying to spread that gold, like we said, focusing into the top lane was probably the next target. The timing feels odd to me, though. You should have focused it when Void Grubs were up. Void Grubs is down, Dragon is up now, which needs to be making sure he covers his bot side and Croc doesn't get a free drag as well.
It's an interesting point, as you pointed out earlier as well, RMC, the fact that we actually saw the priority going to the Void Grubs first, and then now with the Drake spawned for 4 minutes already, we are still seeing both junglers prioritizing going to the top side. Croc was looking to maybe do something. Robo said, no, that's fine. Try to focus on the bot side, get that Drake, because you still have some time, 1 and 15, for the next set of Void Grubs to spawn anyway.
Okay, and for right this second, Furia, they have a strong bot side. Ripper, not yet level 6. Jojo just takes 6. If they force a fight around Dragon, Furia win this through straight CC. Loud is looking for it, and Ripper desperately needs to pick up some experience. I'm surprised they're not pushing harder. They see Jojo in River, and instead of hitting 6, Ripper's roaming up to reinforce Croc and Tinouts.
There you go. Could be just what they need. But we also know that Solar Flare is such an important piece of the puzzle for Leona. So Redbird is going to be missing that one. It just feels like they are, they were trying to keep up, but at the end of the day, they ended up wasting some time. Although the wave is pretty much frozen in the middle. Could be fine so far, but because Furia had already gotten that presence in the river, they guaranteed to start out the Drake themselves.
Yeah, with that pace from Croc and Ripper, there's no contest. So if you're able to get that at the end of the day, that's why I was kind of really surprised about what's happening. And in the bot lane, we should mention as well, in the isolated 1v1 soap, IU has been crushing it. There is a significant CS differential right down there. 25 CS lead for IU. This is why we talked about IU. He's scary, and Ashe is not one of those flashy AD carries, so it really is a numbers game. It is a stat check coming through. Wiz, feeling spicy.
It's the Lee syndrome. We all know and love and hate sometimes. Most of the times we hate. But that Crystal Arrow is going to go wide, so no map-wide engage coming out from IU this time around, while they're still Furia pressuring this mid lane with Jojo helping out and just being at the corner. Oh, Glacial Prism goes in, and Jojo, well, just like a hero, stand up that wall, and you're totally fine.
And I'm actually really curious what Fury was thinking. They rotated IU up, and I thought that they would just try and make the Void Grub play for the second set of Void Grubs. Again, Ripper still isn't level 6. I know I keep harping on it, but it's been about a minute.
It's insane.
Yeah, and so if IU's here with the numbers advantage, it's an instant win. Instead, IU actually shows bot now, and so Louder like, okay, sure, we blew Glacial Prison. Sure, we don't have Soul Flare, but you don't have IU, so we kind of don't care.
Yeah, they really don't. And as you said, going out to the bot lane to try and do something, you don't have enough time to come back
Wiz!
here. That's the ignite.
Wait,
oh
Tinous!
my god, Tinous is actually alive. They don't dodge the volley. Oh my god, it was so close. They flash away, but they are going to...
What?
What? How did
Where's
they
the body
live?
block?
This is insane. Like, 2 straight skill shots that don't get really body blocked. Oh my god. But we also gotta mention RMC. Loud said, okay, we take that 1 Void Grub we needed to get the 4 Void Grub power spike, and we're done. They should have left earlier, but Furia also take very good advantage of it.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, these teams are feeling the pressure. So the sort of hesitation IU had, do I go mid, do I go bot? I feel like that was a bit of a mistake, but Lao too. They just overstayed their welcome. Again, they blew both their big team fight ultimates. They had to be more respectful of how they wanted to play this out. And right here, the aggressive positioning they have just felt illegal, pretty much. Huge props from Jojo to find the engage, recognize that, hey, Ripper, you don't get to step up here. You're really squishy.
Yeah.
We found that, and that ended up baiting Tinnos into such a rough position. Wiz is just on fire right now. I honestly thought Tino's got away here, but it just took so long, right? All of that happening meant that IU could walk up from the bot lane, able to answer that, and this was hilarious. Ripper turned around. Ripper needed to keep walking forward. The AoE from that shard
You're right.
just
yeah.
barely tagged him.
Ugh, nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty. And it was a very fancy feat dodge as well coming out by Tino's, and at the end, Croc, because they were slowed down, and they couldn't do the Arctic Assault as well because they were standing on the Talia rocks, they couldn't really block the volley coming out for Tino's. Interesting. Quite a lot of, micro situations to talk about on that fight. Love to see it. But overall, we are on 13 minutes and a half. Latings are going to be falling soon, RMC. The game is very much equal in kills. And in regards to... Oh, okay. Wiz is trying to make as much as possible as a Lee Sin does in early game as that power spike. Now 3 men here going to the top lane. And ZZK is like, I can clear this wave in one ability? What are you doing?
Yeah, there's also the Sizing Maelstrom threat and the teleport from Tuts. Mid lane rotating out. Oh, and Wiz forces the flash from Root. This Lee Sin. Wiz's Lee Sin is unreal right now. So we have some good Lee Sin players in Brazil, but Wiz is showing us why he was known for it in the past.
Yeah, quite a lot of presence and definitely expertise on those hands. Now, for they're trying to punish as much as possible. They guaranteed plenty of blatings here in the mid lane. And they're looking to confirm the tier 1 as quickly as possible. But we know, Robo, when you forget about him, he's going to be split pushing, and he's going to be doing quite a lot of damage on those side lanes. But with Herald also enabled, we might see something coming out to the top side. Both TPs available.
Oh
Robo taking quite a lot of damage from Toots here, but just stalling. As I mentioned, all the TPs are available for a top lane fight. No, never mind. Robo might just get completely eviscerated in a 1v1. Has to pop out that Dominoes, but they escape.
I wonder when we're going to start seeing like Talia top lane. Oh, Tuts!
Wait, did they? Jesus, what was that, Toots? Oh my god, they're gonna die! They die here? They do! What in the world? It's the high highs that Robo can bring to the table.
And the rut rows that Tuts can sometimes find himself into as well. Okay, I guess we're not seeing Talia top ever. Okay, Tuts, thanks for letting us know about that. That was so rough. Tuts played that so well, and then he gets the wrong bush. He thought Robo was in the further bush and just ate the full croc. Now, that's massive for Robo. He was kind of struggling into those matchups, but it also does tell us that Robo will struggle to split push right now. Loud did get 4 Void Grubs, so they get Void Mites. But I don't know if they can actually spawn those Void Mites right now. The pushing has been answered so well by Furia in general.
It really has quite a lot of wave clear coming out from the Talia, from the cannon, from the Ashe as well.
Okay.
Now on the top side, big
Arrow.
fight starting now. Glacial Prism is going to counter it back with the Weaver's Wall separating the team.
Oh,
Very nicely
ZZK!
done by Toots. Look at them! This flank by Toots is huge. And on the other side of your screen, you have Wiz going over the wall to take one other with Root being next. And on the top side, Croc is also not going to survive. Just bring us back. Bring us back. Yes. We couldn't really catch it, but it was an ace for the side of Furia.
I'm sure they will replay it but for right now, the consequences, the immediate consequences are brutal. It's an ace. So Furia just suddenly blew the game open with just straight gold. Herald gets to charge down mid lane and potentially 2 charges. I don't know if Redbird will be able to defend this, if IU wants to walk it in. And Dragon to boot for Furia. They're just getting absolutely everything on the map right now. And yeah, Redbird not able to stop the charge. That will be a second charge coming through from Shelly right now. Furia is in a great position. So is it going to happen? The second Danka's timeline? 6-way tie?
I mean, possible. Possible. Let's have a look at this replay again.
Yeah, so really great again from Jojo, just recognizing when you can engage on this Braum. Great choke point. And the TP from ZZK really sealed it. I will say as well, I think Robo dashing over the wall kind of screwed Root a little bit because it let Wiz catch up. And on that top side, unfortunately for Croc, you're a Sejuani. Your job is just to be at meat shield and stop as much damage as you can from coming through. He kind of does his job. He can't do anything else after. And I think, if anything, for Loud, the problem is once you're in that choke point like that, once you let ZZK get the flank, Croc literally can't do his job. It's not him anymore. It's the rest of you put yourself in a position where Croc's not in front. Croc ended up at the back.
I really like how Furia played that fight. I agree with you on every single point. RMC positioning on that flank from ZZK, the Weaver's Wall separating the team, coming out by Toots. So huge slice and dice forward, trying to get them in range, and that's going to be the ultimate from ZZK as well, locking them down in place for a little bit, but it's not going to be long enough before they get shut down themselves, and that kill gets confirmed by Robo.
And really good, efficient play from them. They burn only one ultimate, Dominus use. Croc holds the Glacial Prison, and that's probably the bigger ultimate for these team fights. Now, while that's good in a microcosm of sort of that side lane, getting a pick is always good. Robo, okay, he will get the push. I was wondering if he actually had the minions. Furious is answering back everywhere else, right? Mid lane, we just push with 3 members. We're stronger. We know that. And top side, Touch just gets that for absolutely free.
Yeah, they do get it for free, but every single time I see a Renekton going on a split push, the amount of damage it does surprises me every time. It shouldn't, but it does. It's disgusting, especially with the demolition as well. But, wow. It might be the microcosm and maybe the universe macrocosm of maybe Loud losing this game, because Furia has built a steady 4,000 gold lead in 18 minutes of game. The amount of gold already distributed between Ayu, Boots is at the top of the shots. And in that little fight in particular in the top lane, 3,000 damage that was pumped by ZZK. So I appreciate as well from Loud that they're trying to really nail down this little rat.
Yeah, and that's why I give ZZK carries. ZZK, though, might get caught again.
Wait, disgusting. How did they actually dodge everything?
Arrow?
Okay, that's going to be a crystal arrow just to get it back and stop
3 seconds, ZZK needs
a little
ult.
bit. Ooh, they are
it.
not going to be able to ult, as you say, RMC. But look at the backup. Really showing what you said in the beginning of the series. Furia have amazing macro.
Yeah, and full global coming through as well. TP coming in from Tuts. Did have to use the Weaver's Wall to get there in time. Still able to answer 2 for 1. Tinno still making good topside, and with the objective bounties as well. I do think the 1 plus tower for 2 is actually worthwhile for Loud. Now, if you make that 2 towers plus Robo for, 1 and 1, I don't know. The math might start favoring Furia then.
It already is RMC, because look at how fast they can do it. And to be fair, they only have 2.
Can they finish it?
Void grubs. No, I don't think they can. But probably one next lane.
Maybe?
They're going in for a dive straight away. Waiting for the frostbite. It doesn't really connect at the end, but it doesn't matter. Again, they try to push on one lane. They gather attention, resources, and manpower from Loud, while the other team is just split pushing. I love this by Furia.
Yeah, it's just so clean from Fury. And this is not something they're not punching incredibly high up against Loud. Like the macro, this is what we see from them every game, it feels like. Every time they win a fight, every time they make a play, they get something off the back of it, right? They find the counterplay into the bot side, they punish Robo, they punish Croc, they get turrets. We thought they weren't going to get a bot side. Surprise, they were taking 2 lanes at the same time. Bot side is free gold, effectively. Anytime somebody gets actual time to walk up to the turret and take it, it's gone. That's like 2 autos without minions, maybe 3 without minions, 1 with minions coming through. And Fury can do that while setting up for Baron with the better team fight, with the 4,500 gold lead, with ZZK being an absolute monster right now. Went for that Oblivion Orb, going for that magic penetration to not just cut through the squishies of Tinons and Root, not just to nuke them out, but also to melt through Robo, Croc, and Ripper.
You have one thing, though, that could turn the tides, which is, having the stasis possibility out there on the item purchase.
Sure.
As they have finished their Nashos too, also trying to establish their Zonius next. But maybe they can try to fight something here, because the team fight potential, the CC, is there on the composition. But there's a Crystal Arrow that gets actually dodged with the Solar Flare that... I don't know, they were just worried maybe somebody was going to come in. And to be fair, yeah, ZZK was looking for a flank. They didn't quite land it. Wiz also trying to get that Sonic Wave, doesn't connect. And Robo also interested in just stopping them on their tracks.
Yeah, and I guess with cropping on Sejuani, blowing the Solar Flare is not the end of the world. Wiz, though, has managed to find a interesting flank position. Oh, he's going deep right now.
Yes, he is. But to be fair, he's not going to find many of the squishies. Tenons and Roots, they are very much protected in this one.
Are we sure about that?
Oh my god, they did it! And Roots actually gets punched back, but they don't have enough damage. Wow, what ZZK says. Otherwise, going in,
okay,
stun them all. Now, they need to continue fighting this one. And look at the Talia rocks, stopping Tinons on their tracks as it just takes out the dash options out of Azir's kit. If you want to push forward, you got to go through all of us. And that is a 4v 4v4 at this point. While you don't have your support, Furia doesn't have that top laner. They're still trying to do something more in this fight, but oh my god, RMC, they need to stop.
That's a handshake. That's why Loud is scary. So if they are down gold and they played that so incredibly well around their ultimates, now, is it too late? No dominance for Robo here.
Oh, this might be in a bad position, but the Weaver's Well was actually really, really huge with a Crystal Arrow to punish them from afar. Croc almost dead, could be the second one in this fight, but next will be another player by Furia, so he gets traded back 2 for 2 at this point. Root gets completely shadowed and protected by Redbird, so they are still standing. Are you, though, say this is the time where we can finally get priority to take the third drink?
Just when things were getting so incredibly close. So IU barely just edges out a lead for them. That positioning was on point, really abusing that volley. And this from Furia, this is that clean macro. They recognize that, hey, Robo doesn't have dominance anymore. They're not that tanky. And Croc might be tanky, but he's so low on health. You contrast that to a Braum, who is innately just that tanky, unbreakable on a basic skill. It's worth it. He goes down, but he buys so much space. And props to Root and Redbird as well, this dual lane, for kind of how they played this. Redbird making sure he always was in position to block the volleys. If anything landed on Root, he's dead. And that, at that point, becomes a full team wipe, because Redbird can't get away. He has no way to escape the slows from Ashe. It has to be the threat of Root stopping IU from going in. Good fight, great fight, even from Loud and from Furia. But Furia win out, they get Dragon. They're on Soul Point with a comp that can actually use a Chemtech pretty decently. And they're still, with that lead, still in position to threaten on Baron.
4,000. That is the lead, RMC. 4,000 gold that has been kept steady as is for the last 5 minutes at least on the side of Furia. Go now to the top side. It's getting some damage onto Robo, but
like we've seen this before.
What happened the last time, so this time around they brought back up.
Okay.
Wiz is here to help it all up. Dominoes gets popped, but I don't think it's going to matter, and it is not. Although, you have 44 seconds for Robo to come back. Loud was maybe trying to get something done on Baron. Furia called that bluff and went straight into the top river and said, nah, not this time.
Yeah, especially since Tinones went into Zhonya's second. Great for team fighting, as you call it rightly so, especially against ECK. Not so great for Baron take, not like the Leandri second item that we often see come through for these Azirs. And now that Wiz can rejoin the team, they have a numbers advantage. They've actually got their jungler here. Lee Sin smites do a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage comes across and only helps Baron.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall, though, separates everybody, though. Croc is on the right side of the wall, but they still haven't had much of that space to go into the pit. Croc is not even close to getting close to that Baron, and it gets confirmed to Furia. One last auto to take Croc down is not actually going to confirm at the end, but they say this is fine, the Baron is ours, and we are going to live with it.
The call is just for the objectives. That's your clean macro. That's what wins Furia games.
So
they don't want to overextend. They don't want to let somebody else steal it, like a Zeri that shall not be named. So Furia, sure, Croc lives. It doesn't matter. We'll kill him later. 6k gold lead now for Furia. They are growing their lead. Dragon coming in 2.5 minutes. Almost perfect timing for Furia to get a push and fall back for Soul.
The amount of vision they also established on that team fight. Look at that. It's absolutely golden. And the fact that they read the rotation as well from Loud, like, yeah, you have 2 people going to the bot lane to just take Robo down. They know Loud would try to punish and trying to go for the Baron, but they know macro. They have that to a T, and Furia with the Baron buff now can split that push. Talia on the top side, Toots is going to get that 1-4 formation possible when you already don't have any exterior turrets in the mid lane anyway.
Yeah, and Robo just trying to answer back bot side, put a little bit pressure on Furia, decide, hey, how do we want to play this? Challenge their decision making a little bit. And Furia's decision is, we don't care. You take one turret, we'll take more. We will basically answer by doing better than you. And keep in mind, too, there is a threat of just an engage coming through from Furia if Loud ever overstep or if they can find enough chunk under a turret.
Very possible. But it still was enough to make Furia question what was going to be the next course of action. Hence why they ended up trading that 1-for-1 towers, and they knew as well. The problem was they know Robo still had that TP available. If they went for a team fight, it could be terrible. Although, they kind of have plenty of vision in this topside jungle anyway, so it could have been a case where if there was a TP incoming, they would have known.
I feel like that would have been the case. They had a lot of control wards down earlier from the Baron take. The vision we're seeing now from Loud on that top side, the wards that Robo could TP onto were not there on that push initially. So a little bit surprised by Furia, and honestly, that's a win for Robo and Loud in general to be able to force them to abandon the Baron push. Dran will be coming up, but by the time it spawns, the Baron buff will be gone as well. So Loud fielding that really, really well.
Definitely, because considering how far ahead Furia was. Oh, how did that go wide? The skill shots are just completely whiffing today. What is going on? Crocodile's going to pay for it with their lives, while Robo was just trying to stall Weaver's Wall to get them out. And between a rock and a hard place, actually, Toots finds themselves when Loud
Arrow coming up.
appears back. The crystal arrow connects with the Q.
Oh, and
they
ZZK.
manage to take this one with Wiz and ZZK on the front line. Only 2 members of Loud are standing, Robo and Tinnos. Tinnos might have some split push, not some split push, some wave clear, but can you do anything about this? The answer is no.
No, he can't even get up to the wave right now. No minions, and unfortunately for him, Robo just got back to base, was kind of low as well. Now the minion spawn TP from Tuts just to extend the life of that minion, but unfortunately Jojo actually pulled the aggro, so it didn't really save anything. It's fine, it doesn't matter. They've got the numbers advantage. Croc respawn, no ult though.
Did you say no Crystal Prism would be a problem? No Glacial Prism is a situation where when you don't have Redbird, Solar Flare is also out of the equation. Your potential engage is also limited. All of the space that was created by Furia RMC allows them to take this. So look at the Furia supporters in the arena. And this is what they wanted to see. The possible scenario where Loud actually doesn't make playoffs. But there's a TP coming out in the mid lane RMC. And Jojo taking here a front line. The volley stands. And the Solar Flash straight onto Ayu. Could be a terrible situation for Furia. But they go instead and they kite it forwards. Robo's trying to make some space in. Oh my god! That is huge of an Emperor's Divide straight onto Stasis just to buy some time. But Robo, even though they go into the backline, is not going to be quite enough. Root is just trying to at least confirm one of those kills onto Tuts, but it's not going to be there. Ace for Furia as they can just end this game.
They throw a Hail Mary Loud do, but Furia, they do not care. They're pushing in strong. They're going to end this. And as good an engage from Loud as that was, they didn't find Ayu. And right now, Ayu is the problem. 5-0 and 17. This Ashe, this madman is carrying Furia along with Tuts right now.
Yes, they are just the final bit of breath. And Aaron DeLongs runs out of Loud. And Furia takes the win now on 9-8 on regular season.
Rejoice, Furia fans, and 6-way tie. So the dream is still alive. Furia have taken those first steps. Now, there's some playoff implications as well, or from these teams. The fact that Loud is slumping quite a bit. So this Loud is not the Loud we've seen in previous splits. Heck, it's not even the Loud we saw in the first round robin. Where is the 15-20 minute teamfight win? That didn't come through. The fundamentals are pretty solid still for Loud. Like, they didn't throw this game by any means. But they don't have that extra magic that makes them champions. And you look at Furia. Furia are looking better and better and better. And we're saying that, hey, if you can't out-hands them, you can't beat them. They just did that to Loud, one of our best team fighting teams. Right? Like, who else is left? Kate, Stars, and Pain. Those are the only two who maybe could take down Furia. And judging from what Pain did last week, I'm not confident about that right now either, so...
Yeah, and you mentioned Pain because that is the matchup for Furia tomorrow. Pain Gaming versus Furia. So... as you say, if we see the 0-2 outcome that Furia had, that Pain Gaming had last weekend, maybe things could be shaken up and your dream of a 6-win.
I mean, the dream requires some sacrifices, Soph, and it requires an O2 week from Pain.
I can hear, I can visualize you saying that, like, I understand what it takes, but I will, yes. This is how it goes. And this is how we're going to go into our third match of the day, including Pain Gaming. That's Pain Gaming versus INTZ. So stay tuned. There's still more CBLOL action after this quick break. Welcome in, everybody. CBLOL
Yes,
Arena
my
tells
people.
us that Pain Gaming does not want these picks. Forbidden, Yasuo, Sivir, nah. Callista, oh, Callista has that little bit of taste of 2024.1 Grand Finals.
Yo, wait, why Yasuo bans? People, it's the Yone. Thank you, that lady
Yone,
in the
yes.
top right. It's the Yone that's the issue for Dinka here. He hasn't played Yasuo, thankfully. But so, this is how you know that I'm a Peizashi. The same bans I'm screaming about, they literally made signs. Thank you
love
for
it.
bringing it to the team in Brazil.
Outstanding stuff that the fans are representing from all of us watching CBLOL. Please, sometimes there's, one that I was missing. Don't pick Xin Zhao. Don't. Carioca,
True.
don't
True.
do that. It's nightmare fuel. But welcome back to CBLOL English, where we are covering now the third game of this Saturday. Pain Gaming versus INTZ. Many things have been on high stakes so far, especially with the fact that we just saw Furia beat Loud in a very clean fashion.
Yeah, and so the six-way tie is still alive. The dream is still there, but it kind of only gets tougher as we go along because for INTZ, tied at 6 right now, now they're playing the second seed. Loud was third, second is Pain Gaming, 12 wins, 4 losses. And Pain is one of only 2 teams that have locked the top 2 spots, alongside Cade Stars. Now, for Pain, they kind of want to win this to get first place. Now I say kind of because as a Peizashi, I said this on Green Silverados. The ideal world where Loud don't make playoffs for Pain would involve potentially them losing the game to INTZ. But it doesn't have to happen. You just need a 5-way tie, but 6 would be funner. Now, Pain also is coming a 0-2 week, which is why you see the Peizashi holding up. Please ban these, or please don't pick these champions because they're champions they struggled with last week. The Gnar, the Sivir, the Yone. And I'm actually really curious to see if Pain continues trying to play these champions because on one hand, it'll mess up your regular season. On the other hand, if you warm them up, they're good for playoffs.
Very true. And it's the potential scenario where, Pain Gaming makes Grand Finals and potentially takes the title because they actually don't have to face Loud in the Grand Finals. It's just on the script. It's one thing doesn't happen without the other. So, on top of what you mentioned, right, about the last week, it's not just that Pain was 0-2. It's the fact that Pain was 0-2 when they faced Red. Okay, Red taking a win here. Very valid, just and fair even. But the other one was... Oh, actually it was Kaboom. I thought it was
Kaboom, yeah.
Lost for some reason. It was Kaboom. No, it was fine. I think I was looking at Red. They're both red, like, little logo teams. I apologize for that. My analysis was not going really well on that one. Into the draft we go. Just give me the meaningful words, RMC. I think I'm lacking.
Okay, let's quickly touch on INTZ while the bans are coming through as well. For INTZ, last week they split 1-1, lost to Furia, beat Fluxu, so they are very firmly in that middle of the pack. Now, we saw Furia have a great game against Loud, so at least on paper, there is still a chance for INTZ to match up to Pain. And the last time these two teams met, week 4, day 2, middle of the season, INTZ felt like they were struggling to find themselves. They had just started that losing streak in the middle of the season they had after a great start to the split. But now, INTZ is more seasoned, and it does feel like for INTZ, if you really want to make a deep run in the playoffs, if you even want to make playoffs, now's a great time to kind of prove yourself that our rookies are seasoned now. They're not the same, less stable players. Yups has been stepping up huge. Dioj continues to be stable, has been having better laning as well.
Yeah, and the matchup that they won as well was INTZ versus Fluxu. So very, very important for them into getting that locked top 6 they want to confirm today. Of course, much more difficult matchup against the top 2 in Pain Gaming, but they have a little bit of that, hope given the last weeks of records. INTZ locks in the Azrael plus Brand. So you mentioned earlier, if you want here, the AP junglers have received most of them. Zyra, the Brand have received a little bit of enough, but it just affects the speed at which they clear out their jungles.
Okay, I'm liking the bans from both these teams. INTZ, very strong meta picks. Like, I love their picks. I think they're some of the strongest still in patch, despite the brand nerf, right? Like we talked about, it's just jungle clear speed. Pain, on the other hand, are drafting a 2023 composition, or 2024 split one, right? Like, Karaoke was known for his Maokai. Everybody was banning it. If you left it open, it's almost 100% win rate for them. Wiser with the Rumble, still very strong, by the way. I think teams have forgotten about Rumble because he was just permaban for a while. Yeah, that's great setup with the Maokai. It's such long range engage. and Titan back on lane dominant champion. So I am so excited, and I'm also kind of worried because, again, part of me wants Maximal Chaos. Pain is not drafting for Maximal Chaos. They are drafting a really stable, steady composition right from the get-go. And this I don't like from INTZ. Cassante into Rumble. I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, me neither. Ooh. You know what I would have liked here? I don't even know if Yuffs plays this, but I would have liked a Gwen. I think you...
Yeah, Yuffs plays it.
Yeah, you could... He does? Yeah, so I think
Yep.
that would have been a much better pick right now. But
Agreed.
considering maybe they see the Maokai, they're like, damn, we have a brand, we don't have a front line so far. Let's try to get a front line coming. Still, the laning phase is going to be difficult because although Pain Gaming has lost 0-2 last weekend, Wiser has been like finding his space back on the usual Riser stuff when he's not on the Na, which the fans also...
Yes. Yeah, I think that was the problem. That was the common thread in their 0-2 losses, was the Gnar coming through, and the Gnar pick, I think, for Wiser just ain't it. I actually don't know what his win rate is. I should probably look that up. It's probably not great. He's played it 4 times. Now, the Cassante, as you mentioned, I think it's a good answer into the Lucian, thinking that, okay, there's a lot of burst damage here. Cassante will eventually outscale the Rumble. You still don't have a great time trying to push against the Rumble necessarily in an isolated 1v1. But in team fights, you can soak up the engage from the Rumble, you can survive the Lucian as well. The idea is sound, the idea is fine. I'm just really not a fan if you can't even get through the early game. And Pain still maintains their being the best team in the league at the first 15 minutes of the game. They are still number 1 in terms of goal difference of 15.
I actually have a response here for you. 4 games played,
Okay, perfect.
Wiser on the Na, and 50% win rate.
Oh, okay, 50-50. Not too bad. I thought he lost another game on it. So, okay. But right now, they aren't messing around. They aren't giving any free wins whatsoever. So, right, this Rumble is, I think, a lot stronger for Wiser than the Gnar has been.
I find it so interesting. Not surprising at all, but very interesting that we are in a meta where the second round of bans is all for
supports.
support bans. Insane. Nautilus, Rel, Braum, and the Rakan. The other one missing actually was the Leona, which was the first ban on the side of Pain Gaming.
Yeah.
So, very, very interesting. You just leave it open for the Alistar. On the other hand...
Maokai support?
Might be.
Yeah. Okay, so all the usual suspects for sort of bot lane tankier picks are gone with all those bans you're talking about. Alistar being picked as well by the side of INTZ. I like the pinch. I was thinking we just go Lucian Nami here, but it looks like they might just give Dinkedo the Lucian instead. And we get the Bard in the bot side paired with Jhin. There's a lot of poke in this bot lane.
As much as I agree with you, I just feel like... I don't know. I had a feeling that maybe Dinkedo was going to be the one taking the Lucian. Then yeah, they go for the Jhin, so it's pretty much locked who's where. But I'm not convinced by Bards because yes, you can have that good amount of a little bit of poke. Oh, Azrael mid, okay. A little bit of poke, but at the same time you're running stability and survivability with your heals. At the same time, the room for Era on those ults for Bard is just so threatening, so dangerous to deal with. In INTZ, you explained to me, and if you feel like explaining again for the people about the Ezreal, like the curve, the growing curve of Ezreal throughout the game is very particular and strong, and it just leaves a lot of room for the Zeri to grow healthily.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, with Ezreal, a lot of times his laning phase is good. We can land the skill shots. We saw that last game a little bit from Rude, and we've seen that in mid lane plenty of times. In fact, we actually see the Ezreal as an answer to the Lucian sometimes because he can match gunslinging with the Lucian. His poke is more consistent, or you can do it like you don't have to all in to get the poke down from the Ezreal, so that when Lucian does all in, it gets a little bit tougher. He does have a bit of a power trough in the mid game when he's waiting for that mirror mana to spike, but once the mirror mana comes in, you're great. And because of that, so I like the Pain early picks so much. The first set of picks, absolutely beautiful. And then INTZ, I was like, okay, great until the Cassante. But the second round makes me kind of favor INTZ a little bit more here. The Jhin is going to struggle into Cassante and Alistar. It feels like you kind of doubled down on that. The Bard, I can see it in lane. I think in lane, it's going to be great. Outside of lane, I share the concerns with you. It's a little bit... There's not much room for error because he's so squishy, and for the ultimate as well. I just don't know how you really want to use it. Using it aggressively into a Zeri, into an Ezreal, they're so mobile. They don't care. The mobile champions are Brand, Cassante, Alistar. Okay, maybe you catch the Brand. That would be ideal. You catch Cassante and Alistar, INTZ doesn't care. We'll just leave them in the middle of you when they respawn. That's a free engage for them. And then we'll just come back in with our mobile carries. Alistar as well, very, very tanky. I love the pickup coming through from INTZ there. And they've got great skillings on their side. We talk about Pain being a great early game team. So this game, they will have to be that great early game team.
They do. Indeed. Into Summoner's Rift we go. RMC, as this is the third game of our Saturday week 8. And last week ever of CBLOL regular season. Pain Gaming on the blue side, INTZ on the red. With both of them having drafts their favor, half of it one side, half of it the other.
Yeah, and you know, I guess it just comes down to an execution game, which normally I would say Pain are perfectly fine with that. But again, last week sticks out in my mind a little bit right now. They were just under 2,000, plus 2,000 for gold difference at 15 before last week. After last week, we're looking at plus 1,007. So that kind of tells you how badly last week went for them in the laning phase. I'm hoping this time that they will still be able to win out. Their laning phases are still quite favorable for them. Even in the mid lane where Ezreal can counter Lucian, it is very dependent on Ezreal landing his skill shots. If you miss your skill shots, Lucian will win that. And Lucian's skill shots in a way are easier to land. It's really just the light slinger. Everything else is kind of point and click.
Especially because you have your Q going out through minions when the Ezreal does not. So you definitely have that advantage through that.
Sure.
And you're going to have priority in regards to pushing lanes as well if you have Carioca on a good shadow. Speaking of, Pain Gaming goes straight for that blue buff invade. And they have spotted as well the fact that there is vision on the top blue buff on their side. In an interesting position, just fighting the cow right now here on the bot side. They are very much aware that there was an invade that happened.
Yeah, and that's partially why we see the invade, because Titan and Curry know they're strong. So it's not so much just, hey, let's get Carioca ahead. It's also, we want to force Ninja Kiwi and Damage to fight us as soon as possible. Now, it was spotted out the entire time. INTZ is fully aware. And Yampy, despite the nerfs, is still very fast on his clear. So he's just going straight away, red buff into blue buff, and he's going to try and clear this quadrant to force a vertical jungle, which will be interesting, because Rumble should win that top side lane. It's not the Ignite Rumble, so it's not just, hey, I'm just going to absolutely crush this lane. But Rumble is gankable. And if he ever pushes out with the brand up there, he's kind of squishy.
And Yups actually is proxy farming immediately out of the gates. They are, and it's an interesting take as well because they know the Pain Gaming is still sticking out at the bot side. There's Carioca in the bushes. Pen us back, please. Thank you so much. Because this dive is definitely going to be interesting. Level 1 for both the INTZ bot laners. There was a stun that connected, but tower shots are helping out hugely for INTZ. While there was a TP as well by Yups going out to the bot side, that presents everything needed for Wiser to have control of their lane, and they can just safely take this as a win in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is actually massive for Pain. The fact that Yups had to TP down does give Wiser that free lane, and it feels like, okay, that vertical jungle that we had set up kind of completely backfires. We're seeing lane assignments being swapped up. INTZ didn't want to leave Wiser alone for too long, so now Dioj actually goes to TP into that top side, and now Kiddo has a bit of a TP advantage if he wishes to use it. We're also seeing the lane assignments completely swapped up. I'm actually really curious how this goes. On paper, I feel like Ezreal will do fine into Rumble as long as he can dodge the Electro Harpoons. Damage. Okay, he's fine
for the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little bit scared there. I wanted to kind of touch on the Kiddo versus Yups because I think that favors solution, but then the bot side kind of got a little bit iffy. So yeah, the lane assignments are interesting. Carioca is still hovering around this bot side, and for all the shenanigans on the top side, it's all being caused by this bot lane pressure.
It has very well executed at that as well.
Damage is
pressure
dead.
that could and is going to come through by Pain Gaming is confirmed by Quiddy on this bod. We might have doubted it a little bit, but laning phase was not the problem. Pain Gaming takes the first blood.
I am just baffled by damage right now. Like, what was he looking for? Titan's not really that close to dying. Even if Carioca didn't get involved, and Carioca didn't even get the assist. Like, he showed...
Yeah. He was just there. He said hello.
I don't know if it's better giving it to a Bard, though, because as far as supports go, Bard actually makes really good use of gold.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, and the roaming potential as well is really, really good because At the end of the day, what is unreliable is the ult. But if you just go into someone else's lane and you queue and magical journey in and out, you're fine. You're not actually going to make anybody miss anything. So because of that happening in the bot side, as we can see right here again, let's go through it.
Okay, so I guess they just literally thought, oh, Titan based and left Curry alone. Like, you could see the aggression coming from Damage. I just think that is not a assumption you should be making at this level of play. Like, more often than not, they're going to sink their backs.
For sure. Yeah. Not sinking backs is a very solo queue me play, and I don't think that's where we are at the moment. Right. Yumpy goes out for the top lane. No vision here actually coming out by Wiser, who is poking Yups. Baited him in. Could get something here. Or the conflagration. Okay. They didn't even... I love how Yumpy was not even trying to land the W. They were just like, I'm just going to use here, use conflagration. And then they were like, oh yeah, conflagration was actually nerfed.
Yeah, well, it was also just to be able to more accurately apply the conflagration, because the range of that's so disgusting. So the moment it landed on the minions, it's so easy to get onto Wiser. Then you are more able to try and land the stun follow-up. Whereas Purifier, I remember casting with Cam, and they were getting so incredibly tilted by opening with that ability, because that is the hardest ability for Brand to actually land. So I like the idea coming through from Yampi. Again, the percent burn is enough to be annoying, and sometimes you don't have to get the kills. Like, just getting enough damage down on a lane is enough for your laner to win out that matchup.
And at this point, right here, 3 Void Grubs get confirmed by Pain Gaming. They were spotted by NTZ, so they knew the rotation. But, of course, when you have that little pop-up as well telling us that Pain Gaming confirmed the Voids, you would know that anyways. Both ultimates available here at the top side. All out, as I say. Equalizer as well. Landed on the ground. Just waiting for that Q coming out from Yups. Could take it. Yups just completely takes them down. No competition necessary. And the bot lane, Kuri, also gets taken down. Curtain Call in a very weird angle even here by Titan. Just lands 2 shots onto damage and clears out the wave a little bit. But I think they are too advanced here. There's no backing. Jesus, Titan, hello, Titan.
Titan knows he wins this. In fact, they probably thought they won the first time with Curry. It obviously didn't happen. Curry died because he's on a squishy champion and not an engaged champion. But so I don't know what's happening anymore. That topside fight was also very weird to me. That felt like the whole damage thing, except on Wiser this time. Like, Yups went all out. You saw Yups go all out. Okay, we got to see what happened to Curry.
Let's have a look. Didn't really land anything. Yeah, was just trying to get in a good position.
What is happening?
I don't know. Yeah, I think they just completely forgot they're not in a tanky champ. I don't know. Oh, damn.
I thought Liberty versus Los was tomorrow, so I'm just so puzzled by what we're seeing here. It's just so odd. Like, these are odd mechanical. It feels like again, like you said, Curry's probably just stepping up to try and get position for a stun, like to get some damage down, but just not respecting what the player damage can do to you on this Alistar. The combo is good when he gets in there, and we've seen for Zerius as well. It's often on the kind of follow-up that you're able to do that. Titan was obviously not ready to all-in on that play from Curry, unfortunately, and that kind of backfires. So when all is said and done, so gold is pretty much dead even between the teams. The big difference is that Karioka has been focused on objectives and is at least getting those. He's got the Void Grubs, he got the first Drake.
And you still have that advantage that was built because of the first dive and engage in the bot side that didn't really come out to kills before now the TP out of Yups. You are keeping Wiser steady on a 20 CS lead. The problem is, as we say, they did not have and should not have given that kill to Yups. At the end of the day, it just equalizes the gold, as you said.
And the big thing with the Rumble Kasante matchup too is that Rumble's expected to win early, right? You dominate most of the melee matchups up there with your overheat. As the game goes on, Kasante doesn't win necessarily into Rumble, but Rumble stops being able to punish anymore, and we're already starting to see that Spectre's Cowl come through real early. Once Kanik Rookern is complete, that's the point where Wiser no longer has full prio in the top lane anymore, and that advantage you have from drafting that Rumble in lane falls off. So for Pain, I'd love to see a bit more attention into this top lane, not just for Void Grubs and Herald prio, but also just Karioka try and get Wiser ahead a little bit before his relevancy starts to fall off.
Absolutely. The problem is you kind of have the same situation with Dinketo as well on the Lucian. Trying to have the a growing curve that descends quite a bit from mid to late game on both of these champions. The difference here is Wiser is always going to be relevant because of the equalizer. Not as much of an intensity as it is early game, but still going to be relevant. Now, mid game looking absolutely even on CS for both of these ADCs. And overall, it kind of feels like it's slowed down, right? A Solaris, though, finished here by Carioca.
Okay, yeah, just going for those early skirmishes, early team fights. I like the idea, and I like it even more because it means we should see team fights coming up here. So now you're talking about AD carries, Dioj and Dinkedo. I kind of want to talk about them too because it's Dinkedo tried to play the Yone last week, and I think it was Dioj and Fu. I think it was Dioj specifically in the interview who said that, like, oh, Yone is a Zoomer chap, basically. The younger kids play it. Hold up, Carioca.
Could be something interesting. Curtain Call plus that Nature's Grasp. What was that? Ults coming out by Kuri. Didn't really land on anybody. Dinkedo taking the frontline position super aggressively. What an equalizer. Actually finishes off damage, and they can follow up with the damage as well as Dioj is trying to also be in a good position to maybe take 1 out of 2, but they don't do it. Pain Gaming could just as well take 4 members of INTZ, and they do. Ninja Kiwi is the only one that's left standing, and I don't know how they won, really.
Cue the cloud music. That's the funniest thing ever. The Curry's most impactful spell wasn't a Tempered Fate. That whipped. It was the Magical Journey. I think Yups misclicked. Like, Yups went out of the fight with the Magical Journey. You were the tank. I want a replay on that. I need to double check that because Yups took the Magical Journey and he went out first. Like, he wasn't chasing somebody. He was like full health. He was tank, and that left INTZ's carries all exposed. Damage melted first. They had no front line, and that's coming back to bite them. This is massive for Pain. This is the gold lead they needed. So the fight itself, the Locket of the Iron Solari honestly ends up being very, very useful here, specifically against Brand as well. It gives you that shielding should you need it. Now, the Engage, I was actually very worried that Tempered Fate would land, because it's anti-synergistic with everything else that came through. And now you've blown your entire load, and the equalizer only really killed damage. But this fight gets kind of crazy. You can see Yups. Yeah, oh, he went in on Wiser. And yeah, it was so close to the wall. You know what? If that's intentional from Curry, Curry's absolutely cracked. But you could see that left everybody else on that team exposed. Dioj was just there, and everybody's like, oh, great, you have no front line. Ninja Kiwi had to scram as fast as he could out of that fight. And INTZ just had no part of it. That happens once, so I cannot imagine that happens again.
Oh, yeah. There's just that 0.3% chance of Loud not making playoffs. We just saw them lose against Fodia. This is also the 0.003% of having that Magical Journey actually bait somebody out of a fight and leave the marksman unattended. Absolutely insane stuff happening already. And as you say, all of that guaranteed the 6 Void Grubs for Pain Gaming, plus the fact that they are sitting on almost a 3,000 gold lead. They moved here to the bot side of the map. There is some pressure coming from INTZ as they have shoved the lane pretty well. TP, though, coming out from Wiser in the backline could be a huge equalizer opportunity. There's an Nature's Grasp as well with the curtain call to really mess it up. And now Wiser in the backline could even finish them off. Goes in with the harpoon and the superheat. And they're going to push even more with Yampy trying to run desperately for that tower. It's not going to be enough. Damage gets taken. And this is yet another teamfight win for Pain Gaming.
And we have here Dragon surviving better than INTZ ever did. INTZ, unfortunately for Yups, Yups didn't have TP on that fight. So INTZ looking for that was a little bit criminal. They were not tracking timers, and Wiser ends up going down there. One big difference from that fight too, so a lot of that gold which they got off that Void Grub play, it was sitting in Wiser's pocket. So the big differential between the teams was actually the fact that Wiser had Leandries. Yups doesn't have his first item. And when they actually managed to get Wiser to that fight, it just became so incredibly one-sided. And right now, I'm getting a little bit worried for INTZ. The laning was frankly quite good from them. They answered a lot of the aggression early. But right now, the team fighting, the macro movements, very much so less than ideal. And for INTZ, they don't have full vision. So they actually didn't realize Wiser was TPing down. The moment that equalizer came across, you can see INTZ just kind of wanted to disengage, which is the right call. They were just in a very, very bad position to do so because they had committed to that. Because of all the walls and all the situation, all their mobility is not enough. And again, the lone survivor, Ninja Kiwi, just kind of getting out of there while everybody's falling around him.
Yeah, the sole survivor as well on the 1 HP Drake. And as you say, the only one that actually stand in the toll. Oh my god, Pain Gaming. Are you actually just going to completely neutralize INTZ? It kind of feels like it. We had a almost 3,000 gold lead, is inflated to almost 4,000 at this point, and they're going to guarantee the first brick of the game as well.
Yeah, and while Pain had a bit of a rocky start with some of their individual mechanical decision making, they feel like they're in a groove right now. They know exactly what they want to do. First brick, actually, I didn't quite catch. So did it go to INTZ or?
Well, first brick? Sorry.
Yeah, because both turrets went down pretty close.
Oh, that is a good question. I thought I saw Pain actually get the first brick.
Yeah, I mean, they do have 6 Void Grubs. I would expect that to be the case. That's unfortunate. I mean, at least INTZ, they get objective bounties. Pain is kind of that far ahead that they are getting objective bounties off of this for the side of INTZ. But they are behind the curve right now in terms of macro play. And I need to see them kind of reset their mental a little bit. The laning phase is ended, folks. We need to start moving, or else Yups, Ninja Kiwi, DH, anybody on their own is just going to get picked.
And the problem is as well with that flank you had from Wiser on Gaming on that fight bottom. They were outnumbered. Is this the case now? No. 4v4. Wow. Completely obliterated by a 4th shot here on Titan. But he has to flash away. Dio's is just trying to poke them out from a distance. And Dinkedo, also very low on health, could be in danger. While Wiser, not having TP, is committing to the bot tier 1. But look at that. INTZ is just completely disengaging anyway. Although they know that the health bars are not super advantageous for the side of Pain Gaming. But look at the stance on Titan. It's the guy is a menace.
He is. For shot, curtain call coming through. Pardon me. Yups just going to stand there and tank it for them. But again, it comes to decision making, right? So the entire setup for that series of events, the 4v4 face-off in the mid lane, and Pain just pull the trigger, find the catch. It's the better pick onto Yampy. And INTZ's response feels like they're just reacting. Calling the TP from Yups doesn't get them anything. Your team was already going to be able to disengage. And because Yups left, Wiser just gets to hit away at the turret bot side. And even worse is the fact that once the turret goes down, then INTZ also have to back off the mid lane. You can't actually get any sort of shove onto the turret. You're not going to get meaningful damage, much less the turret itself. And now, because of the base timings that came through, because you had to go mid, because you ate pick on the backside of it, mid turret's going to go down. Shelly is going to keep you there, while Pain can just rotate top and get an inner turret.
And that's what they're doing immediately. So, as you say, the push already confirmed by Dinkedo, as the wave has been shoved immediately in the best position for, oh my god, the equalizer. 3 members of INTZ burning out, and that Tempered Fate is going to go straight onto Jojo, now with the Q to lock them down in place. But Pain is also very much aware of not overstaying their welcome. They take the tier 1 mid, they take tier 2 top, and they are good for the moment.
Yeah, and they don't want to overextend on that because they also want the base timers for this dragon. So if that's going to be Soul Point, Hextech Soul Point. So they want to make sure that they are actually spending their gold and getting ready for this fight. For INTZ, they are not ready for this fight. We're seeing 2 items come through from Pain on Dinkedo, on Titan. Wiser not quite able to finish his second item. I think he's got TP. I think if he basically actually gets second item. INTZ, on the other hand, nobody except for Ninja Kiwi has second item. They don't want this fight, but if they give this for free, it kind of only goes downhill from here. With the way the game has been snowballing, I don't know if you can afford to sit back and wait for 4th Drake.
You really can't. Really dangerous position here for INTZ. Just shy of 2,000 below, and now they are counting on 5,000 behind. They have to use that flash damage, doesn't really have it. And look at Yups, though. Completely denied Karioko in the backline to just go straight in with the entangled vines. Goes forward just enough to get them in a good position for Jinkedo and
shooting fish in a barrel
to take them out. They don't even care, See, look at that 4th shot
No.
and the culling, plus a complete full ace for Pain Gaming. And they are just as close to finishing out the game.
Okay, and so this is actually really bad for INTZ when you're going neck to neck in a three-way tie for 6th. That means only one of those 3 teams are going to make it. Fury already got one of their wins, and like you said, INTZ, it doesn't get easier or better for them. Like, they're up against Pain and Cade Stars, and as good as Pain is looking this game, Cade Stars, we saw them earlier in Game 1. They are still looking like the best team in the regular season in the league right now, and INTZ struggling against Pain. I do not fancy their chances against Cade Stars whatsoever. And that fight, so that entire sequence of events on the bot side from INTZ, they put themselves there. Damage tried to find an engage. Youp's hard committed to that, and yeah, like we said, it does not get better for them as the game goes on. That also does not mean you serve yourself up on a silver platter to Pain Gaming.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I don't feel like that's what INTZ is doing neither. They were trying to find ways, trying to find angles, but maybe, as you said, just not really prepared for the fact that they are going to get completely out damaged immediately as they go in. So Yups now knows that just with that sole 1 item completed in tier 2 boots and a Sheen is not, and Crystal Ruby is not actually going to be tanky enough to stand as much damage as they thought they would. Speaking of damage, gets a nice pulverize to just get away, but look at the engage that comes out by Pain Gaming. It's enough to break the unbreakable.
Oh,
they still
no
get
way.
them inside the wall. That is insane. How did that even land? Equalizer to lock them down in place, plus the Nature's Grasp to really allow them to finish this off. And there's just Ninja Kiwi and Dioj still standing. Dioj, though, with an arcane shift forward, feeling really bold about this, gets caught in a snare, doesn't feel like this is the best place for you to be. Trying to kite it out, though,
Kiwi trying
the
so
both
hard.
marksmen are in
Liza!
such a bad situation, and although they tried and they fought, they don't stand tall, and the high ground is Pain Gaming's.
You know what? It's a nice summer day over here, Soph, and Weiser decided he wants to barbecue. Churrascada, right?
Yes, churrascada.
Sheesh.
Oh my god. That was huge. That was really huge. The equalizer and then CC to lock them in, that was really nasty.
Does this mean we have to revive the Ninja Kiwi Award? So he's
my
1, 2, and 1.
God,
He's doing
Kiwi.
so well this game. He's the one guy who's not
Yeah.
kind of eaten.
Damn. Who do we give it to again?
Was it BRTT? No, we give it to Super Clubber, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right. I
Man,
think
this is
we
so
did
rough.
what was it? Like a honorable mention to FNB as well when Red wasn't doing well.
True. Oh, it might have been FNB actually. Yeah, because he had like
think it was.
MVP in every single win of Red. But look how the tides have turned, right? Ritz coming back, and Brian TC.
Exactly.
They started the split 4-0. So, like we were saying, the last time these two teams met in week 4, ITC was just starting to struggle a little bit. And with the way they've been performing the last couple of weeks, I do think INTZ has shown that they are a fairly middle of the pack team, right? Like they win some games, they lose some games. But up against Pain right now, they are just getting smashed, slapped. We talked about a 19-1 from Furia on Sunday against Liberty. 23 feels kind of in that same realm.
It does, especially with 10k differential already on the cards. Damage going into the backline heavy with no backup. But it does
Dinka.
mean that they found something with the all-out onto Dinkedo. There's a redemption coming through to help out Pain massively.
Oh.
The 4th shot and the curtain call lands. And that is legendary for Chitanda, just waiting for it with the equalizer, slowing them down.
Boom.
There it is, and a double kill. That is a pay if I've ever seen one.
You know what? Jin can't deal with tanks. Maybe that's true, but Yups is an attack right now. He's just getting absolutely melted. Even with the Iceborne Gauntlets, it's just not enough. And this could very well be the final push with Baron up. Damage doesn't have ultimate. He's really, really tanky. But Pain, they actually don't go for this. So they've got a minute. I am shocked we are not pushing this. But hey, when you've got a 10k gold lead, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can. And to be fair, the fact that they are not tanky and you could take the full shot there on the curtain call, yes, well, it was also softened the meat with Wise's equalizer. Come on, let's do
True.
it was definitely a little bit charred before that 4th shot was coming in.
Usually, though, you tenderize the meat before you cook it.
Right, it's
No.
true. But this time around, you're just putting it straight onto the fire, open blaze, I guess.
Yeah. And then smash it with a hammer. Something like that.
Yeah, maybe if it was an Olaf or something.
True, the Axe is just cutting through. Where's Axeman when you need him? 20 seconds
True.
on this dragon to spawn. Pain are just setting up for this, and it's just going to be a massive win more button. If you thought it was brutal enough for INTZ, I don't think they're even going to be able to find kills after that, because the slow is going to make it really, really rough for them to actually engage, disengage, chase people down, anything whatsoever. And for INTZ, do you just let this go? Do you just throw a Hail Mary? The last time they tried to throw a Hail Mary at Baron, at Dragon, it did not end well for them.
It did not indeed. Look at the equalizer already
Oh,
chunking
Dioj
down onto Dioj. And RMC just feels like Pain Game is not even going to allow them to go to bed and just going to ruin their dreams before they even go to sleep. And that's going to be a soul guaranteed for Pain Gaming. That's Hextech on their pockets. And although the Baron buff is already done, they have a lot of wave clear power.
Oh man, look at the grins on Pain's faces, man, as they take that dragon. By the way, shout out to the CBLOL observers. They always do such a wonderful job. That was just rubbing salt on the wound. They showed us how Pain already just pushed out INTZ so easily. They show INTZ taking the dragon, and they show even the super minions just into the base right now, which means INTZ can't do anything. They have to go back to answer that. And that's why Pain just has free run off the rift. Great, you know, INTZ still have vision around Baron. Good. Well played, I guess. You can't use any of it. Pain doesn't care what vision you have.
Yep.
You can see us coming. That's fine. We're coming either way.
So is the Nature's Grasp as they are locking them down in place. Yups away from the party as the culling is
goodness,
obliterating Yampy. And there's no brand for this barbecue. Leave the grilling to the rumble as Wiser is doing pretty good on 5-1 and 11. Now there's another equalizer just to tell them this is going to be served medium rare. Pain Gaming takes the inhibitor with the bot one already taken as well. RMC, they're looking to end this game.
Yeah, and INTZ, there's not much they can do about it for now, though. You said the wave clear was good, and they are still able to wave clear this wave. But supers are coming in the bot side. I was gonna say, Pain can just walk in with that. They want to go for Brent. They are trolling. Look at the face of the kiddo right there. They know they are just messing around at this point.
Man, that feels kind of rude, I will say. You're already 11,000 ahead and you're just leaving them to dry. Come on. I know you had a rough week last weekend, but come on. Pain, you are the Pain Gamer, but you don't have to really bring that much pain to INTZ. Jesus.
Has to be on brand. They hurt their fans last week. They're gonna hurt other people this week.
I guess so. Right, as engaging again on another fight at TP. Ooh, a bot ult that actually doesn't connect. Yups, in a very exposed position with a redemption as well to back it all up. There's a kill for Wiser. Following onto the cow, there you go. Double kill for Wiser on that line. There's still a brand trying to escape, and Yups is going to go down. There's another shot. Make it a triple for Wiser. Really performing wonders on this Rumble today. And I guess with an ace, you just take the game.
Yeah, it's the right yordle this time, not an R. Pain, are we sure we want to take the game? I mean, Baron's up, you know? We could go for a reset into Baron.
Like the purple guy, you know, big guy with the eyes, you know, the little tiny hands.
Titan. Of course, he's standing up in the
tiny
elevator now.
hands are disgusting. Nexus is down and RMC Pain Gaming stands stolen 13-4. Not looking to get out of second place, as I think they were already locked in, but they are definitely in contention for getting a top 1 potential.
Yeah, and with this, so the 6-way tie is no longer possible. We needed Fluxo, Fury, INTZ to all 2-0 their weeks in order to threaten a 6-way tie. Now, does not mean Loud is safe. You need a 5-way tie to knock out Loud. So Fury locked theirs. And that's why today's so interesting, because of all the setups that are happening. Fluxo versus Red is still a thing on the board right now. Now, if Fluxo were to lose, Loud is safe. But as of right now, Loud is still not safe. Ties still 4th, 6th, or 7th potentially right now because of how, you know, the matches have gone. Fluxo hasn't played yet, Furia has, and so has IMTC.
And the next match, RMC, is going to be the Fluxo versus Red Canids match, where Fluxo is 8-8, Red Canids are 9-7. so close for everybody to actually be tied on that full, complete clown fiesta of a tiebreaker scenario that you are dreaming of. But that was it from me
The dream
and
is
RMC.
dead.
Oh, come on, come on. RMC, tell me your last words before we wrap it up and before Trajan and Hawk take this one for the final two game.
The dream is dead. Long live pain.
So, even though it was for the greater good, them losing, they did not give you. But they also didn't play the champions that defends us.
True, they listen to the fans. That's one thing we can always say about pain.
There we go. Right, so that was it from myself, Sochan, and RMC for the first 3 games of this Saturday. Next, as we said, we will have the Fluxu versus Red matchup taken by Trajan and Hawk. We're going to be right back, or actually, they are going to be right in with you after this short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by Hawk here for games 4 and 5. We've already had some big problems resolved, right? Loud is staying in playoffs, everybody. We can all breathe out, you know, Loud can breathe out a sigh of relief. They're sticking in with it. Pain still looks good. BKS still looks good. Okay, but we've got plenty more to worry about. That was just the usual suspects, you know, up at the top 3. Now we've got the rest, and the rest is really where it starts to get interesting, Hawk. The Furious, the Fluxus, the Reds, the Kabooms, all of this that we still have to arrange.
Yeah, Loud, they fell down the stairs, but hey, still made it to the bottom in the end because you can't have more than 6 teams with 10 wins anymore. And another team finds themselves in a very similar position, by the way, Trajan, where a super important matchup about to transpire between Fluxu and the Red Canids. Red has won 6 straight games. They fell down the stairs at the start of the split, and now they have come roaring back, and a win against Fluxu right here gets them to that coveted 10 wins, seemingly the cutoff for the playoffs in this split, with Fluxu then finding themselves potentially on the outside looking in with a defeat here today to only remain at 8.
Yeah, and Fluxu is just such a... It's a sad story, honestly. From such a strong start and an org that's had the ups and the downs and seemed like it had found this nice middle ground of rookies and vets, but it's just all fallen apart to such an insane degree, you know, that I can't even look at the games and go, X and Y is happening super different than it was before. Like, they're playing different or they're drafting different. It just stopped working all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And they've got a couple more wins on the board since the 6-game loss streak, but everyone else kept growing and deciding what was working for them. And the Fluxu style just went out of date, I guess. And now it doesn't cut it.
Yeah, I mean, Fluxu has not won a game against a team that's not Liberty or Los Grandes since week 3. Let that sink in. It has not been since week 3 that they won a team against anybody in their direct competition. They really need to do so here today to keep the playoff conversation in the realm of 9 wins, which would be extremely critical for them. And to your point, it just feels like a lot of the early split magic of Shinny and Fu in particular looking like perhaps the strongest mid-jungle 2v2 in the league has just not really come to pass in recent weeks.
Yeah, we've plateaued a little bit on the impact that Fu's been able to have, and Shinny, we're just not seeing the cohesion behind him as well. He's still trying to make plays, but they're not working out anymore, or the team isn't there, or he's in the wrong place, whatever it is. It's all just started to fall apart. Now, they are against Red, and Red, historically, is a team that can throw up some real shockers, some real bad games, and can really kind of CBLOL their way into losses at times, right? However, it's been a while since we saw that, right? We were talking with Rose, our producer, before we went live here. They're on a 6-game win streak, and we just kind of didn't even realize how long it's been since Red has lost a game.
Yeah. I mean, they've been an absolute heater. Like you say, this Red team, it always feels like they've got potential for complete, you know, completely terrible games that can fall apart. But we have not seen it in a long time, as you mentioned. And not only are they on a 6-game win streak, I mean, Trajan, it is a really dominant 6-game win streak. I think Red arguably looks like a top 2, top 3 team in the league right now. Of course, alongside Vivocade and Pain Gaming, based on their recent form, where they have just been playing such high-quality League of Legends. I mean, I haven't been able to believe it watching this team because they do not look like the squad that started the split 3-7 at all.
No, absolutely. They remembered what worked, they went back to their strengths, and they just decided to start playing better, I'll be honest. It seemed like a lot of them just decided to be better at the game. And that's worked pretty well for them, because the talent has never been in doubt here. FNB, Aegis, Brunsey, these are championship winning, not in FNB's case, unfortunately, but championship caliber players, right? And no one would dispute that, I feel. I think that we need to
do them like that.
I know. I don't want to keep doing him like that, right? The guy needs to win a trophy.
Until he wins, maybe we do have to keep doing him like that. Yeah.
Maybe just win, and then we'll stop doing it to him. But someone I think deserves some credit here is Frosty, because Frosty has just been... You know, the rest were maybe stories of not reaching previous highs and being inconsistent and not being as good as we think. But Frosty had a decently high mechanical floor, but just, wasn't at the level of Seos and sort of, people like Redbird and these other more experienced supports from before. But he's just been getting better. He's been on the improvement track, and the decisions he makes, the fights he picks, they're just looking a lot better than they did before. And that's just straight improvement for a relatively new player.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up because in his first split in the league, it felt like he was looking pretty good on the enchanters. The engage supports, I'm not going to lie, it was a little questionable, sending a lot of engages that just did not look good, not coming from great angles, oftentimes discoordinated with the team. And we saw some of that at the start of the split, but you can really tell that Frosty has buckled down and worked with the team and has been orchestrating some of the nicest setups that we have seen in the league. Has been a big part of Red's success. I mean, I think, you talk about the individual talent of the other players. FNB had a terrible start to the split on an individual level. He's been playing like one of the best top laners in the league that we know he can be. Aegis, Brunsey, similarly, and we know how consistently dominant Grevthar can be in the mid lane.
Yeah, especially when Sion's back on the table, apparently. No one's found the answer to that one yet. I feel like we had solved this in previous seasons, but everyone forgot. And they're trying to pull out the Yones and the quote-unquote counters, and Grevthar's just kind of styling on them, not going down, and it's freshly buffed on this patch, so he's laughing his way to the bank right now.
I have a quick point about the Grevthar Sion. So he's won three out of 3 games on it with a KDA of 41. Like, what the hell?
On Sion?
It's on Sion.
Like, the Inting champ, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Out of control, man.
We gotta put some respect on that name. Okay, maybe Fluxu will need to put some respect on it in the draft in some way, as we are through the bans already. Some bot lane focus, some mid lane, some jungle, bit of everything, and a Renekton to top it off. They've gone for the Ashe first pick for Trigo. I don't think Trigo's seen much success on it, but it's really just the team is not seeing success on anything necessarily. I think this pick is still good for a player like Trigo, and Red, thinking about the Lilia, Aegis has been really bringing that one back. It is slightly nerfed on this patch, but still absolutely playable, and I think Aegis having that extra pocket that no one else is really able to make good use of is certainly powerful, and happy enough for him to blind pick it.
Yeah, Aegis has been playing some really good Lilia games in this resurgence, similarly to the Sion. I love it, Red. They've been pulling out their comfort picks, and they've just been really styling on it. I do like the Ashe pick here for Fluxu. I know it is not a favorite of Trigo's necessarily in the past, but Brunsey oftentimes likes to play the more hyper carry style of ADs. Something like the Xayah that we see locked in, and the Ashe generally matching up pretty well into those with her dominant laning. You can pair it alongside any sort of engage support, even something like Amelio if you really wanted to, and just have a duo that can create a lot of space and be really consistently able to make plays.
Yeah, the Braum pairing, very expected, I think. Fluxu Scamber's Braum generally looks very, very good this split. It's very impactful on this champion. So Fluxu locking in that bot lane nice and early. We're wondering what the mid lane potentially is going to be for Fu. The Tristana is still open but nerfed. The Lucian was hovered before. We've seen a lot more kind of counter AD mids like Lucian and Jace coming in as the Corki and the Tristana have been slowly nerfed down to the point where they're not being permabanned every game. And Fu is going to take this Tristana blind into the mid lane. So there's a potential for an AD counter. It's definitely not what I'd pick for Grevthar. I'll be honest, I don't think he's the Lucian mid guy, but I don't know if he's even necessarily the Azir guy anymore. So I wonder what Grevthar is going to do here, and how if the Sion or another tanky Utilitas option is fine into Tristana, where I wonder if he might just get shoved around and lose plates really easy.
I was about to say, Sion into Tristana sounds pretty unpleasant to play. I mean, Trajan, off air, we were talking about Jace having recently gotten buffed. I wonder if Grevthar could pull that one out into the Tristana. He's been an enjoyer of the champion. Other than that, I mean, you've always got stuff like Talia or Hui, which we've seen picked into the Tristana. It's not the most ideal matchup, but I think Grevthar does have champions that he can go for. Then you can have R5 for FNB as well. Interestingly, Rakan getting locked into the Braum is another engaged champion here for Frosty. We've been talking about how good he's been. He's been one of his better champions. And for Fu on the Tristana, even after the nerfs, I will say this has just been his best champion for the time that we've seen him in the CBLOL. So I can respect sticking to your guns and going towards something that he knows he can win on.
Yeah, and they've actually banned away the Sion now. So the respect clearly there. We wondered if they would put it there. Red has banned away the Ivern and the Gwen, so Chiari taking away a carry from him. Chiari, someone we've not really touched on yet, but he is someone who has had a pretty strong split himself, even as the team has risen and fallen. Chiari has been very, very solid, and still has a plenty deep pool to pull from, right? The Kennen, something we saw earlier today from ZZK, is a classic for him to try and punish a matchup, and we'll see if FNB is going to get the counter, or if we're going to pass that one over. I imagine they would, right? We already know what that mid lane matchup is, and for Grevthar, looks like it might be the Azir, which has risen into it's one of the AD mid counters now. It's the kind of, now I can outrange and we can still have a decently safe lane, and the Azir is going to be there. So a little bit more onus on Grevthar to do a bit more carrying later on, but still plenty of playmaking potential too.
Yeah, Azir's an interesting one. I would have expected something more like the Talia other way, something a little bit
Me too.
longer range to
Talia, for
potentially
sure.
match into this Ashe. But
Yep.
I mean, Azir's good. Like I never can see Azir and hate it. Grevthar first game on the champion this split though, so we'll see if he's able to pilot it. I'm sure he will. It's been in the meta for a long time, and now the counter pick over to FNB is gonna be the big thing. Rumble somehow still sneaking its way all the way down to the B5 position when this champion has been very omnipresent over recent weeks, despite any nerfs that might have been thrown its way. And I would not like a Cassante here or FNB really at all. I would much prefer something else, but he's gonna go for it.
It feels
Ooh, I
like just
don't love
intentionally
it.
losing the lane. I don't really know why we're doing this.
Yeah.
I don't know if he just doesn't feel like there's any other AD tank option for him, because they've got double AP mid jungle, which they might have locked themselves into this one, where if Grevthar instead could have gone something like a Jace or any other AD carry, to be honest, or the Lucian, right? If this was a guy that could try and pull that off, maybe that leaves room for FNB.
I probably would have gone like
but-
Aatrox here. So,
That
but
would've been hype,
that's
actually.
being the Cassante,
That would've
yeah.
been sick.
But regardless, Cassante is the lock. I mean, look, it does what it needs to do, because you have a big, strong tank against the double AD carries that can create space for Azir, Lilia, Xayah, right? They want some sort of front line that can go with them. Rakan wants an alternative diver that can support him, so he's not the only one getting into that back line. It's not a very good side lane. I think you're going to lose push in mid as well if you are red. And I am slightly concerned for this Red Canids draft, because despite how good they have been in recent weeks, a lot of their success has come off of just individually generating leads in a lot of their lanes, allowing them to get really favorable mid-game situations. I do think Fluxu has a very easy to execute composition. They have solid lanes across the board, and there is a burden of execution on red to try to make plays with a jungler that doesn't really do it very well early on.
Yeah, 100%. I 100% agree. Red has been relying a lot on the lane talent that they have, and while it's still there, we're losing top lane, surely. If the matchup stays relatively 1 versus 1, mid lane, Azir is not picking to dominate this. It's picking to not lose this matchup like others would. And then maybe that just puts all of the weight in Brunsey and Frosty down there. Zyra Khan certainly could get ahead up in the 2v2, but Ashe Brom is also a very strong, very hard to crack 2v2. So, yeah, it's hard to see where the advantage comes from here with Red, because Aegis isn't going to be getting it straight away, right? It needs a little bit of time to get going on the Lilia. So, this could be a chance for Fluxu to at least get a good start in this game. They used to be a team that would be very resilient with the lead, very strong, very calculated. That has since fallen to the wayside, and now with a Jarvan for Shinny, there's definitely a risk of that same disconnection that we've seen before, where if the team is not on the same page with the engages, they're going to look very bad, and they're going to have a bad time into Azir and Xayah.
Yeah, I agree. Fluxu, they have a composition where if the damage does not get going, they are going to really fall flat with this composition. However, they have the tools to get going. Winning solo lanes, Shinny on a big playmaker, this mid jungle that we said won them their games way back in the first 3 weeks of the split. They have the tools to do it again with these champions, and it is a very easy to execute comp. If the damage does get going, everybody press R on somebody and win the fight. They have the tools to be able to do it. They have the ease of play. They just got to be able to make it happen and not get individually picked apart by the Red Canids.
Yeah, if Red just come out of this one, they still end up ahead in lanes and they just win the team fights as well. That is going to be another very big boon for me, for them, that like you can even just you're winning games you're supposed to lose almost at that point. Not that they've lost the game in draft, but you're then just kind of bucking any foundational stuff that we would look to make predictions on, which is a very good sign from them, right? They need to be playing above and beyond their level if they're going to have a hope when they go into teams like VKS, teams like Pain, who are playing at a very high level, even teams like Furia, who are very strong macro teams who also have strong lanes. If you can't rely on winning the lanes to be like enough to win the game, you're going to have to bring something else, and that is something that Red has started to show us over the last couple of weeks. They played a very conserved, reserved game. I believe it was last week, where they were, not just forcing the issue all the time, not doing classic CBLOL stuff, and that was very interesting and important to see, because you've got to be able to play both sides if you're going to have a chance of actually winning this region.
Absolutely. Just for everyone as well, we are waiting on a little bit of a pause. Hopefully going to get underway with this game very soon. But it's given us a lot of time to set expectations for this game, because let's remind everyone of how important this is. Red clinches playoffs with a win here today would be their 7th in a row after a disastrous start to the split. High expectations surrounding this team, but on the other side of the coin for Fluxu, a potential must-win situation. If they lose today, they would have to win both games next week, and I think even then might need a little bit of help to get into the playoffs, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
That's the thing. There is no next week. So they've got today and tomorrow.
My God.
This is the last week. They've only got today and tomorrow.
What am I saying? What happened?
So they better win.
Sorry. They better win. Sorry, I meant they have to win. They have to win just their one game tomorrow, and then they would need help. Yes, they would need help. Thank you,
and that's against Loud. Now, it's against Loud. Now, maybe 2 weeks ago we'd be like, ooh, it's against Loud. Now it's like, well, it's against Loud, but
Loud looks pretty bad.
Getting kind of crushed by the stronger teams, and Furia just kind of took them apart earlier today. VKS absolutely vaporized them last week. Loud are not looking hot. They are yet to hit the playoffs buff. They're leaving it to literally the last possible moment, and we'll maybe see if they can show us some of that and get a little bit of a confidence win over Fluxu tomorrow. But there's definitely a chance of Fluxu, especially if they show they can beat Red. Then I would end up thinking they are very, very capable of beating Loud as well.
Absolutely. And I also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe a win here for Fluxu at least guarantees them a tiebreaker. If I'm not mistaken, I think from my mental foldy sheet, 9 wins is the tiebreaker level, 10 wins is your in. That is sort of the interpretation that I have.
Yes, because then Red and Kaboom play next time, and they're both the teams on 9. So they are both on 9 and Furia is, so only one of them can go to 10 in theory.
Right.
Kaboom could go to 10 now, and then Red's still on 9. So if then they beat Red's still on 9, Fluxu's on 9, and then it's possible. So there is an angle to it. INTZ, I think, again, they're not technically out at 8 and 9 right now, but it's all but confirmed. I don't know if it's even in their hands anymore necessarily. But there are 8 spots, and 6 teams vying for them. Ultimately, there is not room for everybody. So we'll see if Fluxu can get it together, because going into the start of this split, when we look at these rosters, Fluxu was one it was very hard to quantify. I think a lot of people ended up putting them fairly low just because of weren't sure about Trigo and Scamber, didn't really see how that was going to work, and we hadn't seen enough out of Kiari for a long time. And it was Shinny hopefully is great, but he's been playing solo queue for 3 years. How good is this guy going to be? And there was a lot of questions there. We had the big hope. We've now reverted down. It's kind of like INTZ that RMC likes to posit as just they've wound up where we thought they would be. It was just a bit more of a painful journey to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it is so interesting because Fluxu, at the start of the split, I think this is about where we expected them to be. Maybe fighting for a playoff spot at the very end. And here they are. But after the beginning of the split, the expectations changed so drastically, and so similarly to Red Canids as well, who I think most people had in their top 4 of their power rankings coming into this split. And then 3 weeks into the split, I think they were 2 and 4. We're like, wow, this team looks like garbage. They might miss the playoffs.
I thought it might be.
It's crazy how things are reversed.
Yeah, because I was it had been so long with that Red roster. I'm just we're not making progress anymore, guys. We've stalled out at kind of 3rd, kind of 4th, maybe even 5th. VKS have shot up the rankings. They're Loud and Pain are removable, and it was just we're not going anywhere now. And then they started 3 and 7. I was like, it's done, man. It's done for these guys. We just need to move on and try something else. But alas, it was not to be the case. They're right back up there again, and getting everyone's hopes up once again. So you never really know which way it's going to go. But I think that for Fluxu, considering that last split, they ended up being that 8th place team that's squeaked out of playoffs. They were a team that no one really was thinking, oh, they might make it into playoffs and do something. It's maybe you squeak into playoffs kind of semi by accident, but they were still very much in the you're not contenders pack, right? But so much more of the CBLOL this year has been these teams are expected to be contenders, and even from 8th in Fluxu, you're okay, there's so much good about them, and there's so much that could lead them to a 4th, 5th, 6th kind of position that I think is noticeable, that even our out of playoff teams are not nearly as in a class below the playoff teams in this instance.
Yeah. Finally underway into Summoner's Rift with a really big playoff match on the line. I mean, for Fluxu, they built themselves so much of a lead early on in the split in the standings that even with their recent struggles, they could win their first game over a non-bottom 2 team in 5 weeks, Trajan. and still be in a great position to make it. Always time to right the ship, and now is the time to do so.
Yep, got to clutch it up. Red are the team that lost to Los Grandes after all. It's possible. It's doable. There is a chance here. Okay, everybody, let's see if they can do it. The standard vision going down, just tracking on either side. No easy, crazy level ones to speak of. So I want to see if FNB gets actually smoked by the Rumble up top scene, because this is a losing matchup that he chose, right? So I want to see if that does actual damage to Red's laning phase. Grevthar as well on the Azir on a mage. We're not expecting him to be as proficient as things like the Scion, struggling a little bit. And then this bot lane is just, I'm expecting them to try and fight each other. I don't really know who wins. So
already a fist fight getting started with both the junglers as well, moving down towards that side. Seems Aegis going for a bit of an expedited clear, maybe trying to go for a reverse or even bottom side invade. I don't know. Something we'll definitely have to keep our eyes on is the Lilia, not a champion that is typically known for skipping camps, but I do want to draw a little bit of the microscope actually on the top side of the map for Fluxu. We mentioned the power of their solo lanes, and, you know, Fu and Shinny, they have the Jarvan Tristana. They have the duo that can make plays so effectively, and I really need to see it come to fruition in this game.
Yeah, they've got a very linear combo that they can follow up right here. Fuge clearly trading aggressively, has the room to do so. They spotted Aegis on that bot side, so Trigo and Scamper should know there is a risk. They've got a ward of their own in the river as well, and they will not be caught out by any of these Aegis camps. So we've got Aegis going quickly down to bot side. Shinny, in fact, is currently on top side red buff and has taken it away.
Yeah, a really great ward. That Red Canids had no idea was there, by the way, because Aegis is about to be really sad when he passed back up towards the top side. So this reverse clear from the Lilia not really panning out for the jungler of the Red Canids. And potential dive angle in top lane maybe as well. FNB, level 3, no mana. Aegis does know now, though, that the Jarvan has been here. And Shinny, he's already gone like a ghost.
Damn, no Krugs either. Brutal, unfortunate for Lilia has to step back. Gonna take a look at this top side though. Kiari would love to get this wave in before the risk gets too great, but of course the Lilia at the early levels doesn't really offer anything of a gank assist. A small slow on the Swirl Seed, that's about it.
I mean, this is absolutely huge. Putting a Lilia behind by 2 camps in the early game is incredibly impactful for a champion that wants to be able to carry. Another recipient, by the way, of some of those nerfs on 14-14 Trajan. So Aegis, this champion's not going to be as strong for him as it was in the recent times that we've played it, but despite any sort of nerfs, it doesn't change what is just a bad game state, no matter what your numbers are.
Yeah, I do really like Lilia for fitting into that role of being like a carry jungler that is like can do a lot of damage, especially in a long fight, but also carries that extra utility with the ultimate, the kind of flash.
He's not going to get a crab either.
There's just so much that this champion can offer as, again, through going into trade, and yeah, he's just working on the Raptor camp on this top side, not going to get either. Double scuttled Shinny is showing us why. You know, there is still so much skill and so much knowledge there. This was such an impactful jungler. One of, you know, if not the most impactful players in the entire region in the first half of this split.
And I do think even in Fluxu's struggles, Shinny has had good early games that we had come to expect from this player. They just weren't oftentimes translated into really strong mid games like Fluxu had shown us early on. But man, my little jungler heart died inside seeing Aegis waiting for the Raptors to respawn. Now he's just waiting for the Gromp to respawn with nothing to do. This Jarvan is so accelerated in this game, and we already talked about some of the problems getting push in all their lanes as well. Red Canids, I mean, they are getting blasted early on right now.
He's just standing. He's just hanging out. And he missed the Q as well. Aegis is cooked, bro. Aegis is fried.
He's so done.
Yeah, 15 CS down. Unfortunate for the Lilia. So it's going to be a while before this jungle can really affect the game. And that is into what could be 3 losing lanes. At the very least, 2 expected losing lanes and 1 kind of coin flip down there. And that's more or less how it's panning out. We are starting to see the leads slowly accruing for Fluxu. They've been heavily pushing up their lanes, getting the crashes in. So this is pretty much what they want, right? They get a little bit of a gold league now. 1,000, in fact, just through these early moves.
Yeah, the early fist fight has favored the Braum and the Ashe so far. No matter how strong the Zyra and the Rakan duo may be, Braum just so effective against Bruncey's champion. And, I mean, real big credit to Fluxu. This is how their composition needs to operate. They need to just win their lanes and be able to take mid-game team fights around objectives. Step 1 already well underway.
Ooh, taking the wrong end of a trade in the mid lane. The ults are now ready, so cannot simply jump forward with abandon, as there is an ult ready. FNB will spy Shinny on this top side as well, the Grubbies. Out to come through in this top side, clearing out some vision. Aegis is there, doesn't have the ult, still on vision. They are tracking this Lilia like hawks throughout this jungle. It didn't even need the Hawkeye from the Ashe. Likely Shinny going to be able to clean up these grubs with no contest again.
He has nothing to do, man. He's just walking around now trying to go to Dragon, but Shinny's already going to be done with the grubs by the time this objective even gets started. I don't think Aegis can do this very safely. I mean, I suppose with pushing bottom, he might be able to, but I mean, Shinny and Fu can walk down here if they really want to flip for this fight. Looks like might be fancying their chances.
Yeah, I think they've seen it's not that close to being done, and they're thinking about
He's trying to hit 6 off mid-wave.
They might be a little far away for it. He's got level 6. There could be at least a counter. The dragon goes down, but who's going to get caught in the ult? Aegis might have to burn the flash here. Shinny holding it. Does drop the Cataclysm eventually. The summoner will be traded. The dragon for flash. Ultimately, Red do get away with something on the map. The first thing that Aegis has really had go his way so far.
Yeah, I mean, really big that Red is able to secure that objective. Losing the flash from Aegis, I think, ultimately is worth, but Shinny is just having a great game. First, out of the neutral objective, he leeches the XP off mid to hit level 6 and below. His opposite numbers, Flash and Trajan. You said, you know, we didn't know how he'd be. He'd been playing solo queue for 3 years, but man, this game's looking like solo queue, where every game is just jungle div.
Yeah, he's got his pathing down pat, that's for sure. The one thing that you can really nail down in solo queue and jungle, you can get that early path, that early, just maximizing your own personal advantage over your counterpart. Screw the rest of the map. It's all about the Jarvan right now. So, great start for Fluxu. Now, we've got some ults coming on. We've got Rumble and Jarvan once that cooldown is done. Ashe is about to hit level 6. Then they'll start having pick and teamfight opportunities. So I'm expecting to see Fluxu try to push this advantage. Don't let the Lilia scale. Don't let the Azir scale. Don't let them sit back and just become good team fighters themselves, as Fu and Shinny have found a flashless Lilia trying to get that damage, but in comes Grevthar with the save. Over the wall comes the... That'd be like a stun for 10,000 years right there. Must have been the Ashe arrow coming over as Fu gets another flash on the play. Red stay alive, but they are really under pressure now.
Yeah, I mean, Red, they somewhat successfully defend. They don't give over first blood, which is huge. But Aegis loses out on the camps yet again. Wolf camp gets denied. He did at least get the blue. But this Lilia is only going to hit level 6 some 8.5 minutes into the game now. Still getting tracked, by the way, by a ward likely put down from Chiari. And beautiful proactivity coming out from Fluxu on the bottom side.
Yeah, they know exactly where this jungler is at all stages of the game, so they can be aggressive with the pushes and they can back away when needed. Chiari knows exactly what's going on, so he's not going anywhere near that cannon wave, right? FNB is not going to get a free chance to do it, and it's already a tough matchup for him, so excellently managed by Fluxu. All that's going to matter now is you need to go into this team fight with the lead that they will have, and you need to execute on it. You can't leave the door open, otherwise Red could perform a bit of a loud style turnaround if you just walk up into the 5v5 and have better decision making.
Yeah, to harken back to the two-step plan that I laid out earlier, step 1 has most thoroughly been completed, generating a 1,500 gold lead before 10 minutes with no blood even being shed. But they really need to be able to execute on those team fights, as you say. And I really do want to praise Fluxu for their game plan in this game. Not only are they just playing aggressively towards the mid jungle, which is their strong point on the map, but they're also attacking Aegis. And I do think in Red's resurgence, it has so much of that come off the fact that I think Aegis has been the best jungler in the league on the back half of this CBLOL split, Trajan. I don't know if you would agree with that. He's been so good for the Red Canids, and Fluxu has completely cut the head off the snake in this game.
It's absolutely a fair shout to make. You know, players like Croc have been struggling. Karaoke had a very, very strong first half, but he's still good, right? He's still absolutely very strong in the second, but not as much. The glow up from Aegis has been massive. Getting back to, he was always the guy that I would say Aegis is the best. It's not Croc, it's not Karaoke. I would always pull for Aegis in those previous conversations of the best jungler, and I think he's right back up there. He just had to get a couple of Maokai games, couple of Sejuani games, get his feet back under him, and now he's right back onto these kind of carries, these AP champions that serve him so well, and I do love to see it. He's now going on to the second round of grubs himself. Grevthar keeping watch in the mid lane. The mid jungle duo for Red ever present across the map. Shinny having to take his time on the approach now.
Yeah, Fluxu's a little bit late for this, but Red knows that they're still on the way, and Fluxu would really like to be able to secure these Void Grubs. Shinny now onto it, and nothing able to be denied by Red. Despite first rotation over, they know that they are weaker. At some point, we do need Fluxu to start blowing the doors off this game a little bit with some fighting, but for now, they are more than content to just slowly choke Red out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it's going to get to the, since you had this linear team fight composition, Jarvan, Rumble, Ashe, and you just need to run at your opponent and press your buttons, and that's when you can just start hitting them with your wallet, and it becomes very hard to fluff up these kind of engages. It's still possible, but Fluxu are setting themselves up very, very well to keep their playoffs hopes alive. This is the kind of quality we need to see out of teams that are hoping to head into the offseason. Or postseason, I should say.
Exactly. And for Red, another team, right? Postseason hopeful can clinch here with a win today. What I want to see from them is just give this next dragon. Don't bother fighting it. You don't have your first item spikes on any of your critical carries. Try to just slow down the game, get some farm, look to make cross-map trades, and open up the map at the same pace as Fluxu. Because as we said, despite how good Fluxu's early game has been, they haven't blown open any sort of major kill or map control advantage. If Red can keep that close, fight for third, fourth dragons once you start to approach first, second, third items on your strong carries, because they do still have brilliant scaling on their side with the Lilia, with the Azir, and of course, that true tank top laner.
Yeah, you don't want to walk into an ill-advised fight right now. Give Fluxu another couple thousand gold lead with a Tristana, double AD carries to start getting the turret gold as well. Could be disastrous. And with the Cloud Drake as number one, Ocean as the second, there's room for a Hex Tech. There's room for an Infernal. They could have a very snowbally soul point for Fluxu if they get lucky on the Rift, as the TPs are come back into mid lane from both sides. They want to be ready and waiting. Grefthar is the one with the completed item, however. He's got decent damage to offer. Aegis just checking it out to see if Fluxu have been so bold as to start it up.
And Grefthar has been farming up pretty well in this game. It's also, interestingly, the Grasp Azir. I feel like I've not seen this as much as of late, but makes a lot of sense into the Tristana. It does give you some sustain and, of course, auto attack damage trading back, which is so important for the Azir in that matchup. I'm actually surprised to see the amount of restraint we're seeing from Fluxu towards this dragon. Of course, Red taking the first dragon for themselves basically just buys them time, right? It affords them an extra 5 minutes in this game where they theoretically do not have to fight for a Drake from behind. So now with Fluxu moving towards it a couple minutes after spawn, that's even more time that Red has been able to essentially buy for themselves, where dragons aren't just getting stacked towards a win condition on their heads.
Yeah, the river now completely dark for Red. No one's on this side of the map. They are just giving it. That is, I think, the right call. As you had said, I wonder if we're going to see the return of Tank Azir Hawk on Grefthar. Room for a little frozen heart against double AD carries, right? Like, possible. Yeah, there's some sort of logic to it, but I also hope not, to be absolutely clear. But it would be a very Grefthar thing to do.
I just feel like there's no true tank on the other side. Like just kill them, man. Especially because, to me, Fluxu feels like they have a damage overload comp, right? Like, where they're going to just try to press all their keys on somebody and kill them. Whether or not Grefthar is a tank, I think he's dying anyway. Because honestly, I think FNB's probably dying anyway if they choose.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if Grefthar is willing to ruin our days with that one, as Trigo working on that solo tower right now. Red, in fact, investing in the first... I say the first Herald, like there's a second one, in the Herald in topside, and they'll likely get it here. Instead, we've got Fu going right into the bot side, both the AD carries and Scambert getting that push on. It's first turret gold. It's now 2.5k the lead, as Red had better get some value out of this Herald, man, because, good knows Fluxu's getting plenty of value elsewhere.
Should at least be able to, hopefully, to equalize in the tower trade. But again, it's another play where Fluxu are just one step ahead. They have been so clean on their map moves, and even though Red has done a good job to fight back, it just has not quite been good enough. I mean, a tower in trade for an objective that hopefully gets you a tower later. Which one do you think I'm going to favor?
Yeah, and one that gets you, objectively less gold than the tower that was given in trade.
So true, yeah.
So, unfortunate. Red, we'll see if they can make that one work. Who knows? If they get the big fight, they get multiple charges, maybe it turns into 2 towers. Then the math checks out.
True, you could get the double charge, do the Herald thing. Have you ever seen that where you drop it as the first tower's dying?
Yeah.
And you get a double charge into the next tower and one-shot it? That's a fun thing to do.
Yeah, they're gambling.
Who knows? Maybe Red can make it happen. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We'll see if it works. Shenny is going to get spotted by Frosty right here. They do know that there is a trap being set up in their topside jungle. Aegis is accordingly going to just walk away and not open up any doors right there. And Frosty, I imagine, covering just in case there's a threat onto the Azir in top side. Just keeping an eye on Shinny. Wants to make sure there's no Jarvan going the wrong way.
Yeah, it feels to me like Red Canids just bought some GameStop stock, but Fluxu's been holding on to Apple stock since like 1990. They are rich right now. However, Red's starting to fight.
Yeah, Shinny down to half HP. No ultimate core by the Lilia. Rakan drops the R, in fact, just to make sure that doesn't go awry. So that will strip away some of the engaged power. Fu with Grubs in top side. 6 Grubs stacked up by Fluxu as a side note there. With Tristana and double AD carries, that could be devastating if that big fight finally happens. If Red, God forbid, get aced in the next few minutes, they're going to start losing structures very quickly.
And that kind of play is one of those things that Tristana loves, an overcommitment towards the group from Red Canids. Looking for a pick, a very understandable play, but it gives Fu a little bit of free time on that tower with the 6 Grubs and that top lane tier 1 all of a sudden taken so low, and it gives Fluxu a really obvious avenue to attack. Push out a mid wave, short shift up towards the top side, and they should be able to take that one down without too much trouble. And Trajan, again, no blood has been shed in this game, but in the last 7 minutes, Fluxu has grown their gold advantage by 1,000, so they are still continuing the slow march of progress.
Yeah, they're just kind of winning this game step by step, as Red hasn't even really looked for a potential kill. They don't have great tools to do it, I must say. Frosty is sort of the only one with a reliable way to do so, or if his Grevthar could maybe fling his body in to sacrifice for a shuffle. But Fluxu are the ones with the Ashe ult, with the J4 ult, with the Rumble ult, and they've not really found great options either. They've not found opportunities to throw out these pick attempts. They're just kind of, as we say, gradually accruing the money. So who's to say they even really need to do so? It's not like they have terrible scaling. They've got the Rumble, they've got the Tristana. They're not going to completely fall out of the universe as this game goes later, but I feel like Red maybe does have somewhat of the edge with the Lily and the Xayah.
Yeah. Fluxu's still trying to attack towards this top lane tier 1. We're about a minute away from the very critical juncture in this game, which is going to be 3rd dragon spawn that Fluxu should be able to take away. I'm not even sure if Red actually will want to fight for it, but then Baron spawning shortly thereafter. And this is going to be the part of the game. The next 5 to 10 minutes where Fluxu really wants to break things open, and if not win the game, get it into essentially one territory, because about 10 minutes from now is going to be the time where Red should be more than strong enough with their composition to start fighting back in earnest.
FNB trying to pressure onto Chiari, denying an early recall right there. Some items being completed across the board. Almost everybody has that first item completed. Both the AD carries just chilling in that mid lane. It is a Hextech Rift as well, so a very impactful soul. To be honest, for both of these comps, a lot of auto attackers, a lot of attack speed enjoyers on either side. FNB, though, just getting melted by the 1.5 item Rumble. It should be enough to still get that tower over the line. Yes, it will. And some of that gold lead finally getting chipped away at by Red.
Yeah, but the health bar advantage is going to give Fluxu full control over the river. I think Red is going to be perfectly fine with this, though. To be honest with you, Trajan, they get bot lane tier 1 in trade for only 2nd dragon over to Fluxu. Again, taking away that Cloud Drake. Really impactful as it buys the losing team time. Fluxu has not really been able to force this game open. Again, critical juncture. 2 tier 1s in trade for a single Drake. We mentioned Red, if they can open up the map at a similar pace to Fluxu, they're in a really decent position, and they have been able to do that.
Yeah, in what has been essentially a purely macro game so far. Fluxu are still ahead, but out comes the Herald now on top side, threatening onto this top side inner. They won't push for it, they won't threaten getting that extra bonus gold. So not too impactful in the end there, but Red clawing back a little bit. And as you say, only one dragon given. Trigo arrow goes wide. No opportunity to follow up. And it will continue to be macro over micro right now for Fluxu versus Red. And now we're at that 20-minute mark. So Fluxu, those arrows, we got to see him start hitting. We got to see some pace potentially being increased.
Yeah, maybe Trigo could have used a little bit more micro there, because he fired that arrow so that it was through the wall. Like, I think he should have been able to force a flash or something off of a Red member. Instead, Red walks away from the play scot-free, and this gold lead has been dug into by about 500-600 for Red. But more critically, we mentioned that map pressure. Fluxu does not obviously control Summoner's Rift, and that is a problem when we start looking towards these fights that they need to begin taking.
See, they're trying to threaten onto mid lane. Our Red FNB had a flank Aegis around the corner, trying to draw Trigo in. the damage onto Brunsey. Shinny instead looking up this top side. Grefthar has the Seeker's arm guard already done. Plenty of safety now for this Azir with the summoners, with the ult, with the items. Very hard to actually get the kill done here, but they might just go for the dive to push him away and push for the tower instead.
I don't think they can dive this guy, but they just want to get the tower. Fu needs to be able to just walk up to this tier 1 and hit, but the timing not really there, and you can see how much wave clear and confidence Grefthar is playing with, even TP being invested from FNB just to hold on to this tier 1. Red not wanting to let Fluxu take any sort of map control.
Yeah, I mean, they had some members rotating up. They had Trigo and Scamber coming up the river, but they weren't there yet. So it seems like quite an early TP from FNB, but maybe just belt and braces, making sure absolutely nothing goes wrong there. And they've swapped FNB up into that top side and just taken the opportunity to move Grefthar onto the other side of the map, I suppose. And the waves continue to march forward. Red now continuing to eat into the gold lead, now down to about 1.5k. The scales slowly tilting back, and everybody, thank you for sticking with us on this very reserved, very quiet, very thinking man's League of Legends game here. But we are seeing the kind of balance of power slowly shift, and Shinny might be at risk of getting first blooded right now. Finally, he steps into the wrong side of town, and Grefthar's there with a TP to secure first blood at a mere 22 minutes.
And we said this was going to be the critical juncture, but a huge mistake from Shinny is the first one to fall, as Fluxu did not have control over any of their side waves, and Red was able to capitalize on it. A brilliant collapse to remove the enemy jungler. At the very least, Fluxu should, by and large, avoid losing too many objectives off the back of it, but full topside control over to the Red Canids.
Finally there, and Grefthar accelerating towards that finish. Zonya's already into the needlessly large rod. The Azir has been very solid from him right now. Lost out a little bit into the Tristana as we'd expect, but Shinny, I guess, just gets a little too comfortable, not on his side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Red's just coming off reset, and Fu is nowhere to be found. You have Chiari walking up. He is going to be theoretically first, but of course the teleport committed from Grefthar into a beautiful location. You just can't make that play without full information. Shinny, maybe resting on his laurels a little bit. He did interrupt the CBLOL English podcast, thank God, but yeah, I mean, that's not a mistake that you can afford to make twice.
Chiari on this ward is terrifying me, man. Red has 3 people here, and Fu is pulling the recall. Chiari, yeah, okay, he knows perhaps should not simply just step up blind into this tower, and does not give his life away, as Shinny had so recently. 2 items now done for all the Fluxu carries. Almost the same for Red, though, as well. No longer can Fluxu walk into these critical mid-game fights over this imminent dragon, knowing that they're stronger in the inventory.
And all eyes on Fu, because he is the one with the Last Whisper in inventory. This Tristana is going to hit very hard. He was the one that I said needed to be a big carry alongside Shinny. Is poised to do so. Chiari also up over his opposite number. We asked him to be the one to beat FNB in this Rumble Cassante matchup. Honestly, Trajan went pretty even, and I think FNB has done a great job of drawing pressure, but Chiari is, of course, the one up gold as the Red Canids. The ones with map control, though, and honestly, maybe it's Fluxu's turn to just trade the dragon for map control, but no, wow, they really want to 5v5 this.
Yeah, and avoiding taking that free tower top lane. That wave's now just going to crash in. I don't know if it'll take it itself, I doubt it, but Chiari wanting to be in position very, very quickly. Not sticking around for the objective, and now Fluxu looking for that angle. We're watching for Fu, we're watching for Shinny and Chiari on this kind of hot pot combo to really get things kicked off.
And Trigo just lost his flash. I mean, Frosty dashed forward and said boo, and the Ash was out of there in a blink.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cooldown, no longer available. I really would like for Fluxu to just play on their side waves. They did not need to overcommit towards this 5v5, and now we are just BR ramming in this fight.
Fu buffers the jump away. Shinny is in. There's the combo knock up onto Aegis with a lovely equalizer. Red have to step forward, and they do. Shinny now dropping ever lower, still holding on the Lilia ultimate. No one's dropped it just yet. The J4 is decidedly out of this fight, but it's a playable 4v5 for Fluxu with the HP advantage. They've got good zoning tools. No one dies again. Getting a kill in this game. We just can't buy them, Hawk. They'll break away.
And we're going to have another re-engage. Again, Red a little bit lower, but they do have the numbers advantage for the time being, while Shinny comes back. Control over mid as well, and this one's getting burned down. I think Red should be able to get the dragon. We'll see about the fight, though. Most ultis still available for Red.
Shinny's in. FNB trying to keep him out of there, has the ultimate to remove him if necessary. There it goes, and Aegis will pick it up with no problem.
He dies
Now
for that.
can FNB get out of this one? He is a Cassante, but he's in the ult. Flashes over the wall, thinks he can make it, but now has no way to move forward. Still so tanky. So,
he's tanky!
So tanky! A lover engaged by Shinny. They get the trade onto Frosty as well. Shinny's still alive. Shinny still alive, but Bronzy now takes him down. Aegis sacrificed as well. Finally, Fluxu have a fight that they are advantaged in. And FNB with the Cassante moment somehow walks out of it.
Yeah, but Red, they lose the fight anyway, 2 for 1. But in trade for the Dragon, I think Red is going to be okay with that sequence. Mid lane tier 1, to me, is maybe the biggest story of them all, though, because we've talked so much about map control and ease of taking fights. Next time Fluxu decides to overcommit 5 members into the mid lane to fight for a Dragon, they'll have a way more ability to actually jockey for control of that wave. And it's going to make it way easier as we can take another look at this fight. FNB just so strong on this Cassante. We mentioned the last whisper in inventory for Fu, potentially going to be able to burn him down, but I was sorely mistaken, underestimating the tankiness of this guy. Unfortunately, Red, they just did not really have the fight conditions to do much with the time that FNB bought. Divine Sunderer buying so much time for Shinny as well, and Red had to go too far forward, stay around too long to secure that kill and trade.
Yes, as soon as, they maybe try to get Grevthar and Brunsey in position, suddenly Kiari on the flank just says, absolutely not, you got to get out of here or I will fry you up right now. The Rumble, we've not seen too much out of it yet, but it's 2.5 items deep. Working on that penetration item as well is going to be very, very scary if it gets into melee range. The Red right now pushing across the map. They've got FNB on the inner in bot side with an Azir tower in mid. They've taken that turret control right back in that interim.
Yeah, exactly. We saw during the replay them take that mid lane tier 1, so that advantage completely moot for Fluxu, and gold is back to even. After the fall of the tier 2 tower in bottom, FNB again has done such a great job on this Cassante, as I think Kiari is overgrouping a little too much in this game, Trajan.
Yeah, that top lane tower has been standing for minutes on 0 HP. Really needs to just go and clean that one off the board, I feel. Fu could go and take it out in just a second, I reckon, but still, Red are the ones pressuring, and Shinny starting to really suffer on the front lines here. Only has the Merc Treads, no other Airmar to speak of, and Grevthar plus Aegis are finding it pretty easy to chip his HP down.
Yeah, you can really see the difference between that Cassante and the Jarvan the 4th. Fu, the only one with 3 items on Summoner's Rift, though, he is still by far the richest person. It is all on him to carry. Had such a great start to the split. Many of Fluxu's wins coming on this Tristana pick. It's a comfort for him. Needs to be the one to potentially see Fluxu staying well and truly in this playoff race. Deny Red their ascension for at least another day. Similarly, denying Loud if they win as well. So a lot on the line here. Fluxu is a pretty much must-win game.
Yeah, as much as Loud can't be knocked out of playoffs, they could certainly lose positioning and lose seeding potentially, and you don't want to end up in the bad matchup. There's not really any weak links in playoffs right now. We always tend to say that, but this year especially, there are a lot of championship contenders, even outside of that top 2, top 3 as Aegis. Takes a bit of damage from Kiari, has to respect that Rumble still, as Red, with a lovely vision line around the Baron though, setting up that wall and daring Fluxu to challenge it.
And I've got to say, I am really impressed with how Red Canids has played out this game. I know it's been a bit of a slog for them, but I think, if I'm being honest, Trajan, their draft is just worse, and they've still been able to equalize this game from a hard-losing position that they found themselves in, and they've controlled the map so efficiently. I've criticized Fluxu at certain junctures for, some of the decisions that they've made, but I think the Red Canids have not made things easy, and this has been sort of a big hallmark of Red's resurgence has been, of course, the individual prowess that we mentioned much earlier on into the game, even before it started, but also just their restraint that they have showed on the map and their, inability to really skip steps and to make massive mistakes in the macro plays throughout the last few weeks of games has been really impressive, because, to be honest, this was a team that I associated with skipping steps and making macro mistakes for a while, and it has been a completely different tune in recent weeks.
This is, I think, the big difference between Brunsey Red and Titan Red, as Brunsey is going to have to drop that cleanse in mid lane real sharp, but he's going to get away with it.
A Anti-synergy.
But having like Titan Jojo Red, these are players that skip steps and players that bet on themselves and take very aggressive moves, which can overwhelm and bulldoze teams that aren't prepared for it. And Brunsey and Frosty just aren't players like that. You know, we saw the rest of Red try to be a bit more controlled, but lost what made them Red in the first few weeks. It went terribly. They went 3-7. They've now returned to what makes them Red with the hands checking, with the emphasis on their own individual talent, and they're now combining it with a lack of variance, a less Titan-esque style of approaching mid and late game fights, which is serving them super, super well.
And you can see, by the way, how good Red has been at denying Fluxu their advantages, because Fluxu just took the top lane tier 1 that they should have gotten last Dragon. And now Red on Soul Point, as that one falls, sure, Fu will be able to take the tier 2, but Red's going to force.
Trying to get in there, Grefthar TPing onto the front line. Half HP right now as Fu has managed to get a couple of towers in top lane. If Fluxu get away with this, they'll just walk away with pure advantage. The Soul Point still there for Red in 4.5 minutes, so they'll be able to play around that one, but Fluxu regaining a little bit of the gold, if they can get back to this mid-lane tower, that is.
Oh, Brunsey, no cleanse, really close. Tier 2.
Ooh, wants to step up, still has the ultimate now of Red. Happy to go into this fight. They're working through that frontline FNB. Let's see how long it can last. Not very long at all, as it turns out. Grefthar with a lovely Zhonya's. Will Fluxu find him on the flank? They've let him get away. Trigo wants to catch him. Flashes are traded.
He's losing!
With an Azir. Almost goes down. Gets the crits when he needs them, and Fluxu walk away with a 2-for-1. The rest of Red will scatter, but Fluxu not going down easy here.
Yeah, not going down easy. It's a really tense engagement, as ultimately it's a very even trade. 2 towers on the top side of the map, including a tier 2 for Fluxu. Traded for the tier 2 and the Dragon. Red, though, low health bars. They've not been able to reset. Fluxu maybe going to force the issue onto this Baron. They've got the double AD carries to burn it down. A Trigo coming back out onto the map.
This seems bold.
Hence stuff, as no teleport on Grefthar respawning in 20 seconds.
No flash for Aegis, no blast cone. Can't get in the pit except on foot as Fu has come in aggressively to try and push him out. He's not managed to do it just yet. It's dropping ever lower. Fred need to get their jungler into the pit or find a way to win the fight.
Hit the Baron!
TPs are in. Someone's turning back. Fluxu wants to get it done. Shinny's going to find it. Will they get away with it? Lovely ultimate from Kiari. He's TPing into his death, but he's slowed down Red on the entrance. And Fluxu should be able to scuttle back to their base with the Baron, only losing 1 in trade.
So well played from Fluxu, understanding exactly what the assignment is. Keep Aegis out of the pit, and they know that is a never lost fight because Red simply does not have the resources to approach. And Fluxu finally getting maybe their biggest advantage that we've seen in the last 15 minutes, Trajan.
Yep, unfortunate for Red not being able to force the way in there, but Fluxu playing their own measured game, something which we did get to know them for in the first few weeks. They looked so controlled, they looked so calm in the face of the CBLOL energy. They started to lose it. Now they're showing a little bit more in this critical juncture. Back up to over 2,000 golden lead, approaching 3 once again. But for me, they have this Baron. We need to extend that. We need to get full control of the map in time for that Hextech Soul Point. Please do not give Red the Hextech Soul Point for free, Fluxu. That's just a death sentence.
Yeah, exactly. I would really like to see Fluxu just completely drop top wave. Play mid-bot for the next 2 minutes, or as long as your Baron is, then take a reset after you drop all your wards. You've killed those tier 2 towers. You're going to have 4 items on basically everybody that by that point, they will be primed and ready to fight, especially with critical flashes still being down on the side of Red. Fluxu has amazing conditions, and they are doing exactly that. 4 members towards mid. Fu can escort up that bot wave in kind. They've got all the time in the world to play on this. Don't need to rush anything. The tier 2 towers are the prize.
Fu back on the sideways. He is already 4 items completed with the Infinity Edge. Such a huge spike for him going into these last critical moments of this game. He's got the pot wave in check. Oh, lands onto Frosty. Nothing too much secured right now. Trigo with not too much cooldown to wait for. As Red controlling the mid wave right now. Shinny staying in range to keep it Baron buffed.
That we'll get some time to work on this bottom lane tier 2. FNB here to match him, but this Tristana 6 grubs and a Baron buff. Maybe a bit respectful, Trajan.
Yeah, it just jumps away. I wonder if maybe, like, you just, as long as you're not next to a wall and not giving an easy ult target, I feel like
gotten some autos in there.
You could just kind of stand and wait for him to press his ult, right? I feel like if he ults, then you jump away, and you're probably chilling, but, you know, I'm not the Tristana mid main. So Fu does play very, very respectful right there. Pulls Red across the map. Fluxu now trying to get a counter push in mid lane going. It's very reserved, it's very cautious, but they are starting to get ahead of the pace on Red here.
And they're critically controlling the map. They're getting a lot of blue wards down in this blue side jungle of Red, which is what you want to see with this Hextech Dragon spawning in 34 seconds.
FNB comes out on the flank once again. Fluxu retreating after the first inner has been taken. The Baron dropping off in 5 seconds. Now, how has the map been secured for Fluxu? They've got great vision in the bot side jungle. They do have control over the bot push right now. They don't have it in top lane, and Red are right back into mid. They've got back on the Ashel. They land it onto an important target, and now look at the front line. Grefthar is the one actually getting crushed right now. Goes into the Zhonya's, but he wasn't even the target, and he goes down first.
Yeah, big mistake. I have no idea how Grefthar ended up in that position, but just gets taken down. Tankazir or not, you cannot 1v5. And that is going to be a 6th dragon going to turn into 7th. 5 minutes time, both teams each on the Hextech soul point.
Oh my god, it actually is Tankazir. I didn't even notice, man. I wasn't even checking his build. But he's gone Frozen Heart into Negatron Cloak into Ruby Crystal. He's actually doing Tankazir.
We don't have to talk about it too much.
And you're absolutely right, Hawk. It did not help him stay alive one bit.
Yeah. God, imagine if he could just, like, kill them all. I would have loved to have seen that so much more. Grefthar, Frozen Heart is not even as good as it once was, man. I cannot subscribe to this. But regardless, Trigo, the target.
On his own right now. Absolutely no one in the area to help him, but Frosty not quite in range. Maybe didn't know that he was completely isolated, but let's watch Grefthar. How did this even happen?
So he's just walking up trying to clear the wave. Oh, he gets tagged by a Winter's Bite, and what stunned him? Was it? It wasn't an Ash Arrow. He got stunned before the Winter's Bite passive. I think no idea, but
we couldn't see the passive under him, but Fu just auto-attacked him up to 4.
Did he? Was it the Winter's Bite then?
Yeah. It was just the Braum Q clips him, and then Fu walks up and Tristana autos him, and you can't really see the indicator. To be honest, Grefthar might not have seen it either, because it was under the minions, and he maybe would have flashed or would have tried to get away if he'd expected it. I think he just kind of caught him unawares.
Yeah. So I do think he didn't have flash, actually. I think his flash was still down for like 30 seconds of that play, which then begs the question of maybe why are we positioning so far forward. But regardless, I'll choose to give the credit for that kill over to Scamber for a really nice tag with the Braum Q converting into that play.
Yeah, love Scamber's Braum, always have. Happy to see it again, and it's been, like I say, very serviceable, doing exactly what is needed right now.
He's played well.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of a no-no. It's not like a leader, not like a super flashy necessarily, obviously being very visibly winning the game, but always doing his job. And right there, that tag pretty much gave Fluxu that 3rd dragon, denied any question of a Hextech soul. Now both of them can fight for it in 3 minutes' time.
So, fascinatingly, Trajan, this game is basically dead even in gold if you look at the bottom of your screen, except Fu is 4.3 thousand gold up over his opposite number. This Tristana is about to hit full build before Grefthar hits a 4th item. Insane advantage. Fu was the guy we wanted to see carry. He is the guy that is actively carrying. But that does call into question, though, if he gets caught, can Fluxu actually win the fight?
Yeah, it might even be more than 4.5k if you factor in the fact that 2 of Grefthar's items are useless and don't do anything because they're tank items. So
big facts.
Brunsley loses that cleanse on the hour again. Fu is on the flank. Aegis forced into an early Zhonya's. TP is coming in. Shinny on the front line again. Gonna struggle. Tries to flash away, but FNB drags him back with the Kasanti ultimate. Both teams not losing a man once again.
Here he comes.
Fu getting aggressed on. Has to jump away. FNB wants to keep this one going. Red still able to fight back, but they lost a lot of safety features right there. The Zhonya's, the cleanses, they lost a lot for it.
Shinny has been barely surviving in a lot of these engagements, but still, it's always Fluxu who has the team-wide health bar advantage. These fights have been so interesting. One small thing I do want to note, though, Trajan, is that is the 2nd time this game that we have seen an Ash Arrow. Oh, wait, no, Brunsey does still have his cleanse. Okay, so they only use the Mikhails onto it. So never mind. Poot's point is moot.
That's what it was.
Fluxu on the Baron.
Oh. Didn't even notice that. I didn't realize it looked the same as a cleanse. Fluxu has that top side. Red pushing in from the bot side. They've reset right now, waiting for some ults to come up, I dare say. And we have to, once again, as you said, keep an eye on Fu, the all-important Tristana. Ash Arrow comes out, will be dodged away smoothly by Frosty. FNB on the flank, very tanky, but if Fu gets onto him, It's not going to last, and Fluxu are now retreating back to get more control of the waves. Top lane, though, is in the favor of them, so both sides thinking, hang on, we faffed around for this for too long. Let's go and fix our waves, and we'll be probably back at the Hextech Dragon in 1 minute.
Yeah, Red has been grouping up a lot. In the mid game, they played very well on side lanes to sort of just deny the push from Fluxu that was coming out, but they've really abandoned that in favor of just trying to find these 5v5s. Of course, that is what their composition is built to do. Fluxu, this is a pretty unserious Baron start. I think they're just trying to force a response out of Red.
Yeah, they're not going to get it, though. No TPs needed to play as we're going down below 6k right now. Fluxu, if you got to pull it off, you got to pull off now. Frosty goes in, takes a big damage. We're just going to flip it. We're just flipping
doing
it
this?
now. We're just flipping the game. And Aegis will happily take that. Fluxu, you've got to win the fight now. You just gave him the Baron. Shinny forces a desperation engage and gives his life away after 40 minutes of controlled gameplay. Fluxu completely lose their minds.
Fluxu spent the first 40 minutes of this game not being willing to force for the game-ending advantage, and now, all of a sudden, they decide to go for the dagger around the Baron, but just gift it over to Red, and 45 seconds of the death arbitration. I think that's just it.
That's crazy, man. Fu and Scamber have to do it all. They've got to hold the line against 5 players and Baron. The Hextech Soul forgotten in the river. Fu gets some autos down, buffers another escape, 1 tower full, Scamber trying to get the shield, but Greftar's in. FNB as well, tags onto him, and it's just not quite going to be it, in fact, but the Nexus certainly won't be surviving. That is absolutely devastating for Fluxu. They were doing everything right. They were in such a good spot.
They were, and now Red Canids, I mean, congratulations in order to them. Standing tall in that game, so much resilience. They have now qualified for the playoffs. They have also qualified Loud to the playoffs. So 4 of our 6 teams are now locked. Fluxu, though, I can't believe it. Did they get bored? Did they fall asleep? I mean, that is an inexcusable mistake to just flip the game like that after being so hesitant to do so earlier on when they actually had an advantage. They get taken down, and I mean, still have yet to win a game against any of our top 8 teams here in the CBLOL since week 3. They find themselves with 1 game left, potentially outside of a playoff position. They now have to win tomorrow, and they have to get a little bit of help too.
Bro, what are they thinking? What?
I'm very upset. I can't believe that.
Why? The more I think about it, the madder I get, honestly. Like, this is like Lost here of like, we've just done everything right, but are just categorically refused to win the game. That is bonkers. I mean,
Trajan, I'm gonna be selfish for a minute. Imagine making us podcast essentially that game for 40 minutes while no fights happening because Fluxu wasn't willing to send them. Because if I'm being honest, the Ash Arrows were not really there for Trigo. Shinny was playing fairly trepidatiously. So they play so slowly for that long, waiting for the perfect moment. And then they do that? Like, I just can't believe it.
We're about to get into the really interesting Baron versus Soul macro movement trade. We're about to get like the most, tense, best version of that kind of game, which is where you have these objectives that you have to trade, and you're 40 minutes deep.
They were like winning fights too. Like
I don't know, man. Whatever, Fluxu. Okay, whatever, man. So Red got a little bit of a gift there. Not to say that they wouldn't have won the game otherwise, but they certainly didn't actually have to work that hard for it in the end. They just kind of got thrown the win at the 40-minute mark. So they're going to go up to 10-7, I believe. So they are locked in.
7th win in a row,
I believe, for the playoffs. Same score as Loud. Could be the same score as Kaboom after our last game where they're going up against Loss. Whereas Fluxu and INTZ remain, depressed down at 8 and 9, and then Fury in the middle looking to lock in that last spot. So there's now essentially, assuming Kaboom beats Loss, you functionally 1 spot left in 6th place. Yeah. And Furia would love to hold on to that. Now they have to play Pain tomorrow, so unfortunate. But then again, Flux, you have to play Loud, and INTZ have to play VKS. So no one's really going to have a good time tomorrow, I feel, on that front.
Yeah. A lot of fun playoff scenarios still remaining. I feel like perhaps we can throw it to a break, come back. We got more to talk about. As you mentioned, Kaboom coming up next. They've got a chance to punch their ticket and leave it to the other 3 teams to fight for the scraps.
Welcome back, everybody, for the last game of the day here at the CBLOL English. We just saw Red take down Fluxu against all odds. Now we have Kaboom versus Liberty, a match that... No, sorry, Los Grandes. Not even Liberty. A Kaboom versus Los Grandes match that we should... I tell how it is. I tell how it is, you know? Even Liberty does something. But Kaboom, 9-7. And for me, they've been hanging with the big boys for the last few games. However, just before we get into the pick and bans, I feel like we're slightly capped for Kaboom. I just don't know if we have the same room to grow that Furia and Red do. We'll get into that maybe after the draft. We'll come back to this. But for Kaboom, we're playing Brand. We love that for everybody. And the Yone locked in very early for Los Grandes without even really knowing what the matchup's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Trajan, I told everyone we'd have time to go through the foldy sheet. Maybe after the picks and bans, this is a Ezreal coming out. I'm assuming Ezreal mid here for House, with the Jhin also being locked in. I do think Kaboom has been playing very good League of Legends as of late, though. I do want to remind everybody that they do clinch their playoff spot with a win here today. Yes. Hey, if Red Canids, who's basically like their direct composition, dropped a game to Los, maybe Kaboom can too. Yeah,
I suppose. And like, in Los Grandes, this is the thing with Los Grandes, is we watch their games and we go, this is not a 1-15 team or 1-16 team. It just isn't. And yet, somehow, that's what their score says. You know, they do not play like a 1-17 team. So we'll see if they end up as one after this week. Now, Hao's back onto the Ezreal, I think is very good. His Ezreal game was one of the first games that Fluxu, when Kaboom were starting to turn their season around with the addition of Scary, his Ezreal game was very, very good, very strong in the mid game, and House has been having a pretty strong split overall, even with the ups and downs of Kaboom, I would wager. But that is going into Ashe, Leona bot lane, so a lot of engage, a lot of standard kind of effective utilitousness there, a lot of teamfight pressure, and then this Yone presumably is going to be going into the Ezreal, but we could still see a flop up to top as well.
Yeah, the Yone blind pick from Los Grandes is very fascinating. I'm not really sure what to make of this one. I mean, hey, I do think the champion is good. It can be effective if played well. It also sounds really hard to play against Ezreal. Maybe Super Clapper is going to pull it out, but instead we have the Shyvana.
What?
Wow, this champion is really good in solo queue right now. I need to check the stats. I don't believe it has been played. It has not been played in the CBLOL at all. I'm going to look up some more stats on this champion, but I'm actually very excited to see this one come out, Trajan.
Yeah, we finally let Lost cook in the draft phase. I don't know what's going on here, but Gianray and Medina and the players are pulling out some crazy ones. We'll see if Super Clever or C's is going to take this. I've seen as well, it's not even just necessarily full AP kind of bomb Shyvana. There's some AD and bruisery style stuff coming in, or like sort of Leandry's into tankiness. There's some flexibility now going into Shyvana builds, which is interesting, and we'll see how they choose to use it.
So the tech in solo queue is to go for, it's like Leandry's Shojin Riftmaker is like your 3-item core that you're trying to hit. However, it has been played twice in top level regions globally so far this year, both by Shanji, and both of them being losses. And he went just full tank top lane. So
great.
I think this is a jungle Shyvana here for C. So C's and Envy, clearly last week of the season, hey guys, we're 1-15. Let's have a little fun. I mean, not to bring down the mood a little bit, but Trajan, perhaps the last time we ever see Los Grandes playing here in the CBLOL is this weekend. And Envy and C is clearly just going to try to go out swinging with a very, very fun mid jungle in this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. On the side of Kaboom, they have picked 3 AD carries and a Brand, basically, is what we've got going on here. Now, we've seen this kind of comp come through a bit more, but it's normally with the Leona. This is exceptionally tanky on its own. Now, they have the Nautilus instead, which is kind of exceptionally not tanky, considering how big he is. So, like, there's no one that can take a hit. No one can take a punch on Kaboom. They're all staying at range. They're all, like, nudging you and poking you and prodding you and bullying you from far away. But if they get caught by the Yone, by the Ashe, by the Leona, I fear they might get stomped on.
Yeah. Honestly, Kaboom's comp is really hard to play into what is a full dive composition from Los. I also want to point out, it's House on the Jhin. So we're seeing another Jhin mid with the Ezreal bottom, which surely is just worse when you're against Yone Shyvana, right? Like I
feel like it is. Like
House... Remember, we've been kind of memeing this game. There's actually a lot on the line here for Kaboom. They really need to win, and I kind of hate their comp.
Yeah, because I don't think, I'm checking their match tomorrow. They're against Red tomorrow. That, like, direct competition for standings in the playoffs. Red are locked in, but Kaboom are not quite locked in. And you don't want to be putting it down to that. If Furia, INTZ, or Fluxu, they all have surging wins tomorrow, then suddenly it becomes a bit sketchy. So I agree, I don't really love what they're doing here. I think Jin mid is really funny. I like when Tuts played it. It was good, and it looked fine in that matchup. I do feel like it is strictly worse than putting the Ezreal mid. I agree. So we'll see if that works, I guess, as we go into the last game of the day. I dare say this is not going to be a 40-minute no-kills macro festival, though, you know?
We're hoping with these compositions that we get some fireworks, and Kaboom already wants to make it happen.
They swapped it back. They put it back. Okay, it's fine. They put House mid on the Ezreal.
Okay.
I think they were maybe just memeing and dreaming a bit, and they've put it back where it should be. This is better. This is way better.
This is way better. I hate the composition actually significantly less now, because you have pretty good 2v2s on both sides. I do favor the 2v2 here for Los Grandes. However, Kaboom should have winning solo lanes, which is going to make it much more difficult for the Shyvana to operate, who generally wants to just power clear, swallow all of her jungle camps, and keep those on respawn. The brand also going to be content to do that, but obviously with the wave push, should have first access into the river and make it very difficult for C's to really do much of anything. I do want to really quickly, Trajan, I said I would do it. I'm going to run through sort of the foldy sheet as it were. So, Kaboom, with the win, locks playoffs. Easy. If they lose, they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker, even if they also lose to the Red Canids tomorrow, because they already have 9 wins. Now, where it gets interesting is in the rest of the standings, right? Because tomorrow we have Fluxu playing Loud, Furia playing Pain, and then INTZ against Vivo Cade Stars. So INTZ definitely in the worst position because they're playing the first place team and they have to win to even get a tiebreaker. Fluxu is in the middle position because they're playing the worst team, but they also have to win. Whereas Furia also guaranteed at least a tiebreaker, but they're playing Pain Gaming. Also worth noting, if Furia wins that game, they clinch. That's it. That's the foldy sheet.
There we go. Absolutely. Envy was playing pretty aggressively for a level 1 Yone, standing next to a level 2 Ezreal there, and did get away not taking the Mystic Shot, but is decidedly down currently in this matchup after we saw Scary go for an early gank. Level 2 hit by BRTT, early aggression by Cabby as well. Natuna and Sales have to respect it, but with the Jhin and the Nautilus, they can sit back without too much trouble as the Ashe vision goes along there, trying to spot where Scary is going. So we'll see. I imagine House should be pretty much set up in this mid lane. Shouldn't really be at risk because the Ezreal. The bot lane, I'm expecting Natuna to just kind of play safe against double engage. The Jace into Gragas matchup is not one I'm super familiar with. Do you have any thoughts about who's expected to really take control of this one, Hawk?
I mean, Jace, at least early on, should be pretty good, especially with the repeated nerfs to the Gragas sustain. You're just playing a ranged versus melee matchup with a lot of damage coming out from this Jace, right? So should be able to harass out the Gragas, keep wave priority. But, you know, once Gragas hits like Lost Chapter or whatever...
How's mid, baby. How's Ezreal mid. Just kind of did it to him. And there goes the Yone blind pick down onto the gray screen.
I'm going to pretend that to just not happen, Trajan.
Yeah, just keep talking to us about top lane, yeah, let's...
Yeah, Lonely should be pretty good early on. Super Claver, with some items, though, does have the damage to really trade back if he's able to find it. But Lonely should be able to dictate. House is trying to turn it around.
Cooking, man. I love watching House play League. I love watching House play mid lane. Oh my god, dude. He's so good.
He is quite good. Maybe one day, Trajan, just for you, he'll have a good playoffs run.
Listen, okay? Listen, right? He was good last playoffs. His team, who was the one getting caught in mid lane in Game 5? Brunsey, not House. Okay? Right.
I need everyone to know that our producer, Rose, also just said cope into our mics as we get a bit of a scuffle in the jungle, Trajan.
I am the true oppressed class here in the CBLOL English, as Scary is trying to pressure on to C's. They're pretty even right now. Doesn't quite get stunned. That could have been hairy if the stun had landed right there, but the Shyvana cannot really offer any assistance as Seos has wandered into mid lane as well. Kaboom just trying to put the hammer down as Cabby flashes in. Gets the counter from Scary as well, like where his head's at. Envy with the knock-up. They get back to the safety of the tower. No one will fall right here, but both teams raring for a fight there.
Both teams have identified that it's all about the mid-jungle skirmishes in this game. They're trying for Los Grandes to sort of break the status quo that has already so substantially favored Kaboom, but great match from Kaboom, not allowing any sort of kills to come down against them. Meanwhile, Lonely, as expected, controlling in the top side. I think the big actual question for this game is... Los has amazing mid-game team fight, but they have to be able to get there, right? Because there's a world where Kaboom just shuts them down so hard early, it's never really able to come to fruition, and their damage never really comes up. Also, Kaboom pretty massively outscales them, I think. Obviously, side lane threat from something like the Yone is pretty substantial, but with the double 80 carries in the brand, I think it's going to be really difficult for Los later on. So, starting in about 5 minutes, Los Grandes is going to have like a 15-minute window where they want to just go 100 miles an hour and try to take as many fights as they can.
Yeah, and that has been a style that has served Lost pretty well in previous games. They've historically had decent early games, even into the best teams in this region. They've been able to get leads, they've been able to win skirmishes. It's really around the mid and late game decision-making that they have, you know, kind of fluxu moments where they just forget how to play, and they forget how to play together very, very importantly. So the fact that Kaboom is up on them already, I think, is notable, but there's plenty room to punish this composition that Kaboom has drafted. That is, at least if Envy can stop getting quite so crushed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for as much as it's funny to roast House about playoff performances or whatever, he has, like he so often is, been the guy for his team in the regular season. Even when Kaboom was struggling in the mid-split Trajan, Howls was playing spectacularly. He's got a 32% damage share, which is absolutely off the rails. Like, that is so high for a mid laner, and his kill participation is also the highest on his team. So Howls is the best player on his team. You know, he's going to be a big part of the reason why this team more than likely makes playoffs, which is so great to see, and we're seeing it now.
Yeah, How's still trading aggressively as well. Seas is there, but not level 6 yet. The Shyvana falling further behind is starting with the AD build, so we're expecting to see, I guess, the Shojin first, maybe, or at least some sort of Bruiser-esque item. We'll track how what Seas chooses to do. It's not a very Seas-esque champion, the Shyvana. Normally, he is like a Sejuani Maokai kind of guy, or Xin Zhao guy. He's like a, you know, a engaged CC, gank heavy, kind of jungler's jungler. But this is not the usual speed for him, and yeah, maybe it is just last week, your season's over, just try some new stuff. But I'd be interested to see if we do see a little bit of a different flavor from Seas here.
I really love how Seos has been covering mid here as well, Trajan. Look at this. He's just trying to make it so that Envy can't farm. He's allowing House the space to step up and harass.
Knows where his AD carry is,
able to find its mark.
His AD carries in
the
mid lane.
top lane, though.
Ooh, that's a big one. And the Bomber back in, not quite in tower range. That is unlucky for Super Clever, honestly. An inch further back, and a couple of tower shots coming down. That could have been a lovely little solo kill.
Always hate when you don't quite have enough inches. Unfortunately, Super Claver is not able to find it.
Shibby I'm casting with right now? That was a very shibby thing to say. That's crazy.
Yeah, the spirit lives on. I don't know. Trajan, I feel like this is a really unserious game.
yeah, I feel it. I feel the energy. Because we were so serious about the last game, Hawk. We were so locked in with, like, addressing that game on its merits, and we didn't get rewarded for that. So now, we're not going to address this game on its merits as revenge, as a hook. Lovely little pick, actually. Howls will pick up the kill. C's not having a great start to the Shyvana journey.
Yo, Nautilus is so BS. Like, that hook was crazy. I don't even blame C's for dying to that one.
Yeah, you'd be like, this isn't going to hit me. I'm fine. Was not fine. Scary getting aggressed on, but Seos again in the front line. Ult coming over from House, and the Leona suddenly doesn't want to be there.
Goodness.
Scary picks it up. Natuno across the way, firing shots off, but Kaboom just racking up their third kill.
Yeah, so the serious cast once again, Trajan. We said that the biggest question in this game is going to be whether or not Los could actually get to the mid game in a decent enough position to just force fights. And already the answer is looking like a massive no, as Kaboom has played through their mid push so beautifully this game to just dominate on both sides of the map. And Los, for as much as they can throw at this Ezreal to try to break the status quo, Kaboom has simply understood as long as we match it, we can never lose. And that is exactly what they have done.
Yep, they're betting on House right now, and it is all working out for them. 2-0-1 on the Ezreal. Big gold lead. 1,200 gold lead at 9 minutes just on the Ezreal. This is the gold lead that we were excited for Fluxu to have built up across the entire dang map last game.
Don't remind me.
And I know.
Trajan,
And
if this game is still going in 40 minutes, just end me. Like,
yeah, that'll be the sign. That'll be the sign to hang it up. You know, it's like, nah, it's not worth it. Okay. And we do have C's picking up that scuttle on the bot side. Has hit level 6 now, so does have that first bit of extra oomph to add to the fights. The Dragon, not really attempted by either side right now. Grubs haven't been pitted by Kaboom, so generally I think they're just happy with what's working for Kaboom. They're, as you say, playing through the mid lane, accruing these leads, really pushing Envy out of the game.
Yeah, it's Blind Yone. I mean, again, I feel like it was more than anything Envy just saying, hey, pick me, Yone. The season is pretty over. But again, this game has very important implications for Kaboom. So I like to think that, you know, Lowe's still trying their best, but this blind has just not worked at all. And I really want to give credit to House to how from minute 1, he's completely bullied this lane. Every single creep is an objective that Envy has to struggle to take, it seems.
Yeah, sidesteps the Q as well. Can E forward, looks for the Mystic Shot on the W. Actually flashes away from the ultimate. House has to respect the aggressive play right here, but Envy away from the tower, dropping ever lower. So House finally loses something a little bit on that trade. Envy gets him to blink in that play as the Mountain Dragon picked up by Los Grandes. Sees, of course, on the Shyvana, stacking additional bonuses for every dragon they collect. So not too shabby right there. And we do need to remember that, as you had rightly said in the draft, this is a hard comp for Kaboom to play. There really is no margin for error here. Because if you start stepping out of line, you will get murdered. And you'll give the shutdowns away. And the game could, you know, be very winnable for Loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like, as Envy yet again the target in mid lane, I do feel like there hits a point in this game where Kaboom's composition just does so much damage, it almost doesn't matter how the game is going at that point. But I mean, you know, we are far from that, and we are hitting the point in the game where Los really wants to fight back. Getting that first dragon, for as late as it may have been, is important for the side of Los Grandes. You know, they have a composition that wants to stack for these. They want to force Kaboom to fight, and Kaboom, remember, they won a fight in Bot River like 5 minutes ago, but weren't actually able to take the objective for it. Now you got C's working on yet another objective. Still has not been found out either, so... Okay, ults over the wall. But still, taking away a Void Grub, it feels very good for them.
Yeah, House and Scary will maybe waiting to catch a rotation right there, but it won't be given to them, as they will step away. So C starting to catch up a little bit on the map. Kaboom's still down in gold, but certainly room to play. I think there is an interesting dynamic that's gone with Kaboom here. As we've talked about how important House is, how critical he is as a carry. I think it has really had to coincide with Natuno stepping back in his role as a carry, as a traditional kind of Jinx player, like a Draven player, someone who's carrying the games, as he's now thrown out the ultimate to try and lock onto BRTT, gets the barrier at least, but will not threaten to kill the Ezreal ult. Timing not quite there. The barrier saves BRTT again, but no kills will go down. But Natuno, he's, you know, gone into static Shiv Jhin. This is a wave clear Jhin into bot lane where his support has been missing the entire game. This is like very much secondary carry Natuno, not primary carry, and that has been working a lot better for Kaboom as he's looking to maybe get a kill here, but the hook will not land. Cabby flashing away to safety.
Yeah, Cabby found himself in the wrong neighborhood right there. Big flash getting blown for virtually zero investment. I do want to say, you know, Natuno, like you mentioned, has been great on the hyper carries. I also have really liked his Jhin so far this split. He's won both of the games that he's played on it. I think Natuno in general has been a big part of the reason, and also Seos, that Kaboom, sorry, simultaneously struggled early on, but also has been looking really good in recent weeks, where I feel like this bottom lane just looked a little bit out of sorts compared to the level that we expected them to hit. Seos wasn't really linking up with the team a lot of the time, and they were struggling to actually make plays that had positive outcomes in a lot of their games, and so they fell down in the standings a bit early on. But in recent weeks, I think Seos in particular, we've seen how well he's played around House in this game. Natuno's been content to take a back seat, be more of the scaling carry. And it just feels like Kaboom, they've figured out their identity really well and have played around that much better than they did early on.
Yeah, 100%. I would go further and call the Kaboom bot lane an absolute disaster before, like, the middle of this split. I think it was
It was pretty rough, yeah.
And especially, yet really just compared to expectation. We had such high hopes for them, as the Ash Arrow will not connect, and won't connect on top lane either. It will simply sail past from BRTT. But the Seos effect as someone who, when he's on point, you know, he was part of 3 of those Loud championships, was a critical part of them, a very, very strong partner for Root, and a obvious great playmaker for that team. Now he is able to step up and be the same for Kaboom, where they really do need it. Scary, they have better connection and better communication with their jungler, but he's not as experienced of a player. You know, he's not had those championships under his belt, and I think Kaboom combined with Scary fixing the vibes and offering that playmaking is what really, really steps Kaboom up into that success right now.
Yeah, Scary also having so beautifully stepped into this team, as we do have a fight in mid.
Abby going in, gets good damage onto Ezreal. In fact, just nukes him down with Lost backing up. So the first misstep for Kaboom in this game, and Hal's shutdown going over. So some fight coming out of Lost, and they quickly cut that gold lead down.
Yeah, really nicely done. Cabby just able to find the CC out of the critical member, and that's the dive comp for Los Grandes. And the reason why Kaboom does need to be careful with their composition, as their only frontline being a support Nautilus that can no longer rush Warmogs for free, by the way. So yeah, I mean, House just makes a mistake, gets caught out, and that was a great collapse from Los Grandes. I do want to point out as well, speaking of junglers, C's going for the solo Q Shyvana build. He's got the Spear of Shojin in inventory and made it work to great effect. We can take another look at this fight. Not really much to be said other than that. It's a great Zenith Blade. House didn't have the flash, and so once the Arcane Shift is gone, the Leona always going to follow that and be able to lock you down.
Just a bit of disrespect from House right here. It wouldn't be the first time he's been put in that critical carry position and has tried a little too hard to leverage it. Goes down in the mid lane, sees, gets some gold as well, as we say, goes into the Shojin. Now here comes the Amp Tome as well, so we're expecting now the Liandry's or the Riftmaker, one of these two, to come through. So it is going to be, as you say, that full solo Q build. It's going to have some oomph on those ulted Qs, but also be able to scrap it out with the auto attacks as well.
Yeah, this Shyvana build does a lot of damage, and it's very tanky. I'm actually very excited to see this picked. I think it's better than maybe some pro teams give it credit for, especially with the nerfs to some of the other AP carry-oriented junglers. Kaboom, though, still trying to focus on opening up the map, getting bot lane tier 1. They're also looking towards mid tier 1. That was the objective that they wanted before House got taken down. I would expect it to be the next focus for them.
They have left top lane on its own right now. Lonely is maybe going to
that hit my fridge.
Up. Yeah, BRTT just yeets it all the way past. As Lonely not even able to TP back up top lane. So out comes that Herald. It's not going to get a second charge off, is it? No, Envy is going to hold it there. No. So they're going to go back to this mid lane. But Kaboom still getting that first turret gold back off the field. As the Dragon coming up in not... Or the Dragon not for another 4 minutes right here. Gone one apiece right now. BRTT aggressed on now by House. Burns an early barrier just to keep himself topped up. The Ezreal still trying to pressurize in this mid lane.
Yeah, they really want this mid lane tier 1, rotating the bottom lane over. They also have Scary going to come up, and I don't think BRTT can defend this. He might just die.
He's just caught, and it's just that simple. Seos with the hook as well, steals it away. Natuno just sitting, you know, pointedly in his ultimate, saying, man, I had it. I was ready, but it'll just be for clearing the wave now, I guess.
I bet you Seos in voice comms was like, I totally deserve that kill.
Yeah, that's
you know,
actually.
like,
yep.
I really worked hard for that one. Yeah, I mean, just a nice pick from Kaboom, as, I mean, Los Grandes was on a reset, while BRTT was trying to reset, but on very low HP under a mid lane tier 1, and gets found out. Now, Kaboom, they can turn their sights to this top lane tier 1. They've already got members rotating over, and they should be able to fully open up this map pre-20 minutes.
Yep. Lonely has had a pretty quiet one up with Super Clipper right there. They are dead even on CS, just been farming it away happily as House. Getting ulted on by Envy, already is under threat right now. Does have the flash, doesn't, or does use it, I should just say. But here comes the rotation from C's. And now Lonely's coming in to try and even the score, but he's getting knocked up. He's getting 2v1. He does get one kill, but now Cappy piling in. And they'll make it the 2-for-1 across the map. House, again, caught out in the bot lane.
Yeah, just getting 1v1. Envy's like, what's up? That's for mid lane right there. He's so happy to finally get a kill, I'm sure. And it ends up being onto the critical member. Not only that, the overcommitment on the collapse from Lonely does mean that they lose a top lane tier 1 for it as well. So Los is still doing a very good job of fighting back in this game.
Yeah, they've kind of got active. They've got that first item done on C's. They've got it on Envy as well. You can see now he's winning the 1v1 in ults. And it's always the case. It's just that Ezreal's E normally, when he has a tower to kind of retreat to, gives him safety in that matchup, and you can never really find it. But isolated in a lane without a structure to defend him, the one Arcane Shift really isn't as good as like a Vayne ult and a Q, or even like Jhin with the additional speed up that you can get the consistent movement speed to run himself out of there. I think Ezreal sometimes feels a little less safe than people expect him to be when you don't have a lane to play in.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, it's good if you can use it to get to safety immediately, but if it doesn't instantly take you to safety. You could be cooked just like this.
Like right now, where he's been caught up, doesn't get over the wall. The Ash Arrow locks it up, and again, How's caught outside of the lane. And again, Kaboom pile in to try and help him, but they are just suffering at the hands of that choice.
Yeah, and this time Kaboom was actively trying to cover him, but just, I think, disrespecting the collapse potential. This is how Los Grandes' composition wants to play when everybody's able to run forward. They do give up a tower for it, only 2 kills and no objectives, means that, honestly, I don't think it's the greatest play ever for them, but still, Los Grandes making things happen.
You gotta get House out of that bot lane, bro. He's not having a good time down there. We see the replay. He's even further out now, and yeah, they have the cover, but if you're not going to eat over the wall, it's just not going to get you anywhere to safety.
And it begs the question to me, why are we contesting that bottom wave? When the only tier 1 still on the map is top, is there no cause to just drop that bot wave, shift towards top side, and then kill the top lane tier 1? I just think questionable decision making from Kaboom on a macro perspective does get their 80 carry mid lane caught out. Houses on 2 items, by the way. Both their ADCs are on 2 items. Kaboom is still in a brilliant spot in this game. Just some head scratcher moments.
Yeah, they're looking to maybe get their own back on Envy right here. 4 members of Kaboom as the TP's coming there. No one can stop him. Envy's out of there. Quick thinking by the Yone, and they've just
this is crazy.
Baron for Los Grandes. This is a play and a half. Lonely is there. He sees them right there. Doesn't get knocked up by Envy. It's not going super fast. And the rest
I
of
think
Kaboom
they have it, Trajan.
are sprinting up the river.
They've
the
got
TP, in fact, from House. They've got the Baron, and I think they'll just get away with it. Kaboom, do you want to scramble to try and stop them? Seos is looking for an angle. Flashes over, gets a hook onto Envy. They don't really have that much damage to follow it up, though. No one's in range. Scary around the back of the pit. Does have an ultimate if you can find a reason to use it. Can stop the backs. Can maybe get a massive ult right through here. Scary. You got to flash over the wall if you really want it, but he's not going to go for it. And Los Grandes was maybe the first excellent macro play that we've seen past 20 minutes in this split.
I'll take it, yeah. I mean, it was legitimately a great play. Kaboom over here is playing chess, while Los Grandes is playing underwater 5D checkers right now. I mean, this is incredible, as they managed to take the Baron off of the Envy TP. Kaboom just thought, oh, he's TPing back to base, but no, he TP'd to the Baron, and they punished the overcommitment. Again, Los now in the position where they can try to start taking some control. Kaboom, they need to win this game to clinch the playoffs, and they are floundering.
Oh, that was just inspired by Los Grandes. Envy currently on the flank is going to almost get... Okay, they know he's there now. They've seen the ward go down. So they see the possible risk here. And Kaboom, remember, no tanks. You do not want to get pincered between a Yone and a hard place.
Explosive cast getting invested just to get the mid lane tier 1. Really nicely done. Los Grandes leveraging their Baron, understanding that the Dragon is not necessarily the prize. It's only the second one either way. They want to try to open up this map and extend their gold advantage. Already plus 2.4k on the Baron power play. Now they can take the Dragon and still have plenty of time to work.
C's gonna get their second Dragon buff of the game right here. Kaboom. No way in to really contest this play. Envy actually has kind of thrown himself into danger and is gonna give his life for the fun of it, I suppose. No real reason for him to be there. The extra look comes through. Seos looking for a chase down, but the tower should provide Lost with the safety to get away. Sidestepping on the Jin W. The ultimate comes down as well. Natuna really wants to threaten for BRTT here.
He's out of
just
there.
Get away. So Kaboom, or rather, I guess for Los Grandes, we took a bit of a circumspect way to get there, but we've still wound up in a game where we can ask the question, how does Lost lose this? Because they've got the Baron and the Gold League now.
They are winning.
Yes.
It's definitely not going to be one. All things considered, they will be 2,000 gold ahead. Envy, as you mentioned, kind of threw his life away for the love of the game, seemingly.
Yeah.
But everything else was pretty good there from Los, and they have put themselves in a really great spot. This is basically their strongest point in the game. They've got 2 items on everybody, and, you know, only about 1 more item where they really start to get strong. After that, it's going to be more Kaboom favored. So, you know, they want to continue opening up the game. This Dragon in 3.5 minutes is going to be huge. This Baron in 3 minutes. Those are going to be the fights where, if you're a Los Grandes fan, hopefully they can fully take over and put away Kaboom.
Just noticed that Super Clever has gone into Rabadon's second and is just stacking amp tomes. Like, this guy is going to deal so much damage as a Gragas engager.
It's just crazy Gragas
it's
build.
It's just another, like, you know, fatal level threat for Kaboom to be worrying about. For all of their characters to be having to track in these fights.
See, this is what I was talking about, Grevthar. Just kill them, man. This is a Giga Chad build from Super Clever.
That's the best CC is when they're dead, because then they can't do anything.
Gray screen,
It's better than suppression. Like, it's very, very strong. You should consider it. As House, again, returning to the scene of the crime, back in the bot lane, now pushed up to the bot side, and there's a TP behind him. Surely he must have known that this was coming, my friend. He's already eaten over the wall. Los Grande's ready to catch him. There's no one else there. The rest of Kaboom's, just wandering around this side of the map. And House, brother, stop going bot lane.
Yeah, somebody get him out of there. It's honestly, it was funny, like, maybe the first 2 times, but what are we doing? How's that bot lane is not his house. I can tell you that much.
It certainly is not. It is not.
And Los, I mean, leveraging. Sorry.
Look, it's just sit mid. Look how much damage he's done in this game, and yet I feel like he's been dead the entire time for the past 5-10 minutes.
Oh, now it's Gary's turn.
Oh, the flash out, but they still caught him again. Cabby following with the Zenith Blade. And there it is again, the dives, the threats are so real and lonely. Once again, TPing in just a little too late to really turn the tide.
I'm just a little confused, Trajan, because I'm not sure how Kaboom thinks they're supposed to be playing out this game, but it's not how they have, where they keep playing spread map against Yone, Leona, Shyvana. Like, you're asking to die. I don't understand that decision-making process at all, and it has cost them so dearly, where from an early game advantage, they have just completely thrown it all away by misunderstanding their win conditions.
Tries to hold the cleanse, wants to see if he can get away with it, but is forced to burn it. Takes a big, fat chunk from this Shyvana as well. It has the Leandries, has the Hextech Alternator too. Big burst coming out of C's right there. But yeah, like, I don't really know how Kaboom is supposed to play this game out with the comp that they have. And I feel like they don't either, and they're just kind of catching waves, trying to push them out, and then dying.
Well, so here's the problem, is Kaboom is trying to push out on all 3 lanes, which just does not work with their composition. What you really want to do is control 2 lanes heavily, play catch on the 3rd, and then dominate on neutral positions, right? So something like top river right here, if you have control of mid and top, you can force Los to walk into your shooting gallery of Brand, Ezreal, Jhin, Jace. But they keep getting caught trying to push an extra wave on that 3rd side lane, and that is what Los has done such a good job of punishing, and it in turn has meant that Kaboom is deprioritizing their objective setups that they need for their composition to function. So I think it's just straight up a misunderstanding of what their win condition is in this game.
Yeah, and so now they have ended up over 3,000 gold down at the 27.5-minute mark. You can see Super Clever actually has the most XP in the game, and the rest of Los Grandes, even BRTT, who doesn't seem to have really done anything this game, is decidedly comfortably in this one. He's up in CS, he's got a decent scoreline, he's 3 items deep. He's kind of chilling now, and it's up to Kaboom to show us that they have some sort of solution here, because Los Grandes are the ones with an obvious linear track to win this game. They've got the leads, they've got map control, they've got threat, they're engaging onto Seos right now, and they've got the lead on the Dragon, they've kind of got everything.
Yeah, and, after getting completely blasted in the early game, Envy, level 16, 2 up over House.
Oh, House is getting absolutely cooked right now.
Killed him!
Isn't even enough. The solo kill is there. Massive ult from Super Clever. Isolates 2 more members. And Los Grandes clean out Kaboom and are straight onto the Baron.
And yet again, when Los is able to run forward, they are the ones that are winning, as it's Envy that comes up massive onto the man that bullied him in high school, Trajan. A beautiful fate sealed onto the Ezreal, as House completely losing the plot in this game, with Los Grandes taking over.
Kaboom, we're not getting this, are we? Are we going to get it? Do we have an auto? We do. I guess
they're
they'll
dying
find
for
it for the sake of both. Why are we flashing here? There's no universe in which we escape this play. Am I crazy? As Natuno gets chased down by CC. He might be out, I suppose. Okay, fine. I guess we just decided to kill Lomi instead.
Sure.
But, like, I feel like we could have killed both of them, but I guess giving one for Dragon isn't too bad in the end of it, but let's see how this Baron goes.
It's worth it. Yeah, it's worth it, but you lose your best wave clear in your composition. I think the call is like, at this point, we're just hoping that we can survive another 5-10 minutes, right? So
Yeah.
try to extend the game more after the fact. Los, they do have full control over the map. They need to at least take the last 3 outer towers to balloon their gold advantage. It'll be close to 10,000 after they take these 2 inners, Trajan. From there, well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what Loss has in store for us. Remember, this is the team that can lose games that seem nigh unlosable. So I'm interested to see how they plan to attack this one going forward. As C's looking for the steal on the blue, won't find it. Scary's going to clean that one up. And Kaboom will get control of their waves once again. So still plenty of time on the Baron, and for Los Grandes, I hope that we still see them just keep doing what they're doing. Don't try and do a 1-3-1, don't try and spread, don't do anything different. Keep doing what you're doing, because it's working really well, and if you do it like 3 more times, you'll win the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're very close. Like, at this point, the gold advantage is no longer a meme. Like, Los Grandes is winning this game, and Kaboom needs to find a small miracle to win, but they won't get it.
There's the catch for Los Grandes once again. BRTT looking crispy on the arrows now as we've gotten out of the laning phase. Lost decidedly are in the strong spot with their items, and they're just taking towers one by one. Kaboom with no answer.
Good guys Los making the playoff race all of a sudden very interesting heading into the final day, as we will still have 4 teams vying for the final 2 spots instead of what we thought was going to be a formality of 3 teams fighting for 1 spot, and Kaboom being clinched in a massive victory, coming out with the Shyvana Yone mid jungle. They may not have stepped up in the way that we expected with Envy getting dunked in the lane, but now 6-3-4, even though he will die here, it has been a beautiful turnaround from the mid lane.
No way out for him there. Does a decent job of wasting a lot of time, but Scary will pick up that kill in the end. The tower, almost, I think that's all the outer towers have been now taken here, Los Grandes, with 6 on the board. So they are approaching that 10,000 gold mark, and all they've got to do is walk it in. Play together. Don't do what Kaboom did and throw that gold away in the side lanes, and you'll be able to get it done. Now, they don't have the soul point. They'd love an Infernal Soul to really put a stamp on the game right here, but they've got to wait at least 7 minutes if they want to have a chance of that. So Kaboom, at least, does not have to worry about that threat for now.
Exactly, and that's the critical thing, is that Los does still need one more good fight to end this game. They have not gotten to that complete game-winning position, despite how big the gold advantage is, because, as we mentioned, Kaboom did take that dragon to draw out the game-ending win conditions that little bit more. So, if Kaboom is able to stall this one out, you know, to like a soul fight in 10 minutes, they will have their spikes. They have just now finally gotten to 3 items on everybody, and we mentioned how much damage this composition will do in the late game. So Los does still need to find that one last fight to put this game away before Kaboom can really come back. They have all the tools to do it. Full control over the bottom side of the map. The biggest thing, I think, is going to be this Baron in 2 minutes. As long as they're able to secure it cleanly, they should be able to lock this game down.
See, I don't really feel like we ever saw this from Fluxy last game, which is just like posting up in the brush and just throwing arrows out like BRTT is doing. He's been able to hit some, he's missed some, but just take a position, get like 1 or 2 friends to come and sit with you and throw the arrow out and see if you can catch it. And I just feel like we didn't see enough of that last game, but BRTT knows what his role is. He's just being, you know, throwing out an option for a potential engage. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we'll do the same in 60 seconds as Natuno has to cleanse out the Leona ultimate. Finally, Cabby does not find the man right now. Flashes away from the hook themselves as the C's ult is called just to give him more defense. But Cabby is completely isolated, burning away and lonely with the last auto attack. Doesn't get it. He goes with a shock blast and misses. And Cabby walks away. Natuno with the W can't find it either.
Trajan, I heard you say last auto attack. I was thinking the exact same thing as you.
Yep.
Inexplicably goes for the missable skill shot.
Crazy.
And Cabby walks away. Critical thing is that the flash is gone, traded for the cleanse off of Natuno, as Lonely now caught by Envy.
Doesn't have the doesn't go for the ultimate, I should say, and Scary's there ready and waiting. Envy has made a bit of a tough decision right here. He's given himself up in the side lane once again, but the dragon is live. Scary nowhere near, so it's going to be one for objective.
So, Envy has probably the most damage on his team this game. He's got the most kill participation, but he has also had some very inexplicable total gamer deaths. That's like the 3rd one.
How's caught again. This time it's in the mid lane. Ease away from one, gets caught by the arrow, and you ain't got no cleanse because you're in mid lane.
Like, Dude, why is he contesting that way? I'm actually getting upset. Like, I don't understand.
This
whole team was in base, Trajan.
I feel like there's still some very obvious flaws here. Like, as much as I will go to bat for Howls every day of the week, I think that we're a little sloppy sometimes. We're not really operating at the level that teams like Furia are, that teams like Red are, that are around them in the standings, but I think are just showing way less mistake-prone games.
Yeah. Also, Trajan, remember when I said if this game is still going at 40 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
This one has drawn itself out.
Yeah, we're at 35 right now. Loss, if you're going to throw, you should probably do it now so that we have a chance to end the game.
Right.
Otherwise, Hawk is in danger.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's at least been a little bit more entertaining. We've had more kills, and now the Baron flip coming 5 minutes early.
It's throw time. Here we go. Who's going to do it? Los Grandes? Oh, you see, they've just peeled off the Baron here.
Oh my god, that's what Fluxy should have done.
They've not just stuck it. I thought you had to stick the Baron once you started. That's the impression I got from the last game, at least.
Yeah. It's like when you touch a piece in chess and you have to move it. Like, that's where
rules. Like, you gotta do it.
If you touch the Baron, you gotta finish. Yeah.
You gotta finish it. Oh, imagine putting that in the game. Okay, so Kaboom, they're not gonna have to deal with that just yet. How's gonna try and hold on to this mid lane for all he's worth, but there's 5 members of Los Grandes bearing down, and it looks like Kaboom are gonna just trade the Baron for it.
What?
Wait, do they not
do this fast enough? Okay, so Los is going to take an inhibitor. Baron will go down with the Baron power recalls, but Los already has a wave onto the Nexus Towers. I don't think Kaboom's going to get back in time.
Dead. They're not going to find it. They're not going to get back in time. What is that? But what? Oh my God.
I can't.
Hawk, what have they given us here today? What are these games? What do we do to deserve these games, Hawk?
I'm really upset again. Like, it's the classic Baron for Nexus trade. I can't believe
this is how
what I just witnessed.
Win their second game of the split. What is that?
I said at the very beginning, this feels like an unserious game. I'm glad I was, I guess, right. I mean, Kaboom. Let's remember. Very serious playoff implications. Again, Kaboom now yet to clinch a playoff spot. They go into the final day, guaranteed tiebreakers, but not guaranteed a place. They have to win if they want to clinch at least a game tomorrow, presuming they might play multiple. And they're playing against... Who are they playing tomorrow? Red. Okay, and Red is on a 7-game win streak, so that is not going to be easy at all.
This was not a good showing, guys. This was not a good showing.
This was a CBLOL day. I don't really know what to say.
They had such a good start to this, and it's just as soon as like Howl starts losing steam and gets caught, I think what it really does is just show the glaring flaws in this comp, like in this draft that we'd known about and we saw. I mean, like, well, maybe they're just going to steamroll through mid and they'll just never have a chance for it to be an issue. But as soon as they lost momentum, it became a very obvious issue how vulnerable they are to like the entire lost comp. So I think, again, the drafting not great here. This is something that has plagued Kaboom in the past, and they just, I think, they didn't know how to play it, right? And they played it wrong. And here we are.
Yes. They definitely did play it wrong. I really do want to give a lot of credit to Los Grandes. I actually think they played a pretty good game. Yeah. Henby got blasted in mid lane and really stuck in there. Ended up having a solid game. Sees the Shyvana was super poggers. I loved it.
That's good.
Yeah, like they played a great game. We mentioned, sadly, this might be the last weekend that we ever see Los Grandes play as an organization at the professional level, and really coming out the gate swinging with a fun draft and making things happen. So, want to give them their roses. But Trajan, perhaps we can pull up the standings one last time to take a look. So the top 4 teams, all with 10 wins or more, are locked into playoffs. Then, of course, Liberty Los Grandes at the bottom eliminated. Then you have Red Canids, Furia, Kaboom, and INTZ. 1 game apart from each other with 2 playoff spots on the line.
Yeah.
INTZ, Fluxu must win Kaboom and Furia. If they win, they are in.
Yeah. And like the last split, we had that last spot being fought over by Loss and Liberty, and we now have the same but with double double the teams competing for these spots, and it does feel like all of them have shown us things that makes me believe they deserve to be there. You know, not so much from Fluxu as of late, not so much from INTZ, but we saw so many good things from them earlier on in the split. We know there is talent in there. We know there was a good team in there, and they are within a game of making it. And, you know, Kaboom have fluffed that chance to be safe. I think this does also, this puts us in a lovely position for our climactic loss versus Liberty match. They're both now 2-15.
True.
So they both get a very decisive winner to see who is ninth and who's ninth and who's 10th, which is, you know, funny if nothing else. So that's good. But yeah, this is left the last day much more wide open than I think it could have been, which is good for us. It's good content for us. And it does mean that it gives us, you know, energy and stakes all the way down to that last Kaboom Red game at the end of Sunday.
Yeah. We are definitely in for a treat, especially given that none of the teams in the race still for playoffs are playing each other, right? They're all playing different teams, which means they can all get help. They, you know, there's only so many scenarios and likely tiebreakers on the line unless Furia or Kaboom, or rather Furia and Kaboom both just clean up their wins. It is going to be a ton of fun for as painful as these games may have been, Trajan. I mean, I would not want it any other way.
Dude, they were like designed for maximum frustration value in their own unique ways.
Yeah.
That was crazy what they're doing to us, Hawk, in this region. But we've got another day left for now. We're going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, Hawk, for joining me. Someone had to go through this, right? We had to take one for the team.
Wouldn't want it any other way, like I said.
Yeah, absolutely. And then thank you very much, Rose, on production, doing a fantastic job as always. And the CBLOL English will be back same time tomorrow for the last game of the regular split. We will lock the standings. We will look forward to playoffs. You've got to be there. It's all to play for in that mid-pack. So have a wonderful evening, everybody. And we will see you here tomorrow.